protected. If it's damaged, everything else is inoperable. It might not take £100 of explosives to destroy a target. If you can identify the key point, then sometimes one blow from a 2-pound ball hammer will do the trick. I quickly checked the remaining 2 officers and confirmed that this was the one I should be concentrating on. I went back to the bag and got out the Polaroid camera. Kelly was still working for her gold star for Best Spy. I smiled. "I think I found it, Kelly." She smiled back. She didn't have a clue what I was talking about. I took pictures of the outer office, of what the desktop looked like, a couple of panoramic shots of the area, the coffee table in detail, including the way the magazines were lying, the way the stuff was set on the table, a picture of all the drawers. I took 8 shots in all of the inside of the first office. I now knew exactly what it had looked like when I entered, so when we left, I could make sure it looked exactly the same. I laid the Polaroids in a row on the floor against the wall just inside the office by the door. The rubbish from the prints went straight into my pockets. Waiting for the photographs to come into focus, I put my head round the door to check on Kelly. I went and picked up the bag and brought her with me into the bigger office. I said, "I want you to tell me when those pictures are all developed. Make sure you don't touch a thing, but it's really important that I know when those pictures are ready. Your daddy used to do this job. Did he?" I closed the door behind us and jammed 2 wedges in place. Then I moved into the second office and started taking more pictures. The contract cleaners hadn't been in here. The other officers had empty bins, but these 2 officers hadn't been touched. They obviously did those themselves, but not every day. Even more indication that this was a secure area. As I moved around this small room, I saw a shredder beside the filing cabinet, and that confirmed it. What was being kept secure, however, I didn't yet know. I put the second room pictures on the floor and went back into the main office. Looking over her shoulder, I asked, "How's it going?" "One's nearly ready, look." "Great. What Daddy does also is collect the other pictures." I pointed to the ones next door on the carpet, "but one at a time, and put them in a nice long line just here." I showed her that I wanted them against the wall. "Can you manage that?" "Yeah, okay." She walked off. I went back next door and had a quick look at the PC. It was already on, but asleep. Kelly was walking in and out, carrying one picture at a time as if it was a bomb. I pressed the return key on the keyboard. I didn't want to touch the mouse, because maybe it was positioned as a telltale. The screen came alive with Windows 95 and the Microsoft sound, which pleased me because I'd have been struggling with anything else. I went back to Kelly, who was still staring at the pictures in the other office. "Look," she said, "some more are ready." I nodded as I delved into the bag for the disk with the sniffer program. I wasn't as good with computers as 16-year-olds in London who hack into the USAF computer defense system, but I knew how to use one of these. All you have to do is insert a floppy, and off it goes, rooting into passwords, infiltrating programs. There's nothing they can't get into. I got up and turned towards the back office. "Won't be long," I smiled. "Come and tell me when they're ready to look at." Eyes glued to the pictures, she just nodded. As I walked back in, I looked at the tracks our feet had brushed in the carpet. I'd smooth it out again once we'd finished. I put the disc in and started it. The wonderful thing about this particular program was that you had to answer just 2 questions. There was a whoop sound, and the first one came up. Do you want to proceed with X1222? Yes, Y, or no, N? I pressed the Y key. Off it went again, disc whirring and clicking. A progress bar came up as the machine clicked away. The next stage would take a few minutes. I looked at the filing cabinet. It was going to be a piece of piss to get into. I went to the bag and retrieved what was officially called the surreptitious entry kit, but which to me was just the pick and rakes wallet. It was a small black leather case that contained a general assortment of tools designed for the efficient opening of most pin tumbler, wafer, lever, and double-sided locks. Among the 60 bits and pieces were full, half and three-quarter rakes, diamond-tip picks, single, double and half-double ball picks, light, medium and heavyweight tension wrenches of various lengths and styles, hook and saw-type broken key extractors, probes, feeler pick, needle pick, and double ball rake. Don't leave home without it. The progress bar was showing the program was just halfway through a process, so I started on the filing cabinets with a feeler pick. It was a standard lock and opened easily. The contents meant nothing to me. They seemed to be spreadsheets and documents with itemized bills and invoices. I looked at the screen, nearly at the end of the progress bar. The bloke who'd produced the sniffer program was a rave-attending, ecstasy-taking 18-year-old whiz kid who was so into body piercing he had half of British steel hanging out of his face. He dressed as if he was homeless and had a shaven head, but that was only after we'd been taking the piss out of his close-cropped effort with a star dyed on the top. The government had been spending hundreds of thousands of pounds trying to develop ways to get into computer programs, only to discover, after he'd got arrested on some unrelated charge, that this 18-year-old had come up with the greatest sniffer program ever written. His weekly gyro suddenly started looking like a cheque from the National Lottery, and he spent a lot of time at GCHQ. The progress bar was complete. Up came a little box, which said, Password, SO0 bracket SSH1TIME, exclamation mark. Full marks to them for originality. Normally it was something like a spouse's nickname, a family member's date of birth, or a number plate. Then up came, Do you want to proceed? Yes, Y, no, N. Fucking right I did. I hit the Y key and was into the machine. I went to the bag and I got out the portable backup drive and cables and a handful of high-capacity backup disks. I went to the back of the machine and had a good look at the state of play. I connected the drive leads and plugged it into the mains. I was going to copy everything. Programs, system files, applications, the lot. I now had to move the mouse. I took a Polaroid of its position on the mouse pad, but still studied it before moving it. I clicked the box to select the backup of all files, and it whirred into action, sucking information onto the backup disks. I went back to the filing cabinets and had another mooch round, not really knowing what I was looking at, just trying to see if there was anything I recognized. Whoop! The prompt came up, telling me the sniffer software needed another instruction. It had been working out another password, and wanted to know whether to proceed. I hit the Y key. The machines whirred again. I looked at Kelly. She was still standing by the photos, but playing a game with an imaginary companion, just like her dad. Give her a job to do, and she'd forget it. Kelly, I want you to come with me. If that machine asks me a question again, I might not see it. Will you look out for it? Okay. It wasn't as exciting a job as she'd been hoping for. As she sat on the floor with her back against the wall, she looked up at me and said, Nick, I need the bathroom. Yeah, in a minute. We'll be finished soon. It was exactly as I remembered as a kid, sitting in the car and adults not taking me seriously. We'll be there soon, Nick, just around the corner. She'd be all right. I said, I'll take you in a minute. What? I pressed the Y key. Kelly said again, I really have. I've got to go to the bathroom. I couldn't think of the right words for a 7-year-old. In the end, I said, Do you want to go to big toilet or little toilet? She looked at me blankly. What could I do? Using the toilet at a location like this is always a big no-no because of the compromise factor from noise and visible remains. What you enter with must come out with you, which was why I'd brought an orange juice bottle to piss into and cling film for anything else. I couldn't imagine getting Kelly to piss in the bottle while I held the film under her bum. That was one thing her dad could do that she couldn't tonight. She said, I want to go. I want to go, and started crossing and uncrossing her legs. Then she stood up and was bouncing up and down on the balls of her feet. I said, Okay, we'll go. Come on, come with me. I didn't need this, but I had to do it. I couldn't have her shitting all over the carpet. I got hold of her hand, I took the doorstops from the outer office door, gently opened it, and checked the corridor. We moved across the open-plan office, through the glass door and into the fire escape corridor. We went into the toilet and turned on the toilet light. Poor girl. She was pulling down her trousers in such a hurry she was fumbling with her buttons. I helped her, but even so she nearly missed the toilet altogether in her rush. I was wasting time. I had to go back to the machine, and she might be there for 5 minutes or more. Backing away, I said, "Don't move, and don't flush the toilet afterwards. I'll do all that for you. I just have to go back 1 minute and get the computer working. I'll be right back. Remember, shh, be quiet." At that particular moment, she didn't really care where I went or what I did. She was in her own heaven. What? I left her and quietly ran towards the office. Once I got the disk copying again, I'd come back to Kelly, clean the shit out with my hand, and put it in the cling film. Then I'd keep pushing the toilet brush down the pan to lower the level of the water by pushing it through the U-bend, and get some fresh water from the drinking fountain to bring the level back up again. I got back to the office and pressed the Y key. Then I went to the bag to fetch the cling film, and it was then that I heard the scream. Instinctively I pulled out my pistol and went against the wall. I checked chamber and took off the safety catch with my thumb. I could feel my heart beating faster, and the familiar sensation of cold sweat breaking out over my body. My body was getting ready for fight or flight. The screaming was from the area of the fire escape, my only way out. It looked as if I would have to fight. End of Side 6. Side 7. Chapter 25. My heart was pumping so hard it was nearly in my mouth. I'd learned long ago that fear is a good thing. If you aren't scared, you're lying, or you're mentally unstable. Everyone has fear, but as a professional you use training, experience, and knowledge to block out the emotion and to help you overcome the problem. I was still thinking it out when I heard a longer, more pitiful scream of, "Nick, help me!" The sound went through me like a knife. Images flashed through my mind of her curled up in a ball in the hidey hole, of brushing her hair and playing that stupid video-watching game. I was by the office door leading out into the corridor. I heard a man's voice shout, "I've got her! I'll fucking kill her! Think about it! Don't make me do it!" It was not an American voice, or Hispanic, or anything else I might have expected, but I knew it straight away. West Belfast. It sounded as if they were now in the main office area. He started to shout more threats at me above Kelly's screams. I couldn't make out every word, and I didn't have to. I got the message. "Okay, okay! I'm going to come into your view in a minute!" My voice echoed in the semi-darkness. "Fuck you! Throw your weapon into the corridor, do it!" Then I could hear him shouting at Kelly, "Shut the fuck up! Shut up!" I came out of the office and stopped, just short of the corridor junction. I slid my pistol out into the main corridor. "Put your hands on your head, walk out to the middle of the corridor. If you do anything else, I'll fucking kill her. Do you understand?" The voice was controlled. He didn't sound like a madman. "Yes, I'm coming out. My hands are on my head," I said. "Tell me when to move." "Now, you fucker!" Kelly's screams were deafening, even through the glass door. I started to walk, and in 4 paces came to the corridor junction. I knew that, if I looked left, I'd be able to see them through the door, but that wasn't the game just now. I didn't want eye to eye. He might overreact. "Stop where you are, you fucker!" I stopped. I could still hear the whimpering. I didn't say a word or turn my head. In films, you always hear the good guy give encouragement to the hostage. In real life, it doesn't work like that. You just shut up and do what you're told. He said, "Turn left." I could now see them both in the shadows. Kelly had her back to me as he dragged her towards me, the weapon stuck in her shoulder area. He pushed the glass door open with his foot and came out into the light of the corridor. As I saw him, my heart dropped from beating in quick time to a slow thud. I felt as if a 10-ton weight had just been dropped on my shoulder. It was Morgan McGear. He was dressed very smartly in a dark blue 2-piece suit and a crisp, clean white shirt. Even his shoes looked expensive. It was a far cry from the Falls Road uniform of jeans, bomber jacket and trainers. I couldn't see exactly what sort of weapon he was carrying. It looked like some sort of semi-automatic. He was watching me, working me out. What was I doing here with a small child? He knew he had control. He knew there was fuck all I was going to do. He now had his left hand wrapped around her hair. What a pity I hadn't cut off more in the motel room. And he had the weapon stuck into her neck. This was not a meaningless gesture. He was capable of killing her. She looked hysterical, poor kid. She was panicking big time. He called out, "Walk towards me! Slowly! Walk now! Come on! Don't fuck with me, you shite!" Every noise in the corridor seemed to be amplified tenfold. McGear shouting with spit flying out of his mouth, Kelly screaming. It seemed to reverberate round the whole building. I did as he said. As I got nearer, I looked at her and tried to get eye to eye. I wanted to comfort her, but it didn't work. Her eyes were swollen with tears, her face soaking wet and red. Her jeans weren't even done up yet. He got me within about 10 feet of him, and now I looked into his eyes, and I could see that he knew he was in a position of power, but flapping a bit. His voice might have sounded confident, but his eyes gave it away. If his job was to kill us, now was his moment. With my eyes, I said to him, "Just get it over and done with." There are times when, after using plans A, B, and C, you must accept you're in the shit. Or shite, as this boy would say. He snapped, "Stop!" and the echo round the corridor seemed to reinforce the threat. I looked at Kelly, still trying to get that eye-to-eye contact to say, "Everything's all right, everything's okay. You asked me to help you, and I'm here." McGear told me to turn round, and now I knew it was time to flap. He said, "On your knees, you fucker!" Facing away from him, I went down, so I was sitting back on my heels. If I had the chance to react, at least from here I had some sort of springboard. "Up!" he shouted. "Get up! Get your arse up!" He knew what I was doing. This boy was good. "Kneel upright! More! More! Stay there, fuck you! Think you're some fucking hard guy!" He moved behind me, dragging Kelly with him. I could still hear her cries, but there was another noise now. Something else was moving. It wasn't just their movements and Kelly's moans. I didn't know what it was. Just that something unhealthy was going to happen. All I could do was close my eyes, grit my teeth, and wait for it. He took a couple of laboured steps towards me. I could hear Kelly getting nearer, obviously still in tow. "Keep looking straight ahead," he said, "or I'll be hurting the wee one. Do what I say, or—" Either he didn't finish his sentence, or I didn't hear it. The bang on the top of my shoulders and head sent me straight down. I went into a semi-conscious state. I was awake, but I knew I was fucked, like a boxer who goes down and is trying to get up to show the referee that he's all right, but he's not. He's all over the place. I felt nailed to the floor. As I looked up, I couldn't see what had done the damage. It hadn't been a pistol. It takes a decent weight to knock a person over. Whatever it was, it took me down good style. The strange thing about the next bit was that I knew what was happening, but I couldn't do anything about it. I was aware of him pulling me over onto my back and jumping astride me, and I felt cold metal being pushed against my face and finally into my mouth. Slowly, it dawned on me that it was the pistol, and the jumble of words he was screaming became clearer and clearer. "Don't fuck with me! Don't fuck with me! Don't fuck with me!" He sounded out of control. I could smell the fucker. He'd been drinking. There was alcohol on his breath. He reeked of aftershave and cigarettes. He was sitting astride me with his knees on my shoulders and the pistol stuck in my mouth. He still had his left hand around Kelly's hair and had pulled her onto the floor. He was tugging her from side to side like a rag doll, either for the sheer hell of it, or perhaps just to hear her screaming and make me more compliant. All I could hear was, "Scream, scream, scream! Don't fuck with me! Scream, scream, scream! Don't fuck with me! Think you're a fucking hard guy, do you? Think you're a fucking tough guy, huh?" Not good. I knew what they did to hard guys. McGear once got an informer into a flat in the Divis estate for questioning. His kneecaps were drilled with a Black & Decker. He was burned by an electric fire, then electrocuted in the bath. He managed to jump out of a window naked, but broke his back. They dragged him back into the lift and shot him. I felt as if I was drunk. I was aware of what was happening, but it was taking too long for the message to reach my brain. Then the software started to kick in. I tried to see if the hammer was back on the pistol, but all I could still see was bubbles of red light in front of my eyes and starbursts of white. All I could make out was a blur of screaming and ranting from him. "You bastard! I'm going to fuck you up! Who are you?" And the screaming from Kelly. It was total confusion. I tried again to focus my eyes, and this time it worked, and I could see the position of the hammer. The hammer was back. It was a 9mm. But what about the safety catch? It was off. There was nothing I could do. He'd got his finger on the trigger. If I struggled, I was dead, whether he intended it or not. He said, "You think you're fucking hard, do you? Do you? We'll soon see who's the hard man." Then he jumped his weight up and down to crush my chest, forcing the pistol harder into my mouth. To add to the confusion, Kelly was still screaming with terror and pain. I didn't have a clue what was expected of me. All I knew was that I had a pistol stuck in my gob and this guy was in charge. He started to regain his composure. The pistol was still shoved hard into my mouth, but he was beginning to ease himself to his feet. He did it by putting weight on the pistol and hand, and then against my face, and as the pistol turned in my mouth, it twisted painfully up against my cheek and teeth, scraping them with the foresight. And all the time he kept a grip on Kelly's hair, pulling her around all over the place. He moved back, keeping the pistol aimed at my chest. "Get back up on your knees." "All right, mate. Okay. You got me, okay." As I moved, I saw the fire extinguisher that had taken me down. The skin at the back of my head was split open. There was blood oozing out all over the place and matting all the way down the back of my head. There was fuck all I could do. You just can't stop capillary bleeding. I got back on my knees, my arse up in the air again so I wasn't resting on the back of my feet, and I was looking at him, trying to sort myself out. He started to walk backwards towards the office and kept the weapon pointing at me. "Come on, hard man, on your knees." I got the hint he wanted me to follow him. By now Kelly was in shit state. There was a small trail of my blood being wiped along the floor. Kelly must have been kneeling in it before she was moved. She had her hands on his wrist, trying to support herself. She kept on tripping up, walking on her knees, trying to pick herself up, as if she was getting dragged behind a horse. All he was interested in was moving backwards with the weapon pointing at me. He said, "Stay where you are," and then shuffled backwards past the door to the large office. I was trying to compose myself. I knew I didn't have long to live unless I took some action. "In there." I started to shuffle in. "Walk!" I got up and walked into the room, my back still towards him. I walked slowly towards the coffee table and was just about to move off to the side to go round it when he said, "Stop! Turn round." I did as I was told. It was an unusual command, because normally you want the person you're holding to face away from you so they don't know what's going on. If you can't see, it's difficult to react. As I turned, I saw Kelly sitting on the leather swivel chair that had now been dragged to the left of the desk. He was standing behind her. He still had his left hand wrapped around her hair and was pulling her back onto the seat and pointing the 9mm at me. The top half of a semi-automatic, the part of the weapon on which the fore and rear sights are mounted, is called the top slide. It moves back when you've fired to eject the empty case, then picks up a round on its return. If it's moved back by as little as 1/8 of an inch, the weapon can't fire, which means that, if you're quick enough, you can shove your hand hard onto the front of the muzzle, push the top slide back, and the trigger won't work, as long as you can keep it there. It's got to be really quick, really aggressive, but I had nothing to lose. Nothing seemed to be happening. There was a lull. Was he trying to make a decision about what to do? It was less than 20 seconds, but it seemed like forever. Kelly kept crying and whimpering. There were friction burns on her knees where she'd been dragged earlier on. With his left hand, he hoiked her upright and said, "Shut the fuck up!" And just as he did that, We stopped having eye-to-eye contact, and I knew it was time. I leapt forward, shouting at the top of my voice to disorient him, got my right hand and pushed it as hard as I could against the muzzle, pressing down on the top slide so it moved back maybe half an inch. He shouted a loud, drawn-out, "Fuck!" half in anger, half in pain. I got hold of his wrist, pulled it towards me and pushed away with my right hand against the top slide. He tried, but it was too late for him. It didn't fire. I needed to grip my hand around the muzzle now to keep the top slide back. As this was happening, I was pushing towards the wall. Just push, push, push. He still had hold of Kelly, and she was being dragged around, screaming at the top of her voice. I shut her out of my mind, keeping my eyes on the pistol, my body bent down, pushing and pushing. I felt the air leave his body as he hit the wall. Kelly was getting in the way, and I was stepping on her. He was stepping on her, and she was screaming out in pain. He must have decided he needed two hands to sort me out, because the next thing I knew, Kelly was running. I started to headbutt in earnest. I was hitting him with my head, I was hitting him with my nose, with the side of my face. My nose was hurting and bleeding as much as his must have been, but I just kept on butting, and butting, trying to do as much damage to him as possible, and at the same time keeping him against the wall. He was screaming, "You fucker! You fucker! You fucker! You're dead!" And I was doing exactly the same back, screaming, "Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck! Fuck!" I still had him pushed right against the wall. As I butted him, his teeth cut into my face, opening up my forehead and just below my eye. You don't notice pain when the adrenaline's pumping. I head-butted him again and again. It wasn't going to do him much lasting damage, but that was the best I could do at the moment. My hands were on the weapon, and I was shouting all sorts of shit at the top of my voice to scare him, and even more to keep me psyched up. As his head came down, I bit the first thing that came into range. I felt my teeth on the taut skin of his cheek. There was that initial resistance, and then my teeth broke into what felt like warm squid, and I was ripping his face open. My teeth sank in and in. He squealed like a pig. I had a mouthful of his cheek and was ripping and tearing. I saw terror in his eyes. By now there was blood all over the two of us. I could taste the iron tang of it, and my whole face was drenched from the cuts on my face and his, all getting mixed in with our sweat. Trying to clear my mouth, I choked some of it up into the back of my nose. All the time I was twisting the weapon away from me and trying to keep the top slide back. He was still pretty switched on and was squeezing the trigger, but fuck all was happening, for now. His other hand was pulling at my fingers, trying to prise them off the weapon. As long as I kept my hand gripped around that top slide, I'd be all right. I kept on pushing and pushing, keeping him up against something firm so I could lean against him, because all I wanted to do was move that pistol around. I was still biting and gnawing. I'd gone through the first part of his cheek and kept on going. I felt my teeth on his face bones. It gave me the same feeling as the gunmetal did before. By now I was biting the top of his eyelid. I was biting his nose. Everywhere I was ripping through the skin onto the bone of his jaw and skull. I was running out of breath because the adrenaline was leaving me, and pushing him against the wall had taken a lot of physical strength out of me. Then I started to choke, and I realized I had some of his skin at the back of my throat. I could hear air being sucked into the hole in his cheek as he was breathing. I could hear my own throat rattling, blocked by chunks of his skin. I was fighting him by feel, not by sight. Our blood was burning into my eyes. Everything was blurred. I didn't know where Kelly was, and at this stage I didn't care. I couldn't help her until I'd helped myself. I was still trying to get the pistol into him, somewhere. I didn't care where it went. It could go into his leg, into his stomach. I did not give a fuck as long as I could start shooting him. His screams increased as my finger wrapped around his on the trigger. I turned it round, let go of the top slide, and squeezed. The first two missed, but I kept on firing. I moved it round again and got him in the hip, and then the thigh. He went down. Everything stopped. The sudden silence was absolutely deafening. After 2 or 3 seconds, I could hear Kelly's screams resounding off the walls. At least she was still in the building. She sounded as though she was throwing a fit. All I could hear was a high-pitched, continuous scream. I was too fucked to do anything about it. I was too busy trying to cough up his skin. I'd find her later. I pulled myself up. I was in pain. The back of my neck felt as though it could no longer hold my head. He writhed on the ground, bleeding and begging. "Don't kill me, man. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I got hold of the pistol and did to him as he had done to me, jumping astride him, ramming it deep into his mouth. For several seconds I just sat there, trying to catch my breath. McGear's body might be dying, but his eyes were alive. "Why did you kill the family?" I said, pulling the pistol from his mouth so he could speak. "Tell me, and you'll live." He was looking at me as if he wanted to say something, but didn't know what. "Just tell me why. I need to know." "I don't know what the fuck you mean." I looked into his eyes and knew he was telling the truth. "What's on that computer?" There was no slow reaction this time. His lip curled, and he said, "Fuck you." I jammed the weapon back into his mouth and said quietly, firmly, almost sort of fatherly, "Look at me. Look at me." I looked back into his eyes. No point carrying this on. He wouldn't say anything. He was too good for that. Fuck it. I pulled the trigger. Chapter 26. I took a deep breath and wiped away the blood that had splattered onto my eyes when he took the round. I tried to regain some form of composure. Stop. Just take that couple of seconds. Take another deep breath and try to work out what the fuck to do next. The shots would have been heard and reported, or I had to plan as if they were. I could still hear Kelly screaming in the distance somewhere. First priority was the equipment. I pushed myself up off his chest and staggered back into the small office. I ripped the cable and mains lead from the PC, took the sniffer software out of the floppy drive and put it in my top pocket. I packed everything in the bag and moved back into the large office. I went over to McGear. He looked like Kelly when she was sleeping, except this starfish had a face like a pizza and a large exit wound in the back of his head, oozing grey stuff onto the office carpet. I picked up the bag, slung it over my left shoulder, and moved into the corridor to pick up my pistol. I had to find Kelly. Easy. I just had to follow the screams. She was fighting with the fire escape door, the back of her coat marked with blood, probably mine from when McGear took me down. She was right up against the door, trying to manipulate the handle, but in such a state that her fingers couldn't do it. She was jumping from foot to foot, screaming and beating her fists against the door in frustration and terror. I came up behind her, got hold of her arm, and shook her. "Stop it! Stop it!" It wasn't the right thing to do. She was hysterical. I looked into her eyes under the tears and said, "Look, people are trying to kill you. Do you understand that? Do you want to die?" She tried to shake me off. I put my hand over her mouth and listened to her blocked-up nose fighting for oxygen. I got her face right up against mine. "These people are trying to kill you. Stop crying. Do you understand me? Stop crying." She went quiet and limp, and I let go of her. "Give me your hand, Kelly." It was like holding lettuce. I said, "Be quiet and just listen to me. You've got to listen to me, okay?" I was looking at her eyes and nodding away. She just stared through me, tears still running down her cheeks, but trying to hold back. I pushed the fire exit bar, and cold, damp air hit my face. I couldn't see anything, but that might be because my night vision was fucked. I dragged Kelly by the hand, and the clunks of our footsteps echoed down the metal stairs. I didn't care about the noise, we'd made enough already. Running towards the fence, I slipped on the mud. When she saw me fall, Kelly let out a cry and burst into tears again. I shook her and told her to shut up. As we got to the fence, I could already hear sirens on the highway. I had to assume they were coming for us. After a moment, I could hear more noise coming from the car park area. "Wait here." I climbed up the chain-link fence with the equipment, dropped it over the other side, and jumped. They were getting closer, but I couldn't see them yet. Kelly was looking at me from the other side of the fence, bobbing up and down, hands on the wire. "Nick! Nick! Please! I want to come with you!" I didn't even look where I was digging. My eyes were fixed on the gap between the two buildings. Coming from my right to left, flashing blue lights on the highway lit up the sky. Kelly's whimpers turned to sobs. I said, "We'll be all right. We'll be all right. Just stay where you are. Look at me. Look at me." I got eye to eye. "Stay where you are." The lights and noise were now on Ball Street. I got hold of my documents and put them in my pocket. All the vehicles had stopped, their sirens dying. The blue lights were still flashing, reflecting on Kelly's face that was wet with tears. I looked at her through the chain link and whispered, "Kelly! Kelly!" She was in a daze of fear. "Kelly, follow me now. Do you understand? Come on!" I started moving along the fence. She was whining and wanting her mummy. She sounded more and more desperate. I said, "You've got to keep up, Kelly. You've got to keep up. Come on!" I was moving fast, and she slipped and fell into the mud. I wasn't there to pick her up this time. She lay there, sobbing, "I want to go home. I want to go home. Please take me home." By now there were 3 police cars on target. We weren't even 200 meters away yet. Very soon they would start using their searchlights and ping us. "Get up, Kelly. Get up!" The target now seemed surrounded by a haze of blue and red lights. Torchlights were jerking in the darkness at the rear. We carried on until we got level with the alleyway. The sound of sirens filled the night. I climbed over the fence, the bag nearly landing on top of her as I let it fall. I grabbed her right hand with my left and started towards the alley. I needed to find a car that was parked in shadow and of the right age to have no alarms. We emerged from the alley and turned left, following a line of parked cars. I found an early 90s Chevy. I put down the bag and ordered Kelly, "Sit by this." I opened the bag and got out the pics. Minutes later I was in. I wired at the ignition and the engine fired. The digital clock said 03:33. I let the engine run and put the windscreen wipers and heater on full blast to clear the morning dew. I got hold of Kelly and the bag and threw them both in the back. "Lie down, Kelly. Go to sleep." No argument from her on the lying down. She might have trouble sleeping, though, perhaps for the rest of her life. I drove to the road and turned left, nice and slow. After just a quarter of a mile, I spotted flashing lights coming towards me. I got out my pistol and put it under my right thigh. There was no way I was going to let the fuckers take us. I shouted back at Kelly, "Stay down. Do not get up. Do you understand?" There was no reply. "Kelly!" I got a weak, "Yes." If I had to kill these policemen, it would be unfortunate. But at the end of the day, this was the sort of thing they got paid for. I made my plan. If they stopped me, I'd wait until one or both came within range. The pistol was where my hand would naturally go, and I'd draw down on them. The flashing blue and red came closer. I just drove on towards them. My mindset was that I was a shift worker, on my way to earn my living. Now their lights were making me screw up my eyes so I could see beyond. I wasn't worried. I felt very calm. Just wait and see. They went past at over 60 miles an hour. I looked in the rear-view mirror. They hit the brakes, and now I was flapping. I watched and made distance at the same time. The brake lights went off. Either they'd just been slowing down, or they'd changed their minds. I needed to dump this car before first light, which was probably the earliest the owner would discover it missing. I also had to get both of us a change of clothes and into another hotel. Kelly started yelling, "I want to go home! I want to go home! I want my—" "Kelly, we are going home, but not yet!" I had to shout to cut in. I couldn't see her and tilted the mirror. She was curled up with her thumb in her mouth. My mind flashed back to the 2 other times I'd found her like that, and I said, quietly, We will. Don't worry. We were following a road that seemed to parallel the Potomac, on its west side. After about half an hour, I found a 24-hour mart and parked up. There were maybe 20 or 30 vehicles outside. At that time of the morning, most of them probably belonged to employees. Kelly didn't ask why we were stopping. I turned round and said, "I'm going to go and get us some more clothes. Do you want anything? Shall I see if they've got a deli and we'll get some sandwiches?" She whimpered. "Don't go. Don't leave me." She looked as if she'd been slapped. Her face was bright red, with puffy eyes and wet hair stuck to her face. You don't take a beaten-up 7-year-old with blood on her clothes into a supermarket at just after 4 in the morning. I leaned over into the back, unzipped the bag, and took out the coveralls. I said, "I've got to leave you here. I need somebody to look after everything." I pointed to the bag. "Can you do that for me? You're a big girl now, a great spy." She nodded reluctantly. I started to get the coveralls on while still sitting in the car seat. "Nick?" "What?" I was busy fighting with a leg. "I heard a gun." "Is that man dead?" "Which man is that?" I didn't want to turn round, didn't want to face her. "Oh, no, he's not. I think he made a mistake and thought we were someone else. He'll be okay." I was now arching my back to get the top half on. "The police will take him to hospital." That was enough of that. I got out of the car quickly and poked my head back in. Before I even started to say the routine, she said, "You will come back, won't you? I want to go home and see Mommy." "Definitely. I will come back, no problems, and you will see Mummy soon." I turned the interior light on and moved the rear-view mirror so I could see my face. The deep cuts on my forehead and under my eye were still wet, the plasma trying hard to get a scab going. I spat on my hand and used the cuff of the coveralls to wipe the rest of the blood off, but there wasn't much more I could do. Industrial accident. I signalled to Kelly to lock the door and lie down. She nodded and complied. I picked up a trolley and went through the electric swing gate. I got money from the ATM, then 2 sets of everything for Kelly and me, plus washing and shaving kit and a box of wipes, and some painkillers for my neck. It was hurting badly now. I could only look left or right by turning my whole body. I must have looked like a robot. I threw in some Coke, crisps, and biscuits. There weren't many shoppers. My cups drew the odd glance, but no stares. I got back to the car and tapped on the window. Kelly looked up. The windows were now covered in condensation, and she had to wipe it with her sleeve. Through the circle she'd created, I could see she'd been crying, and she was rubbing her eyes. I pointed at the lock, and she opened it. I was all big smiles. "Hiya! How's it going?" There wasn't much of a reply. As I dumped the bags onto the passenger seat, I said, "Look, I've got a present for you." I showed her a dime bar. There was a reluctant smile. She took it and opened it. I looked at the car clock. It was nearly 5 a.m. We started driving towards the Beltway, then headed west. I saw the sign for Dulles International and slowed down for the off-ramp. We had to dump the car soon. I had to assume that its owner was an early riser. Kelly was lying in the back, staring at the door. It seemed she was in a dream world. If not, she was damaged mentally by what she had seen. At the moment, I didn't really care which. We were about 8 miles from Dulles, and I started to keep a lookout for hotels. I saw the sign for an economy inn. Absolutely perfect. But first, we had to get ourselves cleaned up. As we carried on towards the airport, I could see the wing lights of what was probably the first of the day's aircraft making its approach about 4 miles away. I followed the signs to the economy parking, having stopped just short to check for cameras at the entry point. There weren't any. They must register on the way out. I took my ticket and parked up amongst thousands of other cars. "Kelly, we're going to get you dressed in some new clothes," I said. I showed her what I'd bought, and as she was getting undressed, I got out the baby wipes and cleaned her face. Here, let's get rid of all those tears. Here you are, here's a brush. I brushed her hair, too quickly, and it hurt her. Okay, let's get this sweatshirt on you. Here you go. There, you're looking good. Here's another wipe. Blow your nose. While she was doing that, I got myself changed as well, and dumped all the clothes in the passenger footwell. Kelly was still looking miserable as the shuttle took us to the terminal. Chapter 27. We walked into the departures area. The terminal was busier than I'd been expecting for this time of the morning. People were checking in all along the lines of desks, mooching around in the shops, or sitting in the cafes reading newspapers. I wasn't saying much to Kelly, just holding her hand as I moved along, bag on my left shoulder, looking for the sign to arrivals, then to the taxi rank. An escalator showed me the way down. We were nearly at the bottom when Kelly announced, "I need the bathroom, Nick." "You sure? I just wanted to get out of here." "Really? I need to go." "Okay." After the last time, I'd learned my lesson. I followed signs to the restrooms. They were to the left, near the large exit doors from international arrivals. You went in through one of two large openings in the wall, and immediately came across a run of 7 or 8 disabled toilets, all unisex, and either side of this were the entrances to the single-sex toilets. I stayed outside in the main concourse, watching all the people who were waiting for the automatic doors to open and their loved ones to be disgorged. You always know when you're being stared at. I'd been standing there a minute or two when I became aware. I looked up. It was an old woman, standing against the rail facing me on the opposite side of the channel made by the barriers, obviously waiting for somebody to come through. There was a silver-haired man with her, but her eyes were fixed on my face. She looked away, turning her back to the exit doors, even though people were streaming out with their trolleys. Every few seconds I heard a scream of joy as people were reunited. Then there were camera flashes. What had she been looking at? The cuts on my face? I hoped it was just that. There was nothing I could do about it. I would have to bluff it out, but keep an eye on her all the same. Then I saw her start talking to her husband. Her body language looked urgent and agitated. She wasn't passing the time of day. He looked over in my direction, then back at her. He gave her a shrug that said, "What the hell are you talking about, woman?" She must have seen Kelly and me going into the toilets and said to herself, "Now, why do I know those two?" I wasn't going to move. I wanted to see what she was doing. The moment she started to walk away, I'd have to take action. I could tell she was still trying to work it out. I felt my heart pumping. I avoided eye contact, but I knew she was staring. Any minute now she'd remember the news report where she'd seen Kelly's face. The seconds ticked by. At last Kelly came out and stood by me. "Shall we go now?" I said, grabbing her hand before she could answer. As I turned with her for the exit, I could clearly see the woman tugging her husband's arm. However, he had now seen whoever it was they were meeting and was looking the other way. She pulled his arm more urgently. I wanted to run, but that would have just confirmed it for her. We walked, and I talked crap to Kelly with the actions of a happy dad. "Look at those lights, aren't they nice? This is the airport I fly into every time I come here. Have you been here before?" Kelly didn't have time to answer any of them. I had to fight the urge to turn round and look. I started to think, what if? If I got the police onto me here, I was fucked. There was nowhere to go, just more of the airport with more security than you could shake a nightstick at. My eyes were darting around. We had about 30 or 40 meters to go to the exit sign. With each step, I expected to hear a cop shouting for me to freeze. All I could hear was the general hubbub and the occasional squeal of greeting. We reached the exit, turned left, and started walking downhill on a wide ramp that led to the pickup points and taxi ranks. The moment we'd made that angle, I started to move faster and chanced to look behind. Kelly said, "What's up?" I said, "There's the taxis. Let's go." We had to wait for 3 other people in the queue before it was our turn. I felt like a child who desperately wants something and cannot wait any longer. Come on! Come on! At last we bundled into a cab and drove off, and I turned and looked behind me. Nothing. I still couldn't relax. Kelly could obviously sense the drama, but didn't say another word. I tried to block it out of my mind. Look hard enough and you'll find a positive in even the worst situation. That's what I'd always told myself. But I couldn't get a silver lining out of what had just happened. If the old woman did make the connection and told the police she had seen us heading for the taxi rank, it was negatives all the way. I looked at Kelly and yawned. I'm sleepy, I said. What about you? She nodded and put her head in my lap. I gave the driver directions. Once off the freeway, we drove a few blocks, then I got him to pull in. I watched him drive away as we stood in the car park of the Marriott. We would walk to the Economy Inn from there. We're going to a hotel now, I said. Usual story. I'll be saying a lot of things that aren't true, and all you've got to do is be quiet and look really tired, okay? If you do what you're told and it works out, we can all go home. We walked towards the reception. There was a young black guy on the desk, his head buried in a textbook. We went through all the same routine, only this time I'd been beaten up during the robbery. He looked embarrassed. All of America's not like this, you know. It's beautiful. He started talking about the Grand Canyon. After making a promise that I'd make a point of visiting it this trip, I turned and walked out. We got to the room, and I started helping her off with her coat. As she turned so that her other arm came away out of the sleeve, she questioned me without warning. Are we going to see Mommy and Daddy now? Not yet. We've still got stuff to do. I want my Mommy, Nick. I want to go home. You promised. We will go soon. Don't worry. Are you sure Mommy and Daddy and Aida will be there? Of course they will be. She didn't look convinced. It was crunch time. I couldn't carry this on any more. If we got out of this mess, I couldn't bring myself to let her be dumped on her grandparents or whoever, and for her to find out what a lying bastard I'd been all this time. Kelly... I sat next to her and started stroking her hair as she lay with her head on my lap. Kelly, when you get home, Mummy, Daddy, and Aida will not be there. They never will now. They've gone to heaven. Do you know what that means? I said it almost as a throwaway, not really wanting to get into it any deeper. I wanted her to say, "Oh, I see," and then ask me if we could have a Mickey D's. There was a gap while she thought about it. All I could hear was the hum of the air conditioning. Her face creased into a frown. Is it because I was a bad girl and didn't help Daddy? I felt as if somebody was stabbing me. But it wasn't too hard a question. I felt okay answering that one. Kelly, even if you had tried to help Daddy, they would still have died. She was crying quietly into my leg. I rubbed her back and tried to think of something to say. I heard, I don't want them to be dead. I want to be with them. But you are. I was fumbling for words. She lifted her face and looked at me. You are with them. Every time you do something that you did with them means they're with you. She was trying to work this one out. So was I. Every time I eat a pizza with mushrooms, I think of your Mummy and Daddy, because I know Mummy liked them. That's why they're never far away from me, and why Mummy, Daddy, and Aida will be with you all the time. She looked at me, waiting for more. What do you mean? I was struggling. I mean, every time you put plates on a table, Mummy will be with you because she showed you how. Every time you shoot hoops, Daddy's with you because he taught you. Every time you show someone how to do something, Aida's with you. That's because you used to do it with her. You see, they're always with you. I didn't know how good it was, but it was the best I could come up with. She was back on my leg, and I could feel the heat of her tears and breath. "But I want to see them. When will I see them, Nick?" I hadn't got through. I didn't know who was more upset, me or Kelly. A large lump was swelling in my throat. I'd got into something I couldn't get out of. "They aren't coming back, Kelly. They are dead. It's not because of anything you did or didn't do. They didn't want to leave you. Sometimes things happen that even grown-ups can't avoid or fix." She lay there listening. I looked down. Her eyes were open, staring at the wall. I stopped stroking her and put my arm around her. People need to show sadness and loss. Maybe this was the time for Kelly to do that. If so, I wanted to reach out, not cross the street. I just didn't know if this was how you did it. "You will be with them one day, but not for a long time. You will have children first, just like Mummy. Then your children will be sad when you die, just like you are now. They all loved you very much, Kelly. I only knew your Mummy and Daddy for a few years. Just think, you knew them all your life." I saw a small smile moving the sides of her face. She pressed her body closer into my legs. "I want to stay with you, Nick." "That would be nice, but it wouldn't work. You have to go to school and learn how to be a grown-up." "You can help me do that." If only she knew. I didn't even have a garage to keep a bike in, let alone somewhere to look after a child. Your weapon, your kit, and only then yourself. That's the order of things. I wanted to ease my magazine springs. It wasn't strictly necessary, but I felt that I needed to do it to mark the end of one phase and the beginning of a new one. By now, Kelly was sound asleep. I plugged in the telephone to keep it recharged. It was my lifeline. Then I tipped all the kit from the bag and sorted it out. The new clothes were put to one side, and I packed the CTR stuff back into the hold-all. I was pissed off about having to leave the video camera on the roof. It would be found, and a connection inevitably made between us and the shooting. Plus, the videotape was lost, and that might have been of use to Simmons. It might even have been enough to guarantee me a future. I repacked the kit and lay back on the bed, hands behind my head. Listening to the low drone of the air conditioning, I started to think about this whole fucking game, and how people like me and McGear were the ones that got used time and time again. When I realized I was starting to feel sorry for myself, I cut it. McGear and I both had a choice, and this was what we chose to do. There were a few good things that had come out of last night's drama. At least I didn't have to worry about dumping all the blood and piss-stained clothes that were in the blue hold-all. The police would no doubt match the blood to the browns, but that was nothing compared with the trouble I was already in. And, best of all, I had confirmed a definite connection between Kev, Pyra, the building, and whatever it was that I'd copied from that computer. I wasn't going to attempt to get the laptop out and start faffing about with it. I was too tired. I'd make mistakes and miss things. Besides, the adrenaline had gone now, and the pain across my back and neck was even more intense. I had a hot shower and tried to shave. McGear's bite marks on my face were scabbing nicely. I left them to sort themselves out. I dressed in jeans, sweatshirt and trainers, and reloaded my mags. I needed rest, but I had to be ready for a quick move. The plan was to have a couple of hours' sleep and something to eat, and then sit down and see what was on the laptop. But it wasn't working out. I was tossing and turning, snatching a bit of sleep, waking up. I turned on the TV and flicked through the channels to see if McGear was news yet. And he was. The cameras panned the front of the Pyra building, with the obligatory backdrop of police and ambulance crews. Then a man fronted to camera and started gobbing off. I didn't bother turning up the volume. I knew the gist of what he'd be saying. I was half expecting to see my piss-covered homeless friend describing what he had seen and heard. Kelly was starting to toss and turn, probably with pictures of McGear in her head. I lay there looking at her. The girl had done well, without a doubt. The last few days had been chaos for her, and I started to worry about it. 7-year-old kids shouldn't be exposed to this sort of shit. Nobody should. What would become of her? It suddenly occurred to me that I was worrying more about her than I was about myself. I woke with the TV still on. I looked at my watch. 9:35. At midday, Pat would be calling me. I hit the off button. I wanted to start mincing about with the laptop. I started to get up and found I could hardly move. I felt like an OAP as I lifted myself off the bed, my neck stiff as a board. I made a racket getting the laptop out of the hold-all and plugging everything in, and Kelly started to wriggle around. By the time I'd got it up and running and connected to the backup drive, she was propped up on one elbow watching me. Her hair looked like an explosion. She listened for a while as I cursed at the laptop for not accessing the backup drive, then said, "Why don't you just reboot and then look at the program?" I looked at her as if to say, "You fucking smart-ass." Instead, I said, maybe." I rebooted, and it worked. I turned round and smiled at her and got one in return. I started to scroll through the files. Instead of the business-like file names I'd been expecting, the documents had code words like Weasel, Boy, Guru. A lot of them turned out to be spreadsheets or invoices. I could see what they were, but I didn't know what they meant. To me, the whole 40 or so pages might just as well have been in Japanese. I then opened up another file called Dad. It was just dots and numbers across the screen. I turned to Kelly. "What's that then, smart guy?" She looked. "I don't know. I'm only 7. I don't know everything." It was 5 minutes to noon. I turned on the phone and carried on flicking through the files, trying to make sense of them. 12 o'clock came and went. By 15:15, the call still hadn't happened. I was flapping. "Come on, Pat. I need to get out of the US and back to Simmons. I have enough information, maybe. The longer I stay now, the higher the risk. Pat, I need you." For Slack to miss a rendezvous, there must be a major drama. Even when he was high, he'd come up with the goods. I tried to block dark thoughts out of my head by telling myself that he'd call at the next arranged window. But as I carried on half-heartedly on the laptop, I started to feel almost physically sick. My only way out had been lost. I had that awful sinking feeling that everything was going to go horribly wrong. I needed to do something. I closed down the laptop and put the backup disk in my pocket. Kelly was half buried under the covers watching TV. I joked, "Well, you know what I'm going to do in a minute, don't you?" She jumped out of bed and threw her arms round me, frowning. "Don't go. Don't go. We'll watch the TV together, or I can come with you." "You can't do that. I want you to stay here." "Please." What could I do? I felt her pain at being scared and alone. "Okay, come with me, but you've got to do what I say." "Okay, okay." She jumped up and went to get her coat. "No, not yet." I pointed to the bathroom. "First things first. Get in that bath, wash your hair, come out and I'll dry it. Then you can get changed into your new clothes, then we'll go out, okay?" She was trembling with excitement, like a dog about to go for walkies. "Yeah, okay." She skipped to the bathroom. I sat down on the bed and shouted into the bathroom as I flicked through the news channels, "Kelly, make sure you brush your teeth or they'll all fall out and you won't be able to eat when you're older." I heard, Yeah, okay." There was nothing more about McGear on the TV. After a while I walked into the bathroom. The toothpaste tube hadn't been opened. "Have you brushed your teeth?" She nodded, looking guilty. I said, "Well, let's have a smell." I bent down and put my nose near her mouth. You haven't. Come on, do you know how to brush your teeth? I know how to brush my teeth. Show me then. She picked up the toothbrush. It was way too big for her mouth, and she was brushing from side to side. I said, "That's not the way you've been taught, is it?" She said, "Yes, it is." I shook my head slowly. I knew that she would have been taught properly. I said, "All right, we'll do it together." I put some toothpaste on the brush and made her stand in front of the mirror. I stood beside her, and she watched as I pretended to brush. Looking after kids was easy after all. It was down to EDI. Explanation, demonstration, imitation. Just that, instead of doing it with a weapon to a room full of recruits, I was doing it with a 7-year-old girl. Now with me, like this, then brush round in little circles, and let's make sure we do the backs. And then it got stupid. She started to laugh at the sight of me pretending to brush my teeth, and as she laughed, all the toothpaste sprayed from her mouth and onto the mirror. I laughed with her. She finished her bath and changed into her new jeans and sweatshirt. I'd also bought us matching baseball hats at the mart, black denim with the words Washington, D.C. I wet my hair and washed, and we both looked sparkly clean. She put on her new blue coat and trainers, and we were ready to go. My plan was to get to the vicinity of Pat's apartment. When he rang at 6 o'clock, we'd be able to meet straight away. What was I going to do with the backup disc? I decided to hide it in the room, because I was going to split my gold. If the backup stayed here, and Kelly came with me and we were lifted, at least they wouldn't have the job lot. The long, dark wood sideboard with the TV on top covered a third of the room. It was about 2 feet high and rested on little half-inch legs. I lifted one corner, gaffer-taped the disc to the underside, and positioned a couple of telltales. One last look around the room, and we left. It was still drizzling, and was slightly colder than earlier in the morning. Kelly was on cloud 9. I reciprocated her smiles and happy noises, but underneath I was flapping about Pat. As we crossed the grass to avoid reception, I wondered about phoning Ewan. I decided not to. Not yet, anyway. I might need him later. He was a card to keep up my sleeve. The whole area was dotted with hotels. We walked across the road to one about 400 meters away, and I went into the lobby and ordered a taxi. Kelly waited outside under the awning. As I came out again, I said, "When we get into this taxi, I'm going to put your hood up, and I want you to rest against me as if you're sleepy. Remember, you promised you'd do exactly what I said." The taxi turned up and took us to Georgetown. Kelly leaned against me, and I got her nuzzled in on my lap with her hood up, so it hid her. We got out on Wisconsin. It was 4 o'clock, and everybody around us looked so normal as they chatted, strolled, and enjoyed their shopping. We spent the next hour or so walking and snacking. By 5:30, the Georgetown Mall where we were sitting was quite warm, and we were both feeling sleepy. I was having a coffee, she was having a milkshake, which she wasn't touching because by now she was full of burger. I looked at the display of my watch every half minute until it was 5:55. Then I switched on the phone. Good battery level, good signal strength. 6 o'clock came. Nothing. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. I sat there almost paralyzed with disbelief. Kelly was absorbed in a comic she'd picked out for herself. 4 minutes passed. This was desperate. Pat wouldn't let me down unless he couldn't help it. He knew as well as I did that, on operations, if you're a minute late, you might as well be an hour or a day late, because people's lives might depend on it. The attack might have had to go in, unsupported by your covering fire. There must be a problem. A major problem. I kept the phone switched on. Finally, at 6:20, I said, "Come on, Kelly. We're going to visit Pat." Now the normality stopped. there was shit on. All hope had evaporated. Chapter 28. We came out of the mall and I flagged down a cab. Riverwood turned out to be a well-established upmarket area, rows of weatherboarded houses with neat lawns and a couple of European cars in the drive, and smart apartment blocks with underground parking. The shops reflected its wealth, with good bookshops, expensive-looking clothes boutiques and small art galleries. I stopped the cab a block past Pat's street. I paid him off, and he left us in the light rain. It was getting dark, a bit earlier than it should have done, but the cloud cover made everything gloomy. Some cars already had their headlights on. "Let's hope Pat's in," I said. "Otherwise we'll have to go all the way back to the hotel without saying hello." She looked excited about meeting him. After all, this was the man I'd said would help her go back home. I couldn't be sure if what I'd said about her family had sunk in. I didn't even know if kids of that age understood what death was, and if they did, that it was irreversible. Looking up the hill, I could see that Pat's street was pure Riverwood, broad and elegant, with houses and shops that had been there for years. Above the skyline, one or two new apartment blocks seemed to be taking over, but even they looked very ordered, clean and wealthy. I wasn't entirely sure which one he lived in, but it was easy enough to count the numbers and work it out. We walked past, and I had a clear view into the rear, secure car park. I saw the red Mustang, redder than Satan's bollocks. It was 7:15. If he was there, why the fuck hadn't he phoned? We went into a coffee shop opposite. The waft of newly ground beans and the blare of rumba music inside La Colombina took me straight back to Bogotá. Maybe that was why Pat had chosen to live here. We wanted a window seat, which wasn't a problem. The glass was misted up. I cleared a circle with a paper napkin and sat and watched. Kelly was doing what she'd been told, keeping quiet until I told her not to be. Anyway, Girl magazine seemed to be the thing to shut kids up with. I checked the phone. Good signal, plenty of power. A waitress came over to take our order. I was going to ask for food, even though I didn't really want it, because it would take time to prepare it, and then it would take time to eat it, and that way we could spend more time here without it looking unnatural. "I'll take a club and a large cappuccino," I said. "And what do you want, Josie?" Kelly beamed at the waitress. "Do you do Shirley Temples?" "Sure we do, honey." It sounded like a cocktail to me, but the waitress went away quite happily to order it. Kelly went back to her magazine, and I just kept looking out of the window. The drinks arrived. When we were alone again, I said, "What is that?" "Cherries and strawberries, mixed with Sprite." "Sounds disgusting. I'd better try some." It tasted like bubble gum to me, but it was obviously what kids liked. She was slugging it down good style. The sandwich mountain arrived. I didn't need it, but I ate it anyway. In my days in the regiment, and since, I'd learned to think of food the way an infantryman thinks of sleep. Get it down you whenever you get the chance. Things were running their natural course in the coffee shop. It was now coming up for 3/4 of an hour that we'd been sitting there, and you can only stay in a place for so long without arousing suspicion or drowning in coffee. Kelly made the decision for me as she spoke. "What are we going to do now?" I put some cash down on the table. "Let's zip you up and see if Pat's at home." We went out and walked past Pat's apartment once more. The car was still there. I was desperate to know one way or another what was going on. If it was just that he didn't want to play any more, fair one. But I couldn't really see that. I knew that he wanted to help. There was a problem, without a doubt. But I needed it confirmed. Then I could reassess and make a plan without him in it. As we walked back down the hill, Kelly said, "Do you actually know where Pat lives?" "Yes, I do. But I know he's not there yet. We've just walked past his place and I couldn't see him." "Can't you phone him?" I couldn't contact him directly. If the phone was tapped, I didn't want anyone to make the connection between us. I'd promised not to compromise him. But she'd just given me an idea all the same. "Kelly, do you want to help me play a trick on Pat?" "Oh, yeah." "Okay. This is what I want you to do." We carried on walking and started to do a circuit around the area. We practiced and practiced until she said she was ready to go. We got to a phone box about 3 blocks away, a half-sized booth attached to the wall. I brought the receiver down to Kelly's level. "Ready?" She gave me a thumbs up. She was excited. She thought this was great. I dialed 911, and about 3 seconds later Kelly was shouting, "Yes! I've just seen a man! I've just seen a man on the 2nd floor, 1121 27th Street, and he's got a gun, and the man's shot, and he's got a gun! Please help!" I put my hand on the hook. "Good one! Now, shall we go and see what happens next?" I picked a different route back. This time we were going to approach from the top of the hill and walk down towards the apartment block. By now it was properly dark and still very wet. Heads bent in the rain, we made it to 27th Street, turned right, and started walking slowly down the hill. I heard the siren first, louder and louder, then the flash of its emergency lights as a blue and white sped past us. Then I saw other blue and red lights, all flashing in the darkness in the area of the apartment block. As we got closer, I made out 3 police cars. An unmarked car also turned up, a portable light flashing on the roof just above the driver. We walked further down and stopped at a bus stop. All I was doing was watching and waiting, much like everybody else, as a small crowd had gathered. "Are they all coming for Pat?" Kelly asked. I was too busy feeling depressed to answer. The sight of an ambulance arriving had poleaxed me. I stroked her head over her coat hood. "I'll tell you about it in a minute. Just let me watch what's happening." We waited, like everyone else. A quarter of an hour went by. By now, local TV news crews were turning up. Then I saw them come out. 2 boys with a trolley, and on top was a corpse in a body bag. I didn't have to see the face to know who was inside. I only hoped it had been quick for him. But judging by the condition of the Browns, I had a terrible feeling that it hadn't. I said, quietly, "We're going to go now, Kelly. Pat's not there tonight." I felt as if one of my most treasured possessions had been stolen from under my nose, and I knew that I'd never get it back. Our friendship had been rekindled after all these years, and this was the price he had paid for it. I felt lost and desperate, as if I'd got detached from the rest of my patrol in hostile territory, without a map or a weapon, and no hint of which way to go. He had been a true friend. Even after all these years of not seeing each other, I would miss the man with no arse. As Pat was being loaded into the ambulance, I forced myself to cut away from the emotion. I turned and started to walk back down the way we'd come, to avoid the police. One of the cars had now left with its siren going, and the ambulance was just about to. I imagined the scene of the crime people inside the apartment, putting on their coveralls and unpacking their gear. Again, I tried to cut away, make myself look at the situation logically. Pat was gone. Now all I had left was Ewan. But it was much harder to do than it normally was. We took the first left to get off the main drag, and I listened as the ambulance siren twice went off to manoeuvre in the traffic. We carried on along the road. It wasn't a main thoroughfare, and was residential on both sides, large houses with wide stone staircases leading up to the front doors. I had Kelly's hand, and we were walking without talking. Feelings about Pat had no place in my mind at the moment. What mattered was what information he could have given about us to whoever had zapped him. Pyra or Luther & Co., who could tell? It had to be one or the other, assuming his death was connected with me, of course. Fuck knows what else he could have been up to. However, I had to work on the basis that whoever killed him wanted to know where we were. All Pat knew was the phone number, and that I was planning on going into the Pyra office. Operational security might have saved our lives. I was thinking so hard that at first the voice didn't really register. Then I thought it was Kelly, and I was going to give her hand a bit of a squeeze and tell her to be quiet and let me think. But then it spoke again, a man's voice, low and resolute, and this time there was no mistaking the words. "Freeze! If you move, I'll kill you. Stay exactly where you are. Do not move." It wasn't a druggy voice. It wasn't a young, nervous voice. It was a voice that was in total control. End of Side 7. Side 8. Chapter 29. I kept my hands where they were. Kelly flung her arms around my waist. "It's okay. It's all right. They aren't going to hurt you." I lied like a cheap watch. His footsteps moved from behind me and to the left. He must have come from the service alley that ran behind the houses we'd just passed. He said, "You have two choices. Get smart by keeping still. Get dead by moving." The voice was late 20s, early 30s, precise, well drilled. It was pointless trying to draw down on him. He would kill me the instant I made a move. I decided to take choice 1. More footsteps came from the other side, and somebody was tugging Kelly away. She cried out, "Nick! Nick!" But I could do nothing to help, and her grip was no match for theirs. She was dragged behind me and out of sight. I still couldn't see anything of the guys who'd caught us. I made myself calm down and accept what was happening. The voice started to give me commands in the same no-nonsense, almost pleasant voice. He said, "I want you to raise your hands slowly and put them on top of your head. Do that now." When I'd complied, he said, "Now turn around." I turned slowly and saw a short, dark-haired man aiming a pistol at me in a very professional manner. He was standing about 10 meters from me at the entrance to the alleyway. He was breathing heavily, probably after running round the streets to find us both. He was wearing a suit, and I saw Velcro. I now knew who'd got to Pat. "Walk towards me. Do it now." I couldn't see Kelly. She must already have been taken down the alleyway. They'd got her at last. I pictured Aida's savage little body as I came towards him. "Stop. Turn left." Very low, very calm and confident. As he said it, I heard a car pull up to my right, and out of the corner of my eye I could see it was the Caprice from the first motel. "Walk." I moved into the alleyway. Still no sign of Kelly. I heard, "Get on your knees." I knelt down. I'd never been particularly worried about dying. We've all got to check out sometime. When it did happen, I just wanted it to be nice and quick. I'd always hoped there was an afterlife, but not as reincarnation back on Earth. I'd hate to find myself back here as something low down the food chain. But I wouldn't mind a spiritual thing, where you just become aware of everything, from the truth about the creation of mankind to the recipe for Coca-Cola. I'd always had the feeling that I was going to die young, but this was just a bit too early. Nothing was happening, and nothing was said. Then what must have been that Caprice drove into the alley behind me, its headlights illuminating the backs of the houses. Each had facing garages and 3 or 4 cars parked along the sides of the alley. I could see my kneeling shadow cast against the wet tarmac. The engine was still running, and I heard the doors being opened. There was radio traffic from a different voice. This one had an accent that should have been selling hot dogs in New York. He was giving a location. "Affirmative. We're in the service road for Dent and Avon. We are on the south side. You'll see our lights." "Affirmative. We have both of them." I stayed on my knees with my hands on my head in the rain, while we waited for the others to arrive. I heard footsteps coming towards me from the car. I clenched my teeth and closed my eyes, expecting to be given the good news. They walked slightly past me to my right, and stopped. I didn't hear the second one come up behind me. I just felt a heavy hand grip my own firmly on my head, as the other felt for my weapon. The hand pulled out the cig, and I watched him check the safety catch in front of my face. Then he released his grip on my hands, and in the same movement produced a clear plastic bag. I could smell coffee on his slightly laboured breath. Nothing happened for a moment or two, apart from the rustling of the bag behind me. Into view on my right came a man who looked a bit of a fashion seeker, dressed in a black suit with a mandarin jacket. Fuck me, it was Mr. Armani. He was maybe late 20s, very clean cut, and dark and smooth. He probably glided over the ground so his shoes never got wet. He was covering me. I heard Kelly crying in the background. She must be in the car. Fuck knows how she got there, but at least I knew where she was. The man behind me carried on the search and placed my stuff in the bag. The hot dog seller was being quite good with her. He didn't sound too aggressive or rough. Maybe he had kids of his own.
It's okay, he said. What's your name?
I couldn't hear her reply, but I heard him say,
No, little lady, I don't think your name's Josie. I think your name is Kelly.
Good one, mate. At least you tried. Car lights stopped on the main drag about 150 metres further down at the end of the alleyway. Then reversing lights were coming towards me. By now all my stuff was in the plastic bag and being held by whoever was behind me. I was still on my knees, hands on head, with Mr. Armani hovering to my right. There were noises of more people behind me. I was hoping that it was passers-by who'd report it, but to whom? My hopes collapsed as I heard the driver get out of the car and start to speak.
That's okay, folks. All under control. There's nothing to see here.
I was confused. How could they just move people on, unless they were law enforcement? Maybe there was a glimmer of hope. Maybe I'd be able to talk my way out of this one. I still had the backup disc hidden. Maybe I could bargain with it. The reversing car stopped about 5 metres away, and 3 people got out. The driver from the left-hand side, and 2 out of the back. At first they were in shadow and I couldn't see their faces, but then one walked into the glare of the other car's headlights, and then I knew I was really in the shit. Luther was looking a little the worse for wear, and he wasn't blowing me kisses. Caught in the headlights, he looked like a pissed-off devil with a large boil dressing. He still had a suit on, but he wouldn't be wearing a tie for a while. I could tell by the smile on his face that he had a few tricks saved up for me. Fair one. He walked towards me, and I thought he was going to make a point. I closed my eyes and got ready to take the hit, but he walked straight past. That scared me even more. Luther started to talk as he got to the car. Hi, Kelly. Remember me? My name's Luther. There were some mumblings in reply. I was straining to hear the conversation, but only the adult voice was audible. Don't you remember me? I came to pick up your daddy for work a couple of times. You have to come with me now, because I've been sent to look after you. I could hear protests from the car. No, he's not dead. He wants me to collect you. Now come on, move it, you little bitch. Kelly screamed. Nick! Nick! I don't want to go! She sounded terrified. Luther walked back to his car with her. He had his arm around her tight to stop her from bucking and kicking with fright. It was all over in a few seconds. Once Kelly was secure in the back of the car, all 3 drove off. I felt as if I had been taken down by the fire extinguisher again. Get up. My hands were still on my head, and I felt someone's hand grip onto my right tricep and lift me up. I heard the car behind me move. I looked to my right. The short guy had hold of me with his left hand. In his right he had the plastic bag with Kev's mobile, my weapon, wallet, passport, ATM card and loose change. He turned me round to face the car, which had just finished moving side-on in the road, pointing towards the right, and pushed me towards it. Mr. Armani had me covered. I'd stayed calm so far. But I had to get out of this shit now. I was going to be killed. It was as easy as that. The engine was running, and I had about 10 metres in which to do something. Whatever I did, there would have to be a lot of speed, aggression, and surprise, and it must work first time. If not, I was dead. The guy who was holding me was right-handed, or he wouldn't be dragging me along with his left, and, therefore, if I started fucking about, he would have to drop the bag and draw his pistol. If I was wrong about that, I would soon be dying. But I was dead anyway, so fuck it. Why not go for it? There were about 3 metres left between me and the car. By now Mr. Armani had glided to the rear door to open it, and as his eyes glanced down for the door handle, I knew it was time. "Yeah!" Screaming at the top of my voice, I brought my right hand down hard, half-turned my hips, and hit his left shoulder as hard as I could. I'd got surprise. All three now had to take in what was going on and make an assessment. It would take them little more than a second to turn that assessment into reaction. As I hit him, I started to push in an attempt to spin him to his left so that his right-hand side would come towards me. We were both screaming now. He'd already made his assessment. He dropped the bag and was going for his weapon. I knew that for him, too, it was happening in slow time. I could see the saliva spray out of his mouth as he shouted a warning to the others. There was nothing to worry about with the other two at the moment. If they were quicker than me, knowing about it wouldn't make it any better. Looking down at his belt, I could see the pistol moving slowly towards me as he spun round. Nothing else mattered. I kept my eyes on it. I heard the other two screaming. We were all at it. The Colt 45 is a single-action weapon, which means that all the trigger does is release the hammer. To cock the hammer in the first place and chamber the first round, you must rack back the top slide by pinching in with the fingers and thumb of the left hand against its serrations, pulling it back firmly to the rear and releasing. The pistol can be carried, cocked and locked, hammer back and safety on, with a round in the breech. The Colt also has both a manual safety and a grip safety. Even if the manual safety is off, your hand must be firm enough on the grip to keep the grip safety depressed, or the weapon won't fire. I grabbed the pistol with my left hand. I didn't care where. At the same time I brought my right hand down with 4 fingers together and my thumb stretched out to present a big recess for the weapon. I pushed onto it with the web of my hand, taking the manual safety catch off with my thumb and using the web of my hand to release the grip safety by holding the weapon correctly. I couldn't see if the hammer was back or not, and I had no way of knowing if the weapon had a round in the chamber. With my left hand, I racked the top slide back to cock it. It had already been cocked. A brass round spun out of the ejection port, glinting as it tumbled in the streetlights. It didn't matter losing 1 round. At least I wouldn't get a dead man's click. I knew the first threat was Mr. Armani. He had a weapon in his hand. I carried on turning in the direction the shoulder hit had taken me, and as I did, I came up into the aim, firing low, because these fuckers wore armor. Armani went down. I didn't know if he was dead or not. I carried on spinning and dropped the short guy, moved forward and looked at the driver. He was still in his seat, but in a crouched position, screaming and writhing. I ran to his side of the car, pointing the pistol. "Move over! Move over! Move over!" I pulled the door open, and keeping the pistol at the aim, kicked him with my right leg. I wasn't going to start dragging him out. It would take too long. I just wanted to get in the car and go. I shoved the muzzle into his cheek and pulled out his weapon, kept it, and threw mine out. I didn't know how many rounds were left. The injury was to his upper right arm. There was a small entry hole in the material, but not much blood around the site. He must have taken one of the rounds aimed at Armani as I spun round. His hand, however, was red and dripping from where blood was coursing down his arm. The 45 round is big and heavy and doesn't fuck around. The massive exit wound would have blown away most of the underside of his arm. I would be having no problems from this boy. As I drove off, I screamed at him, "Where are they going? Where are they going?" His answer was half a cry, half a shout. "Fuck you! Fuck you!" His dark grey suit was turning brown with blood. I jabbed his leg hard with the pistol. "Where are they going?" We were in a narrow residential road. I took off both wing mirrors in the process of turning to question him. He told me to fuck off again, so I fired. I could feel the air pressure change as the gases left the barrel, and then the smell of cordite filled the air. There was an explosion of material and flesh as the round ploughed a 12-inch furrow along and down into his leg. He howled like a stuck pig. I didn't know where I was heading. The driver's screams quickly subsided, but he kept thrashing about. His convulsions left him on his knees in the footwell with his head on the seat. He was starting to go into shock. He was probably wishing he did sell hot dogs in New York. "Where are they going?" I demanded again. I didn't want him to pass out before I got the information.
"They're heading south," he moaned. 195 south.
We were speeding on the elevated section of highway that took us to the interstate. I looked across. "Who are you?" His face screwed up in pain as he fought for breath. He didn't reply. I hit him on the temple with the pistol. He gave a low moan and moved his fingers sluggishly from his leg to his head. We passed the Pentagon. Then I saw the sign for the Calypso Hotel. It seemed like a bad dream. "Who are you? Tell me why you're after me!" I could barely hear his reply. His mouth was dribbling blood, and he was finding it hard to breathe.
"Let me go, man. Just leave me here, and I'll tell you."
No way was I falling for that one. "You're going to die soon. Tell me, and I'll help you. Why are you trying to kill us? Who are you?" His head lolled. He didn't reply, because he couldn't. I found them just short of the Beltway, in the middle of the 3 lanes. It was easy to pick them out in my headlights, and I could see it was still 3 up, 1 in the front, 2 in the back. No sign of Kelly, but there was enough space between the 2 boys in the back to have another body between them. She was only a little fucker. Her head wouldn't be showing. I couldn't do anything on the freeway, so now was the time to calm down and get my head round the next plan. What was I going to do? Whatever it was, it had to be soon, because I didn't know their destination, and 195 goes all the way to Florida. Much nearer, however, about 30 minutes away, was Quantico, the FBI and DEA Academy. It was starting to make sense. Luther and the black guy coming to the house, both knowing Kev. They were all the same group. But why would they kill Kev? And if they were the killers, what connection then did bad DEA have with my friends over the water? Was there something happening here between these 2 groups that Kev had discovered and got fucked over for? I thought again of Florida, and it gave me an idea. I tucked it away for later. I looked down at the driver. He was in a shit state, still losing blood. He was sitting in a pool of it because the rubber mat in the footwell stopped the carpet from soaking it up. I could see his face as the lights from the opposite side of the freeway hit us now and again. All the agitation had drained from it, and he looked ashen like an old fish. Life was slowly going out of his eyes, which were staring into space. He was going to die soon. Tough shit. I reached over, flipped open his jacket, and took the 2 magazines that were in a holder on his shoulder holster. He was oblivious to what I was doing. He was in his own place now, perhaps reflecting on his life before he died. I had surveillance on the target car. My wipers were on quick time as the trucks and cars splashed more water onto the windscreen than the rain itself. I put the demister on full blast. The driver's leaking blood and my own sweating body were misting up the car big time. A freeway was perfect for my purposes. I could just drive along and even allow a bit of distance to develop, to the point of letting another car get in between me and the target. As an exit came up, I'd just get a little bit closer. If he was going to turn off, I could then filter in naturally and come up behind him. After about another 5 minutes, I saw a sign saying, "Lawton, 1 mile." They started to indicate that they were getting into the filter lane to take the off-ramp. They weren't going to Quantico after all. There was no time to think about that. This was the time to hit them. I glanced down, changed mags, and checked chamber. As I came across to get in lane, I realized for the first time that we were driving through heavily wooded terrain. The tires throbbed rhythmically as they hit the joints in the concrete freeway. By now the driver had slumped completely into the footwell, with his back against the door. It was only the body armor under his shirt that gave him posture. He was dead. I was now in the filter lane and just 20 meters behind their vehicle, close enough to be on top of them, but far enough so that if they looked behind, they'd just see headlights. I saw no heads turning round. They weren't looking aware. I started to take deep breaths and spark myself up. The Lawton exit ramp was a slight uphill with a gentle right-hand bend. The tall trees each side gave the impression of a tunnel. I planned to do it at the first junction. My brain was in overdrive, getting me into a mindset, trying to take the fear away. I could see traffic lights in the middle distance and put my foot on the gas to close up even more. Their brake lights came on, then their right-hand indicator. A truck thundered past from left to right. It looked like it was a wide major road ahead. The car started its right turn. Pushing myself back into the seat, I put my foot down hard on the accelerator and braced my arms on the wheel. I must have been doing about 45 miles per hour and was still accelerating as I drew level and yanked the wheel hard right. My right wing hit the front of theirs. There was a massive jolt. My airbag exploded as the car slewed round into the main drag. The other car spun sideways. I heard glass shattering and the screech of tortured rubber. The moment the vehicle came to a halt, I stabbed at the seatbelt release and opened the door. The air felt freezing. At first, all I could hear was the hiss of the radiator and the ping, ping, ping warning that the door was open and the lights on. Then came the sound of muffled shouts from inside the other vehicle. The first priority was the driver. The car had to be immobilized. He was still fighting his seatbelt. I fired through the windscreen. I didn't know where I hit him, but he was down. As I looked into the back, I could see Kelly, or at least her shape. She was low down in the footwell, hands over her ears. Luther was getting his first rounds down on me. His door was half open, and he was starting to roll out. I'd have been doing the same, because a car draws fire, so get out of the way. As he rolled, I kept on firing, just below the level of the door. He screamed. I'd got him. I couldn't tell whether it was a direct hit or the splash of the round off the tarmac, but it didn't matter. The effect was the same. I moved from behind the bonnet of my car to take on the third guy. He was out now, but had had a change of heart. He put his hands up and yelled, "Don't do it! Don't do it!" His eyes were like saucers. I double-tapped him in the head. Kelly was still curled up in a ball in the footwell. She wasn't going anywhere. I searched the two bodies for wallets and magazines. I left Luther for last. He was on the ground behind his car, hands clutched to his chest. "Help me! Help me! Please!" He'd taken a round in the armpit as he rolled on the floor, and it must have carried on into his chest cavity. I thought of Kev, Marcia, and Aida, and kicked. He opened his mouth to scream, but all that came out was a gurgle. He was on his way out. Good. Let it happen slowly. I ran back for Kelly and lifted her out of her hiding place. I had to shout at her above her screams. "It's okay, Kelly! I'm here! It's okay!" I held her tight in my arms. She was nearly deafening me. "It's all over now! It's okay!" It wasn't. The police would be here soon. I looked around me. The junction was with a trunk road, 2 lanes in each direction. To my left and downhill was the 195 crossing the road by a bridge, with a Texaco gas station about 400 metres away on the other side of it on the right. Uphill, and about the same distance away, was a Best Western hotel cutting the skyline. Lights were coming from the exit road towards us. Luther was lying there softly moaning to himself. He wasn't dead, but it wouldn't be long. The lights came closer. Kelly was still hysterical. Grabbing her to conceal my pistol, I went behind the 2 cars. The lights were nearly level with us. I moved out and waved the vehicle down. The Good Samaritans were in a Toyota Previa, man and wife in the front, 2 kids in the back. I played the traumatized victim for all I was worth, shouting, "Help! Help!" as I rushed to the driver's side. The woman was at the wheel. She opened her door. "Oh, my gosh! Oh, my gosh!" Her husband already had his mobile out for an ambulance. I put the safety catch on and held the gun against her face. "Everybody out now! Get out! Get out now!" My other arm was windmilling like a madman's. Hopefully they'd think I was one. "Get out! I'll fucking kill you! Get out!" The one thing I did know about families is that no one will risk theirs. The husband started to lose it. "Please don't," he whimpered. "Please don't." Then he started to cry. Kelly had quietened down, listening to my act. It was the mother who kept her cool. "Okay, we are getting out. Dean, get the kids out. Out!" Dean got his act together. I yelled at him. "Throw your wallet back inside!" I bundled Kelly through the sliding door, slammed it shut, ran round to the driver's side, climbed up, and we were off. I wanted to get away from the initial danger area, then sort myself out. The freeway was out, because it would be too easy for the police to pick me up. I drove up onto the junction and turned left under the freeway bridge past the garage. The road became a normal 2-lane carriageway, and I put my foot down. This was no time to explain stuff to Kelly. She was curled up on the back seat, sobbing. My adrenaline rush was slowing down, but my face was soaked with sweat and I was lathering up. I took deep breaths, trying to get more oxygen into my body and calm everything down. I felt unbelievably angry with myself for losing control back there. I should have killed Luther straight away, not fucked about. I realized we were heading south, away from the airport. I'd have to stop and sort myself out instead of just running in a blind panic. I pulled over and checked the map book. Kelly didn't look good, but I didn't have too much of a clue what to say to comfort her. "I told you I was going to look after you," I tried. "Are you okay?" She looked up at me and nodded, her bottom lip quivering. I made a decision. Fuck it. Let's just go straight to the hotel, get the backup disc and clear off. I swung the Previa round in a U-turn, heading for the freeway. We stayed on it until we hit the Beltway. Blue lights flickered towards us. There must have been 10 of them. I wasn't worried. Even if they did ID me, they'd have to get across the central reservation. It took us just under an hour to get to the Economy Inn. We drove straight into the car park, and I told Kelly to wait where she was. If she did hear me, there was no reaction. I tried again, and got a nod. I went upstairs, got out my pistol, and made entry. I pulled the cabinet onto its side, the TV crashing onto the floor, and ripped the disc away from the tape. If Luther and Co. were connected with Pyra, they must know I had a disc. They had to assume it anyway. Retrieving the black bag, I went into the bathroom and threw 2 hand towels into the bath and ran the water. While that was happening, I got the plastic laundry bag from the drawer. I put in the wet towels and some soap. I walked out of the room and kept the Do Not Disturb sign on the handle. Kelly was still curled up on the back seat. We drove straight down the road to the Marriott. Chapter 30. I parked up alongside a line of cars and pickup trucks, and moved round to the back to dig out the towels. The moment I opened the door, Kelly ambushed me, throwing her arms round my neck and clinging on hard. Her whole body was shaking. I lifted her head off my shoulder. Blood from the boy I'd head-jobbed had gone over my jacket, and now some of it was on her face, too, mixing with her tears. I whispered in her ear, "It's okay now, Kelly. Really, it is. It's all over." She held on even harder. Her tears were warm and wet on my neck. I said, "I've got to go and get another car, so I want you to stay here. I won't be long." I started to lift her away from me to put her back on the seat, but she resisted, burying her face in my shoulder. I could feel the heat of her breath through the material of my jacket. I put my hand on the back of her head and rocked gently. For a moment, I didn't know who was clinging to whom. The idea of what was happening and who might be behind it scared me shitless. I had to confirm with Kelly what Luther had said, and now was as bad a time as any. "Kelly, do you know Luther? Was it true what he said about him coming to pick up Daddy?" I felt her head nod slowly against my shoulder. "I'll never leave you alone again, Kelly. Let's just clean ourselves up a bit, shall we?" I tried to sound happy as I used one of the wet hand towels to wipe her face. "If you're going to come with me, I'd better give you a really important job. I want you to look after the bag while I go and get a car, okay?" "Okay." As she dried herself, I checked the wallets. Just over $200 in all. The car park surrounded the whole hotel, and was lit only by borrowed light from the street. The area dividers that made it easier for people to find their cars were waist-high bushes and shrubs, with small trees around the main perimeter. There was plenty of shadow. I positioned Kelly in a clump of shrubbery with the bag. "Stay hiding until I stop the car and get out to fetch the bag, okay?" "Will I be able to see you?" she whispered, as she put up her hood. Her coat was already wet from the leaves. "I want to see you." I had my eye on a family Dodge in the long lines of cars. I said, "See that big blue car over there? That's the one I'm going to pick up." I didn't actually want to tell her I was going to steal it, which seemed mad after what had just happened. It took about 5 minutes to break in, but the vehicle started first time. I put the windscreen wipers and demister on full, wiping the inside of the screen with my sleeve. I reversed back to the bushes, stopped, and got out. She climbed into the front with a big smile, and we started driving off. I stopped. "Seat belt." She put it on. We headed south on 195. About 20 miles before the Lawton exit, we came across temporary traffic signs warning us that the junction was closed off. As we crossed the bridge, I looked down to my right and got a bird's-eye view of the shooting. Police cars were dotted all over the area, red and blue lights flashing. I didn't slow down with the rest of the traffic to take a closer look. The fuel gauge showed 3/4 full, so we'd be able to gain a decent distance before refueling. I turned on the radio, surfing the channels to find some news. There was quite a lot of traffic, which was good, because it made us just one of many, but the highway itself was mesmerizingly boring. The only variant was that sometimes it was 2 lanes, then 3, then back to 2. At least it had stopped raining. After 100 miles or so, I was knackered, and my eyes were starting to sting. I stopped for fuel just over the Virginia-North Carolina border and carried on south. Kelly was asleep in the back. By 1 a.m. we had travelled about 170 miles, but at least the speed limit was higher, up from 60 miles an hour to 70. I kept seeing large billboards featuring a cartoon of a Mexican, advertising a place called South of the Border. That would be our next stop, in 200 miles' time. We crossed the South Carolina border at about 5 a.m. South of the border was just a mile or 2 further down the road and turned out to be a mixture of service area and funfair. It was probably a great hit with families going to and from the beaches of North and South Carolina, covering a huge area and including beachwear shops, grocery stores, drugstores, even a bar with dancing. It looked as if it was still open, going by the number of cars parked outside. I started to refuel. The weather was only a little bit warmer than in D.C., but I could hear crickets. I definitely knew I was going south. I was still standing there watching the numbers spin on the pump when a brand-new 4-wheel drive Cherokee rolled onto the forecourt. Rap music blasted out as the doors opened. Inside were 4 white kids of college age, 2 boys and 2 girls. Kelly had already been woken by the strong white light under the filling station's canopy, and now took an interest in the mobile disco. I motioned with my hand through the window to ask her if she wanted a drink. She nodded, rubbing her eyes. I went inside, picked up some drinks and sandwiches, and went up to the pay desk. The cashier, a black guy in his late 50s, started totaling up my stuff. The 2 girls came in, followed by one of the boys. Both girls had dyed blonde, shoulder-length hair. The lad was skinny, spotty, and had a bum-fluff goatee beard. The cashier winked and said quietly, "Love is blind." I smiled in agreement. The girls were talking to each other, and their noise was louder than the music systems. Maybe they'd blown their eardrums. I looked outside at the other boy filling up. All were in the same uniform, baggy T-shirts and shorts. They looked as if they'd been to the beach. You could tell they had money. Daddy's money. They lined up behind me. One of the girls was going to pay. "That was the most totally cool day!" she shouted. I was meeting a real-life member of the cast of Clueless. By the sound of the conversation, their parents were total arseholes who never gave them enough money, even though they were loaded and could easily afford it. The black guy gave me my change and leaned over to me.
"Maybe getting a job would help."
His eyes twinkled. I smiled back and started to pick up my stuff from the counter. The girl came level with me to pay and opened up her purse. Clueless, too, still behind me with the boy, was pissed off with the cashier's comment and with me for agreeing.
"Look at that face, guys," she stage-whispered behind my back. "What's bitten you, mister?"
The lad guffawed. Daddy was very generous by the look of it, no matter what she said. I saw a wad of cash and enough cards for a hand of whist. The others behind me were holding the beers they'd got from the fridge and giggling. I left. Our vehicles were facing each other on the forecourt. Sitting in the front of the Cherokee was the 4th member of the group, who had finished filling up and was now air-drumming along to whatever the shit was on the CD. Kelly was lying on the back seat. I went over to her window, hiding just below it, then tapped. Kelly sat up, startled, and I held up her Coke. The other 3 were now coming out of the shop. Clueless, too, was still pissed off. As they got in their car, I heard one of the girls shriek,
fucking asshole!" "Is that the black asshole or the white asshole?" her friend replied, and they closed the doors to gales of laughter. I got into the Dodge and drove over to the airpoint. The story was now being told to the driver, and I could see them all getting worked up about it. The boys had to show how hard they were, and the girls didn't like being shown up in front of their beaux. There was a lot of chemistry driving out of the garage. As the Cherokee rolled off the forecourt, it caught me in its headlights, chatting away with Kelly as I checked the tyres. They slowed right down and looked at us. Clueless One must have made a funny about my appearance, because they all laughed, and the driver gave me the finger to make himself look good, and then zoomed off into the night. I gave it about a minute, backed out, and followed. I didn't want to do it on the highway unless I had to. Sooner or later, I guessed, they'd turn off the main drag so they could drink those beers out of sight of highway cops and maybe spread a couple of blankets on the ground. After just 5 miles, we followed the big Jeep onto a potholed tarmac road that seemed to go through the middle of nowhere. "Kelly, see that car ahead? I have to stop and ask them something. I want you to stay in the car, okay?" "Okay." She was more interested in the Coke. I didn't want to force them off the road or anything drastic. It had to look natural in case another car drove past. We passed a roadside shop that was closed, then a large truck park, then a trailer home site, and a big stretch of dark nothingness, then an isolated house. I was beginning to think I'd fucked up when at last it happened. I saw a stop sign 400 yards ahead. Accelerating, I got a bit closer and checked for other car lights. I drove up level on their left-hand side. Bipping my horn, I waved at them with the map book and gave a big smile. They all looked over, and as I turned the interior light on, they saw first me, then Kelly in the back, half asleep. They looked worried. Then obviously recognized me as the white asshole. Funnies were exchanged, and their beer cans came back up to their mouths from their hiding places. I got out. The crickets were louder out here than at the filling station. I kept looking at them, smiling. The map book was for Washington, D.C., but they weren't to know that, and by the time they did, it would be too late. The driver was making a comment to the rest, probably joking about driving off as soon as I got to the door. I said, "Hiya, can you help me? I'm trying to get to Raleigh," which was a place I'd seen signposted on the freeway, way back in North Carolina. As the electric window rolled down further, I could hear whispered giggles from the back seat for the driver to fuck me off. I could see he had other ideas, maybe to send me anywhere but Raleigh. "Sure, man, I'll show you." I put the map book through the open window and into his hands. "I don't know how I got lost. I must have taken the wrong turning after I got some gas." He didn't need the map book. He started to give directions, pointing down the road. "Hey, man, just turn left and go for about 20 miles until you see—" The girls were liking this one, working hard to stifle their sniggers. I got hold of his head with my left hand, pulled my pistol up, and stuck it into the young flesh of his cheek. "Oh, shit! He's got a gun! He's got a gun!" The other three fell silent, but the driver's mouth went into freewheel. "I'm sorry, man. It was a joke, just a joke. We're drunk, man. It's the bitch in the back who started it. I've got nothing against you, man." I couldn't even be bothered to answer him. I shouted into the back, "Throw your purses out, now!" My American accent was quite good, I thought. I just hoped I was looking scary enough. The girls passed over their handbags. By now the driver was trembling, and quiet tears rolled down his cheeks. The girls cuddled each other. I looked at the front passenger. "You!" He looked at me as if he was one of 100 I could be talking to. "Yeah, you! Give me your money out of this window!" It took all of 2 seconds for him to comply. Now it was the driver's turn, and he beat his pal's record. I reached in, took the keys, and put them in my pocket. He didn't look too clever now. I had another look round for lights. All clear. The pistol was still against his skin. I said quietly into his ear, "I'm going to kill you now." Everyone else heard it, and wanted nothing to do with him. I said, "Say whatever prayer you need to say, and be quick." He didn't pray. He begged. Please don't kill me, ma'am. Please don't. I looked down and saw that his shorts, made of grey sweatshirt material, were rather darker now. Daddy would not be impressed with the stains on his nice beige leather. I was quite enjoying it, but knew I had to get going. I stepped back and picked everything off the road. I glanced at Clueless, too. She looked like she'd swallowed a wasp. "What's bitten you?" I said. I got in the car, did a 180, and drove off. Kelly said, "Why did you make those people give you their things?" She sounded confused. "Because we need loads of money, and we're much nicer than they are, so they wanted us to have it." I looked at her in the rear-view mirror. She knew damned well I was lying. I said, "You want a job?" "Why?" "Count this money." She opened up the bags and wallets and piled all the notes in her lap. "More than $1 million, she said at length. "Maybe count it once more, to check." 5 minutes later, I got the more realistic figure of $336. The Clueless girls were wrong. Daddy was a diamond. We started seeing signs for Florence. That would do me fine. The town was 60 miles away, and it was about 5:20 in the morning. It would be getting light by 7-ish, and if possible, I wanted to be in a town before dawn. I'd dump the Dodge, and we'd have to find some other transport. Whatever, we needed to get to Florida. About 10 miles short, I saw a sign for a lay-by picnic area with toilets and an information kiosk. I pulled in and took a free map of the town and surrounding area. Kelly was semi-awake as we parked up. I opened the door and got out. The birds were singing, and I could just make out the pre-dawn. There was a little nip in the air, but you could tell it was going to be a nice warm day. It felt great to have a stretch. I stank of sweat and had a layer of grease on my skin. My eyes were stinging, and no doubt were bloodshot and swollen from lack of sleep. The pain in my neck still made me walk as if I had a plank of wood strapped to my back. The map showed a train station in the town. Not necessarily helpful, but it was a start. I got back into the car and started to get the bags and wallets together to dump. All were expensive leather. A couple were even monogrammed. Inside one of them I found heroin and a lump of pot in tinfoil. The spoiled brats had obviously been Easter breakers, college kids using up all their hormones before the next term. Mummy and Daddy worked their asses off and provided for these kids, and they thought the world owed them a living. Fuck 'em, I was glad I'd robbed them. I laughed. There was even a good chance they'd be too embarrassed even to report it. They were probably still sitting there, blaming each other and trying to think of a way of getting piss stains off leather upholstery. I dumped everything in the bins. We drove towards the station. It looked as if the town centre was terminally ill, but big efforts had been made to keep the patient alive. The old historical centre had been rejuvenated, but it seemed that every shop sold scented candles, guest soap, and potpourri. There was nothing there for real people, no life in it at all. We got to the station, and it could have been any station in any American town, full of the homeless who stayed there because it was warm. It reeked of bodies and decay. Drunks were sprawled on benches that nobody in their right mind would go near in case they got their head bitten off. I looked at the destination boards. It seemed we could get to DeLand by train, with a bus transfer to Daytona. It was just before 6 a.m. The train would be arriving at 7. The ticket office was already open, and looked as if it had been modelled on a Korean 7-Eleven. Wire mesh everywhere, painted white, but chipped. I could just about see the large black face behind it that was demanding to know where I wanted to go. An hour later we got on the train, found our seats, and collapsed. Our carriage was no more than half full. Kelly cuddled into me, dog-tired. "Nick." "What?" I was busy looking at the other passengers. They all looked like me, frazzled grown-ups looking after kids. "Where are we going?" "To see a friend." "Who's that?" She sounded happy at the idea. Probably she was fed up with my company. "He lives near the beach. His name's Frankie."
Are we going on vacation with him? No, Frankie's not that kind of friend. I decided to keep the conversation going, as she would be asleep in no time at all. The rhythmic sounds and motion of the train would soon send her off. Who's your best friend? Is it Melissa? Yes. We tell each other things that we promise not to tell anyone else. After declaring her undying love for Melissa, she started to tell me all her bad points, which mostly involved her playing with a girl Kelly didn't like. Who is your best friend, Nick? That was easy. But I wasn't going to say his name. If we were lifted again, I'd hate it if he was mentioned and put in danger. The sun was starting to burn through the windows. I leaned across her and pulled down the blind. My best friend is called David. It was about as far away from Ewan as I could think of. Just like you and Melissa, we tell each other things that no one else knows. In fact, he has a daughter who's just a little bit older than you. No one else knows about her, apart from David and me. And now, you. There was no reply. It seemed she was starting to doze off. I carried on anyway, I don't know why. We've known each other since we were 17, and we've been friends ever since. I started to stroke her hair. I was going to talk more, but found it really hard to tell her. I couldn't put it into words. Ewan and I were just there for each other, and always had been. That was it, really. I just didn't have the tools to describe it. Chapter 31. Frank de Sabatino had been crossed off the Christmas card list of LCN, La Cosa Nostra, in Miami, and, for his own protection, had been sent over to the UK on a federal witness protection scheme. I had been one of the team tasked with looking after him for the 3 months he spent in Abergavenny before returning to the US. I remembered Frankie as about 5 feet 5 inches and seedy. He had very black, tight, curly hair, which looked as if it had been permed in the style of a 1980s football player. The rest of him looked like the football itself. The FBI had been investigating LCN in South Florida. They don't use the word mafia, and had discovered that de Sabatino, a 34-year-old computer nerd who worked for one of the major players, had been skimming off hundreds of thousands of dollars from their drug operations. The government agents coerced de Sabatino into gathering evidence for their prosecution. He had no choice, because otherwise he would have been arrested and LCN told what he'd been up to. LCN members in prison would have done the rest. Pat had had a good relationship with him during the job, and we later joked that maybe that was why he'd got out straight afterwards. I now knew that Pat had liked to sample the goods a bit too much. Frankie's clothing had been anything but low profile. To him, subdued meant a pale orange shirt with purple trousers and alligator skin cowboy boots. Whatever he was wearing, his fat would push up against his shirt. It didn't take much imagination to see him as a bit of a pervy. The last I'd heard of him, he'd been given a new identity after the trial and, very surprisingly, had voted to stay in the United States, and even more weird, in Florida. Maybe the shirt selection wasn't so good elsewhere. I'd thought again about calling Ewan, but what could he do for me at the moment? I decided against. Better not use up all my resources at once. Frankie would help decrypt the Pyrus stuff. Then Ewan could help me once I was back in the UK. We got to DeLand station just before 2 p.m, and the transfer bus was waiting to take us to the coast. After so many hours of air conditioning on the train, the heat of the Florida afternoon hit us as if I'd opened the door of a blast furnace. Both of us were blinking like bats under the clear, oppressive sky, surrounded by people with tans and summer clothes. The electronic information scroll at the station told us it was 78 degrees. We boarded the hot bus, sat down, and waited for the PVC to stick to our backs as we chugged along the highway to Daytona Bus Depot. It was an uneventful trip. Occasionally, from behind us, would come the sound of rolling thunder, and a blur of chrome, leather, and sawn-off denim would flash past with the distinctive explosive bubbling gurgle of a Harley-Davidson. I'd forgotten Daytona was a mecca for bikers. From the bus window, the roadside diners looked black with them. 2 hours later, we trundled across the bridge, over the inland waterway, into downtown Daytona. We prized ourselves off the seats, and I reclaimed our bag. The first thing I did was buy us 2 freshly squeezed orange juices. As we walked from the shelter of the bus depot, I could feel the sunlight burning through my shirt. At the taxi rank, I asked the driver to take us to an ordinary hotel. "What kind of ordinary?" he asked. "The cheap sort." The driver was Latino. Gloria Estefan blasted out of the cassette player. He had a little statue of the Virgin Mary on the dashboard, a picture of his kids hanging off the mirror, and he was wearing a big, loud, flowery shirt de Sabatino would have died for. I wound down my window and let the breeze hit my face. We turned onto Atlantic Avenue, and I found myself staring at a massive white ribbon of hard-packed sand that stretched to infinity. We drove past diners, beachwear and biker shops, Chinese restaurants, oyster houses, 7-Elevens, parking lots, tacky hotels, then yet more diners and beachwear shops. This whole place was built for holidays. Everywhere I turned I saw hotels with brightly coloured murals. Nearly all had signs that said, "Breakers, welcome." There was even a cheerleaders' convention going on. I could see scores of girls in skimpy outfits strutting their stuff on a playing field outside the convention centre. Maybe Frankie was there, sitting in a corner, ogling. "Are we there yet?" Kelly asked. The driver said, 2 blocks more on the left." I saw all the usual chain hotels, and then ours, the Castaway Hotel. Standing on the sidewalk outside, listening to Gloria's singing disappearing into the distance, I looked at Kelly and said, "Yeah, I know. Crap." She grinned. "Triple-decker crap with cheese." Maybe, but it looked perfect for us. What was more, it was only $24 a night, though I could already tell from the outside that we'd only get $24 worth. I came out with the same old story, plus us being determined still to have our Disney holiday. I didn't think the woman at the desk believed a word I was saying, but she just didn't care, so long as I gave her the cash that went into the front pocket of her dirty black jeans. The landing our room was on was filled with boys who didn't look college material on vacation. Maybe they were in town because they'd heard about the cheerleaders. Our room was a small box with a pane of glass in one wall. The floor had a layer of dust that it would have been a shame to clean, and the heat bouncing off the breeze block made it feel like the black hole of Calcutta. "Once the air conditioning is on, it'll be okay," I said. "What air conditioning?" Kelly asked, looking at the bare walls. She flopped onto the bed, and I could have sworn I heard 1,000 bedbugs scream. "Can we go to the beach?" I was thinking the same, but the first priority, as ever, was the kit. "We'll go out soon. Do you want to help me sort everything out first?" She seemed happy at the suggestion. I gave her the 45 magazines from the Lawton turn-off shooting. "Can you take the bullets out and put them in there?" I pointed to the side pocket of the bag. The mags didn't fit into my SIG, but the rounds were the same. "Sure." She looked really pleased. I didn't show her how to do it, because I wanted to keep her busy. I hid the backup disc inside the bed, using one of the screwdrivers to rip the lining. Then I got the washing kit out, and had a shower and a shave. The scabs were a dark colour now, and hard. I got dressed in my new jeans and grey T-shirt. Then I got Kelly cleaned up too. It was 4:45. She was still getting dressed in black trousers and a green sweatshirt as I leaned over to the cabinet between the 2 beds and pulled out the telephone book. "What's this when it's at home?" I pointed a thumb at the TV. "The Big Bad Beetleborgs." "The who?" She started to explain, but I wasn't really listening. I just nodded and agreed and read the phone book. I was looking for the surname De Niro. It was a crazy name for him to have chosen, but I remembered that was what he'd renamed himself, Al De Niro. For somebody who was supposed to spend his life in low profile, it wasn't exactly the most secure. But he was Al and Bob's biggest fan. The only reason he'd got involved in the drug scene in the first place was that he'd seen Al Pacino in Scarface. His whole life had been a fantasy.
He knew all the dialogue from their films. He'd even entertained us in Abergavenny with passable impressions. Sad, but true. Needless to say, there was no listing under A. De Niro. I tried directory inquiries. They couldn't help either. The next step would be to start phoning all around the state, or to get a private eye onto it with some story, but that was going to take a lot of time and money. I got up and walked over to the curtains, scratching my arse, until I realized Kelly was watching, and pulled them back. We were two bats in the bat cave again, exposed to the deadly sunlight. Craning my neck round to the left, I could just about see the ocean view I'd paid an extra $5 for. People were strewn all over the beach. There was a young couple who couldn't keep their hands off each other, and families, some with tans and others like us, the lily-white ones, who looked like uncooked chips. Maybe they'd come on the same train. The boys from the room 3 along had obviously finished wiring in the sound system from hell, because heavy bass music began banging through the walls. I could picture the dust dancing. They came onto the landing. All 4 of them had loud vests on, and shorts that went down to their knees. They looked drunk, and were putting cream on their new, still scabby, tribal armband tattoos. I turned to Kelly. She was happy enough that the Beetleborgs had saved the world again, but looked bored. "What are we going to do now?" she said. "I've got to find my friend, but I'm not sure where he lives. I'm just thinking about how to go about it." "The computer geek you told me about?" I nodded. All very nonchalant, she said, "Why don't you try the net?" She wasn't even looking at me. She was now back to watching the shit on the TV. "Of course! The bloke is a computer freak. There's no way he's not going to be on the internet, probably surfing the porn pages for pictures of naked teenagers." It was as good a starting point as any. Better than my private eye idea, anyway. I walked over to the bag. "You can use the net, can you?" "Of course. We do it at preschool." "Preschool?" "Where you go before school starts, so parents can go to work. And we use the net every morning. They teach us how to use it." I started to get the laptop out, feeling quite excited about this girl's genius. The grunge brigade outside were now shouting stuff from the landing. It was hormone time. I suddenly realized that, even if there was an internal modem and internet software on the laptop, it would be no good to me. I didn't have any credit cards I could use to register with, and I couldn't use the stolen ones because they'd need a billing address. I put the laptop on the bed. "Good idea," I said, "but I can't do it on this machine." Still looking at the TV, she was now drinking a warm Minute Maid that had been in the bag, using both hands on the carton so she didn't have to tilt her head and miss anything. She said, "We'll just go to a cyber cafe. When Melissa's house didn't have a telephone for weeks, her mummy used to go to the cyber cafe for her email." "Oh, did she?" Cyberchino was a coffee shop with croissants, sticky buns and sandwiches, with the addition of office dividers to create small cubicles. In each was a PC, with a little recess for food and drink. Pinned on the dividers were notices about session times, how to log on, and little business cards advertising various sites. I bought coffee, Danish pastries, and Coke, and tried to log on. In the end, I handed the controls to a more skilled pilot. Kelly zoomed off into cyberspace as if it was her own backyard. "Is he AOL, MSN, CompuServe, or what?" she demanded. I didn't have a clue. She shrugged. "We'll use a search engine." Less than a minute later, we were visiting a site called Infospace. She hit the email icon, and a dialog box appeared. "Surname?" I spelled out De Niro. "First name?" Al. "City?" "Better leave that blank. Just put Florida. He might have moved." She hit search, and moments later, up came his email address. I couldn't believe it. There was even a send mail icon, which she hit. I sent him a message saying I wanted to contact Al De Niro, or anyone who was a Pacino De Niro fan and knew Nicky 2 from the UK. That was the nickname de Sabatino had given me. There were 3 Nicks on the team. I was the second one he'd come into contact with.
When we met, he would do his godfather thing, holding out his arms, saying, "Hey, Nicky too!" as he gave me a kiss and a hug. Thankfully, he did that to everyone. The cafe would open the next day at 10 a.m. Our session fee included the use of the Cyberchino address, so I signed off by saying that I would log on at 10:15 tomorrow to retrieve any messages. The risk was small that his email was being monitored and somebody could make a connection between me and Nicky too. By now I was hungry, and so was Kelly, and for more than sticky buns. We walked back towards the main strip and stopped at our favourite restaurant. We ordered to go, and ate our Big Macs on the walk back. The temperature was still in the 70s, even at this time of the evening. "Can't we play mini-golf?" Kelly said. She pointed to what looked like a cross between Disneyland and Glen Eagles, with trees, waterfalls, and a pirate ship, all made to look like a floodlit treasure island. I actually enjoyed it. There was no danger, and the pressure release was tremendous, even if Kelly was cheating. She started to putt on the 11th hole. A dragon behind us was blowing out water rather than fire from its cave. "Nick?" "What?" I was busy working out how to negotiate the 90-degree angle I needed to hole the ball. "Will we see your friend? You know, David?" "Maybe someday." I putted, and it didn't work. I was stuck on the water obstacle. "Have you got any sisters or brothers?" It felt like 20 questions. "Yes, I have." "How many?" I marked my card after 6 attempts on a par 3 hole. 3 brothers. I decided to cut the interrogation. They're called John, Joe, and Jim. "Oh. How old are they?" She got me on that one. I didn't even know where they lived, let alone how old they were. "I don't know, really." "Why not?" I found it hard to explain because I didn't really know the answer. "Because." I positioned the ball for her to putt. "Come on, or we'll hold everyone up." On the way back, I felt strangely close to her, and that worried me. She seemed to have latched onto me as a stand-in parent, and we'd only been together 6 days. I couldn't take the place of Kevin Marcia, even if I wanted to. The prospect was too scary. It was ice cream for breakfast. Then we logged on at 10:15. There was a message waiting for us, telling us to visit a chat room. Kelly hit a few keys, and there we were. De Sabatino was waiting for us, or at least someone called Big Al was. A dialogue box invited us to a private room for a one-on-one. Thank goodness Kelly was there to do the navigating. I got straight down to it. Kelly typed, "I need your help." "What do you want?" "I've got something here that I need you to decode or translate. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but I know you'll be able to do it." "What is it? Work?" I needed to get him hooked. For him, half the point of nicking all that money had been the sheer kick of doing it. The juice. Thinking about it now, Pat had probably got the term from Big Al in the first place. This guy enjoyed getting one over on the big boys. He needed to be involved, to be part of something, and I knew that if I used the right bait, he'd come and see me. I spoke, and she typed, "I'm not going to tell you. Believe me, it's good. If you want to look, you'll have to see me. I'm in Daytona." And then I started to lie. "Other people say it's impossible. I thought of you." I'd got him. Straight away he came back. "What format?" I told him all the details. He said, "Can't see you until 9 p.m. tonight, outside Boot Hill Saloon, Main Street." "I'll be there." Big Al came back. "Yee-haw, yee-haw." There was fuck all changed about him then. Kelly logged off, and we paid the $12. About 100th of what a private eye would have cost me. Now we had hours to kill. We bought sunglasses, and I also got Kelly a fashionable pair of shorts, a t-shirt, and sandals. I had to stay as I was, wearing my shirt over my trousers to cover my pistol. The only addition was a bandana to cover the cut on my forehead.
Chrome aviators covered the lower one. With the wind on our faces, we mooched along the beach. It was that time of day when the restaurants were starting to fill up with people wanting early lunches. Back at the hotel, I made some calls to check flights out of the country. If the stuff Big Al decrypted for me seemed to be what Simmons wanted, Kelly and I were out of here. I knew Big Al would have the contacts and resources to get passports for our exit, even money. Then it was lunch, followed by 18 holes with the pirates. I let her win, and then it was time to start getting ready for the meet. At about 7:30 the sun started to go down, and the street neon came on. Suddenly it was another world, with music pumping out of the shops, and the kids now driving faster up and down the strip than the legal 10 miles an hour. I didn't know what it was. The weather, maybe, but I felt detached from the situation I was in. It was just the two of us. We were having fun, eating ice creams and walking around looking in shops. She was doing normal kid things, even to the point of looking at something in a shop window and giving it the "look at that" act, as in, hint, hint, "Are you going to buy it for me?" I found myself acting the parent, saying, "No, I think we've had enough today." I did worry about her. I felt she should be more upset, shouldn't really be taking it so well. Maybe she hadn't understood what I'd said to her about her family. Maybe her subconscious was putting a lid on it. At the moment, however, that was exactly what I needed, a child looking and behaving normally. We stopped outside a toy shop. She asked for a ring in the window that glowed in the dark. I lied and said I had no money left. "Can't you steal it for me?" she said. We had a serious talk about right and wrong. She was getting along too well with this on-the-run thing. It was round about 8:45 by now. We'd had a pizza, and at that time of night on holiday, the next thing you should always have is Häagen-Dazs. Afterwards, we started to wander to the rendezvous with Big Al. We squeezed past ranks of parked motorcycles and jostling crowds, most wearing T-shirts with bike slogans. I got us into a position from where I could see both approaches to the Boot Hill Saloon, in the old graveyard on the other side of the road. It was all that remained of the original town that was there in the 1920s, the only thing that couldn't be ripped apart and have a hotel built on it. As bikers parked up and opened the doors, loud rock and roll thundered from the bar. It collided, head-on, with the Latin and rap that were blaring from the vehicles cruising up and down. It was that body-fluid time of night, and groups of breakers were hanging out of jeeps and pickups with banks of 6 or 7 speakers in the back. Some even had electric blue lights fitted under the car. As they drove past, they looked like hovering spaceships playing music from Mars. I thought about our friends in the Cherokee. I wondered if they'd got home yet. Kelly and I just waited, eating our ice creams and sitting on a bank next to Mrs. J. Mostyn, who went to Our Saviour on the 16th of July, 1924. God rest her soul. Chapter 32. Main Street wasn't, in fact, the main drag, but a road that led from the sea to a bridge over the inland waterway. Daytona has a bike week each year, and this was the street on which the thousands of bikers descended. It was a one-theme street, and that theme was Harleys. If it wasn't a bike bar, it seemed to be a shop selling spare parts, helmets, or leathers. And, even when the convention wasn't on, bikes with helmets on the seats were lined up by the dozen outside bars with names like the Boot Hill Saloon, Dirty Harry's, or Froggy's, where there was even a bike made of dusty bones in the window. I could spot Big Al a mile off as he shambled towards us from the direction of the bridge. He was wearing a blue, white, and yellow Hawaiian shirt and pale pink trousers, both straining against a body that was even fatter than I remembered it. His outfit was set off by white shoes and the same shaggy hairstyle, looking like an out-of-work extra from Miami Vice. In his left hand he carried a briefcase, which was a good sign. He'd brought with him the tools of his trade. I watched him duck into the Main Street cigar store and emerge, chomping on a huge Corona.
He stopped outside the saloon, Harleys all around him. He put down his briefcase between his feet and stood there sucking his cigar as if he owned the place. Behind him was an enormous mural of a biker on the beach, which covered one entire wall of the saloon. A board announced, "No colours, club patches, or insignias." I nudged Kelly. "See that man over there?" "Which one?" "The one with the really big flowery shirt on, the big fat man." "You mean the Geekazoid?" "What?" "Next one up from Geek." "Whatever," I grinned. "He's the man we're going to see." A metro bus passed between us. Splashed along its side was an ad for SeaWorld, showing a giant orca leaping out of the pool. Kelly and I looked at the bus, then at each other, and burst out laughing. She said, "Why didn't we wait over there for him?" No. What you do is stand off and watch. See what I'm doing? I'm looking up and down the road just to make sure there's no bad guys following him. Then I know we're safe. What do you think? Reckon it's okay? Suddenly she'd become all-important. She looked up and down and said, "All clear." She didn't have a clue what she was looking for. "Come on, then. Give me your hand. We've got to be careful with these cars driving so fast." We left Mrs. Mostyn and stopped at the edge of the curb. I said, "When we go and meet him, I might have to do stuff that looks horrible, but actually it's not. It's stuff that we do all the time. He understands it." As we dodged through the traffic, she said, "Okay." After what she'd been seeing lately, this would be kindergarten stuff. We got closer, and he was certainly looking older. He recognized me from 20 yards away, and was suddenly starring in The Godfather again. Cigar into his right hand, arms thrown out wide, head cocked to one side, he growled, "Oh, it's Nicky too!" He had a smile on his face the size of half a watermelon. It was probably shit living in hiding, and at last he had somebody from the past he could talk freely with. He jammed the cigar back into his mouth, picked up his briefcase in his right hand, and walked towards us, his fat thighs rubbing together. "Hey, how's it going?" He beamed and started pumping my hand, at the same time studying Kelly. He stank of flowery aftershave. "And who's this pretty little lady, then?" He bent down to greet her, and I felt a slight twinge of wariness. Maybe the charm was genuine, but for some reason it made me feel a bit revolted. I said, "This is Kelly. She's one of my friend's daughters, and I'm looking after her for a while." I very much doubted he knew what had been going on up north. He certainly didn't know Kev. Still bending down and shaking her hand for a bit too long, he said, "It's great here. We've got SeaWorld, Disney World, everything to make a little lady happy. This is the Sunshine State." He stood up and said, slightly out of breath, "Where are we going?" He pointed hopefully and said, "Main Street Pier? Shrimp?" I shook my head. "No, we'll go back to the hotel. I've got all the stuff there I want you to have a look at. Follow me." I held Kelly's hand in my left and got him on the right. As we walked, we made small talk about how wonderful it was to see each other again, but he knew very well that this meeting wasn't casual, and he liked it. He got off on this sort of stuff, just like Al and Bob. We turned right and took the first turning left, which was into a parking area behind the shops. I looked at Kelly and nodded to show everything was fine, then let go of her hand. Big Al was still jabbering away. I grabbed his left arm with both hands and used his own momentum to turn him against the wall. He hit it with quite a bounce. I pushed him into the doorway of a restaurant's fire exit. "It's cool. I'm cool." Big Al was keeping a low voice. He knew the score. Just looking at him, it was obvious he couldn't conceal so much as a playing card under his clothes, let alone a weapon. The material was stretched so tight against his skin. However, I ran my hand down the back of his spine, in case he had something concealed in the lumbar region. The natural curve makes it a wonderful place to hide odds and ends, and Big Al's was curvier than most. I carried on, screening him. He looked down at Kelly, who was watching everything. He winked. "I suppose you've seen him do this lots of times." My daddy does it as well, in heaven.
Oh, okay, yeah. Smart kid, smart kid.
He looked at her and tried to work that one out. Then came the bit that he probably enjoyed most, me running my hand up his trouser legs. I checked thoroughly at the top. I said, "You know I need to look in your briefcase now, don't you?"
"Yeah, sure."
He opened it up. I found 2 cigars in tubes, and all his work bits and pieces. Floppy disks, a backup drive and disks, leads, wires, all sorts of shit. I had a quick feel around to make sure there wasn't a secret panel. I was happy. He was also. In fact, he probably had a hard-on. I said, "Right, let's go."
"Let's get some ice cream on the way,"
he suggested. We waved down a cab. Kelly and I got in the back, and he squeezed into the front, resting a 2-pint tub of Ben & Jerry's on his briefcase. We got to the hotel and went to the room. His body language was excited, probably because he thought it was like the old days, all spies and sneaky-beaky, and the cheapness of the room only made it all the more exhilarating for him. He put his briefcase on one of the beds, opened it up, and started taking out all his gizmos. He fished.
"So, what do you get up to these days?"
I didn't reply. Kelly and I were sitting on the bed, not really doing much except watch what was going on. Kelly started to take quite an interest. "You got any games?" she said. I thought de Sabatino would look at her in disgust. I'm a technician. I don't have games. But he went,
"Yeah, loads. Maybe if we get time we can sit down and play a few. What ones do you like?"
They went off at a tangent about Quake and Third Dimension. I cut in and said, "So what do you do with yourself nowadays? What do you get up to?"
"I just teach people how to work these things."
He pointed at the laptop.
"Also, I do a bit of work for a couple of private eyes down here, getting into bank accounts, that sort of thing. Pretty low-key stuff, but it's all right. I have to keep my head down."
End of Side 8. Side 9. Almost choking on Kuros and looking at his choice of clothes, I hated to think what his idea of high profile would be. Not having got a reply to his original question, he seemed to feel compelled to fill the silence. He started sniggering and said,
"Still managed to tuck away a few $100,000, so, plus the resettlement, things ain't too bad."
He was fiddling about, attaching bits and pieces to the laptop. I let him get on with it. He tried again.
"What about you? Same old thing?"
"Yeah, same old sort of stuff, bits and pieces." Now sitting at the table with his back to me, he was concentrating on what he was doing with the laptop.
"What bits and pieces would those be? You still being what did you call it? A baby spy?"
"I do that a bit."
"You working now, are you?"
"Yeah, I'm working." He laughed.
"You lying fucker."
He looked at Kelly and said,
"Oops, do you do French at school?"
He turned back to me and said,
"You wouldn't need me if you were. You'd be getting somebody else to do it. You can't bullshit Big Al."
He looked at Kelly and said,
"Francais."
Then he looked back at me and said,
"You still married?"
The Microsoft sound chimed as Windows 95 opened on his machine. "Divorced about 3 years ago," I said. "Work and stuff. I haven't heard from her for about 2 years. I think she's living up in Scotland or somewhere. I don't know." I suddenly realized that Kelly was hanging on every word. He winked at her.
"Just like me. Young, free and single. Yeah."
Big Al was one of life's really sad fucks. I was probably the nearest thing he had to a friend. The heavy bass rap started up along the landing. I could hear the boys singing along flatly, accompanied by female voices. It sounded as if they'd found the cheerleaders. I handed him the backup disc, and it was soon humming in the drive. It wouldn't be long before I got a few answers. By now there was a pall of cigar smoke filling the top quarter of the room. Between that, the Kuros, and the lack of air conditioning, the room was close to unbearable. It was just as well we'd be moving from here the moment Big Al had left. I checked outside by moving the curtain, then opened the window.
The boys were in full swing, empty beer cans all over the landing, entertaining a group of adoring girls. Maybe Big Al should invest in an armband tattoo and a pair of cut-offs. The first lot of documents came up onto the screen, and I looked over his shoulder as he tapped away in the semi-darkness. I pointed at one of the spreadsheets. "This is where I've got a problem. I haven't got a clue what that means. Any idea?"
"I'll tell you what we have here."
His eyes never left the screen.
"These are shipment and payment records. Of what, I dunno."
As he pointed to the screen, his finger touched it and squidged the liquid underneath.
"Never touch the screen,"
he scolded himself, as if he was telling off one of his students. He was loving it. He was really getting into this.
"See these here?"
His voice had changed from that of a no-hoper to that of someone who knew his stuff. I looked at columns headed by groups of initials like UM, JC, PJS.
He said, "They refer to shipments. They're telling you what's going where and to whom."
He started to scroll down the pages, confirming it to himself. As he was looking through, he nodded emphatically.
"These are definitely shipments and payments. How did you get into this, anyway? You're not exactly the world's most computer-literate person, and there's no way this stuff wasn't passworded."
I had a sniffer program.
"Wow! Which one do you have?"
The computer nerd was coming back. Mexi 21, I lied.
"That's shit."
Oops.
"Garbage. There's stuff now that does it at 3 times the speed."
He looked down at Kelly.
"That's the problem with the Brits. They're still in the steam age."
He was now out of the spreadsheets and looking at more file names. I said, "This is another lot of files I was having problems with. Can you decrypt them?"
"I don't understand," he said. "Which files are you having trouble with?"
"Well, they're in code or something. Just a lot of random letters and numbers. Any chance of you sorting it out?" He made me feel like a 10-year-old child having to ask for his shoelaces to be tied. He scrolled down the file names.
"You mean these GIFs?" he said. "They're graphics files, that's all. You just need a graphics program to read them."
He tapped a few keys, found what he was looking for, and selected one of the files.
"They're scans of photographs," he said.
He leaned over and pulled open the tub of ice cream, got one of the plastic spoons, and started to tuck in. He threw a spoon to Kelly and said,
"You better get in here before Uncle Al finishes it all."
The first picture was now on the screen. It was a grainy black and white of 2 people standing at the top of a flight of steps that led to a grand old building. I knew both men very well. Seamus Macaulay and Liam Fernahan were businessmen who fronted a lot of fundraising and other operations for Pyra. They were good at the game, once even getting a scheme backed by the British government to finance regeneration in Northern Ireland cities. The whole scheme was designed to provide local employment. It was sold to the government that, if a community was responsible for its own rebuilding, there'd be less chance of them then wanting to go and blow it up. But what the government didn't know was that the contractors could only employ people that Pyra wanted to work. Those people were still claiming unemployment and social benefits, and Pyra were getting a kickback for letting them work on the sites illegally, so it was costing the government twice over. And, of course, the businessmen got their cut as well. And if the government were paying, why not blow more up and rebuild? Without a doubt, Pyra had come a long way from the days of rattling collecting tins in West Belfast, Kilburn and Boston. So much so that the Northern Ireland office had established a terrorist finance unit as a countermeasure in 1988, staffed by specialists in accountancy, law, tax and computing. Ewan and I had done a lot of work with them. Big Al now opened and viewed a series of shots of Macaulay and Fernahan shaking hands with 2 other men, then walking down the steps and getting into a murk. One of them was the late Mr. Morgan McGear, looking very smart in a suit I recognized. I quickly looked at Kelly, but it was clear his face meant nothing to her. The 4th man I had no idea about. That didn't matter too much at the moment. The photography was covert. I could see the darkness around the edge of the frames where they hadn't got the aperture right, but it was good enough for me to tell by the cars parked in the background
that they were in Europe. I said, "Let's see the next one." De Sabatino knew that I'd recognized something or someone. He was looking at me, gagging to know what it was, wanting to get in on the act. He'd had 5 years on the back burner, and now was the chance for a comeback. I was going to tell him jack shit. Let's push on. There was another group of pictures that he opened and viewed, but these ones meant nothing at all to me. Big Al looked at them. The big half-watermelon was back on his face.
"I know what all these spreadsheets refer to now."
What's that?
"Esta es la coca, senor." "Hey, I know this guy. He works for the cartels."
I was looking at an early 40s, really smart-looking Latino getting out of a car. I could tell by the background it was in the United States.
"That's Raul Martinez," he said. "He's part of the Colombian trade delegation."
This was getting more interesting by the minute. Pyra always claimed no association with drug trafficking, but the profits were too great for them to ignore. What I had in front of me now was close to submissible evidence of their direct involvement with the cartels, but that still didn't help me with my problem. He looked through the pictures.
"You'll see Raul with somebody else in a minute, I guarantee it."
He flicked through a couple more.
"There you are. Big Bad Sal."
This other character was about the same age, but much taller. He'd probably been a weightlifter at some stage, then ballooned out to maybe 16 or 17 stones. Sal was a big old boy, and very bald. De Sabatino said,
"Martinez is never without him. We used to do a lot of business with them in the old days. A nice man. A family man. We used to run cocaine up the East Coast, all the way to the Canadian border. Basically, we needed things sorted out to ease the route. These boys did the necessary, and everybody was making money. Yeah, these boys, they're all right."
As we went through viewing more picture files, I saw both men eating in a restaurant with another guy, a Caucasian. Big Al said,
"I haven't got a clue who he is."
I was looking over de Sabatino's shoulder, concentrating hard on the screen. Kelly sparked up.
"Nick?"
"In a minute." I turned my head to Big Al. "Absolutely no idea."
"Not a clue."
"Nick!" I cut in. "Not now, Kelly." Kelly butted in again. "Nick! Nick!" "Go back to the—" "Nick! Nick, I know who that man is." I looked at her. "Which man?" "The man in the photograph." She grinned. "You said you don't know who he is, but I do." "This one?" I pointed at Martinez. "No, the one before." Big Al closed a few more windows, scrolling back. "Him. That one there." It was the white guy who was sitting with Raul and Big Bad Sal. I said, "You're sure?" "Yes." "Who is he?" After our experience with the video, I expected her to nominate anyone from Clint Eastwood to Brad Pitt. "It's Daddy's boss." There was a long, palpable silence as I let it sink in. Big Al was sucking air through his teeth. I said, "What do you mean, Daddy's boss?" "He came to our house with a lady once, for supper." "Do you remember his name?" "No. I came down for some water, and they were eating with Mommy and Daddy. Daddy let me say hello, and he said, 'Big smile, Kelly. This is my boss.'" It was a good imitation of Kev, and I saw a flicker of sadness in her eyes. Big Al joined the conversation in nerd mode.
"Whoa! There you go! Who's your daddy, then?"
I swung round. "Shut up." I pushed him off his seat and sat down, with Kelly on my knee so she had a better view of the screen. "Are you definitely sure he's Daddy's boss?" "Yes, I know it's his boss. Daddy told me. The next day, Mommy and me, we made jokes about his mustache because he looked like a cowboy." He did. He looked as if he belonged in a Marlboro ad. As she pointed, her finger touched the screen, and Daddy's boss was distorted. Having Kelly in my arms, and seeing someone who might have been responsible for her father's death, made me want to do the same to him in person. I looked at Big Al. "Let's go back through all the photos." The party along the landing was in full swing. Big Al sat down and scrolled back through the files to the pictures of Macaulay and Fernahan with McGear. "Do you know these people?" Kelly answered my question with a "No," but I wasn't really listening to her now. I was in my own world. I'd noticed 2 other cars parked up on the other side of the road. I looked hard at the number plates, and then I knew where the pictures had been taken. Gibraltar. I couldn't help mouthing it aloud. Big Al pointed to Macaulay and Co. "Are these terrorists from Ireland?" "Sort of." There was a gap while I tried to work this one out. Big Al sparked up. "It's obvious to me what's going on." "What's that?" "I knew the Irish terrorist boys were buying cocaine from the Colombians. It came by the normal route to the Florida Keys, then the Caribbean and North Africa. They then used Gibraltar as the jump-off point for the rest of Europe. They made fortunes, and at the same time, we took our cut for letting them move it through South Florida. All of a sudden, though, at the end of '87, it stopped going through Gibraltar." "Why was that?" I was finding it hard to stay calm. Big Al shrugged. "Some big drama with the locals. I think they now run it from South Africa instead, into the west coast of Spain, something like that. They're linked in with some other terrorists up there." "ETA?" "Search me. Some bunch of terrorists or freedom fighters. Call them what you like. To me, they're all just dealers. Anyway, they help the Irish now. No doubt old Raoul sorted things out stateside with Daddy's boss to ensure that the route to Florida stayed open for the Irish, because otherwise the Colombians would have given it to someone else." "You make it sound like allocating air routes or something." Big Al shrugged again. "Of course. It's business." He spoke as if all this stuff was common knowledge. It was news to me. So who the fuck were Pyra talking to in Gibraltar? Were they there in an attempt to keep the drug trafficking going? It came back to me that in September 1988, Sir Peter Terry, who'd been instrumental in pressing for a crackdown on drug smuggling, and who'd been governor of Gibraltar until earlier that year, had narrowly survived an assassination attempt at his home in Staffordshire. A gunman who'd never been caught had given him the good news with 20 rounds from an AK-47, something, as it happened, that Mr. McGear was not unaccustomed to doing. Maybe the 4th man in the photograph was getting a similar warning? And was there some sort of connection between the ending of the drug runs and the shooting of Pyra players there just a few months later? Whatever. It confirmed that there were some strange things going on with some members of the DEA, including Kev's boss. Maybe they were getting a cut of the action from Pyra, and Kev found out. Big Al sucked through his teeth once more. "You got a brilliant package here, my man. So, which one are you going to blackmail?" "Blackmail?" "Nicky, you got a senior figure in the DEA, talking with Big Cheese cartel members, your terrorist boys, and Gibraltar government, law enforcement, whatever. You're not trying to tell me these pictures aren't for the purposes of blackmail? Get real. If you're not going to use them, then whoever took these photographs certainly is." Chapter 33. We went through all the pictures one more time. Kelly didn't recognize any more of the people. I asked de Sabatino if there was any way we could enhance the photography. "What's the point? You seem to know everybody." He was right. I just wanted Kelly to look at Daddy's boss more closely. There was silence for about 3 minutes as we just kept on flicking through. "What else do you know about Gibraltar?" I asked. "Not much. What would you want?" His second cigar was well on its way, and Kelly was waving away the smoke. "It's common sense. If you've got enough money, do a deal with the Colombians and get the stuff into Europe. Every other bunch of badasses is doing it, so why not your Irish boys?" Big Al was looking at me as if what we'd stumbled across was very mundane, and I had to admit it didn't seem enough for Kev and his family to have been murdered for. There was too much silence. Big Al had to inject something.
Whatever. Someone is definitely in the blackmail biz.
I wasn't so sure. Maybe it was some kind of insurance for Pyra. If Kev's boss or the Gibraltarians decided not to play anymore, maybe this was what would keep them in the game. I looked at Kelly. Can you do us a favour? Will you go and get some cans of drink? She looked happy to get out of the smoke. I followed her to the door and pulled the curtain so I could see the machines. The landing was clear, the boys' door was closed, but the music still hammered through the thin plaster walls. Inside, no doubt, the cheerleaders were running through a few routines. I watched Kelly until she reached the machines, then sat down on the bed. Big Al was still playing with the laptop. I turned up at her parents' house a week ago, I said. Everybody was dead. He was in the DEA, killed by people he knew. I pointed at the screen. Now we've got Daddy's boss mixing with the cartels. It's reasonable to assume that what we've got here is corruption within the DEA involving drug movements via Florida to Irish terrorists who've been getting it into Europe via Gibraltar. Only now it seems there were some problems for them in late '87. Big Al wasn't really listening. The thought of a corrupt DEA officer had taken him to another planet.
Way to go! You gonna stitch the bastard?
I don't know what I'm going to do.
Fucking stitch him, Nicky. I hate cops. I hate the DEA. I hate every fucker who's ruined my life. I have to live like a fucking hermit. Federal Witness Program, kiss my ass.
I was worried that 5 years of frustration were about to explode out of him. I had no time for that. Frankie, I need a car. He wasn't listening.
They used me. Then they just fucked me over.
I need a car. He slowly came back to earth.
Sure. Okay. For how long?
2 days. Maybe 3. And I need some money.
When do you want it by?
Now. Big Al was weird. And a sad fuck. Too soft and stupid to be in this sort of world. But I felt sorry for him. Me turning up must have been the best thing that had happened to him in years. Life must be shit with no friends and always worrying about being hit. But that was how mine was going to be if I didn't get this stuff back to Simmons. Big Al used the room phone to call a car hire company. It would take about an hour to deliver a vehicle, so the 3 of us strolled to an ATM. He drew out $1,200 from 4 different accounts.
You never know when you're going to need mucho dinero in a hurry, he grinned.
Maybe he wasn't so stupid after all. Back in the room, waiting for the car, I could sense there was more to come from him. He'd definitely been brooding on something for the last half hour.
Would you like to make some money, Nicky? Real money.
I was checking my bag to make sure I hadn't left anything. Why is that? Are you going to give me some?
Sort of.
He came and stood by me as I zipped the bag closed.
On those files, there are some account numbers stuffed with lovely narco dollars. Give me 2 minutes to access the stuff I need, then I can hack in. I can do that shit in my sleep.
He put an arm round me.
Nick, 2 minutes on my laptop, and we could be talking serious enrichment. What do you think?
His head was nodding at 1,000 RPM, his eyes never leaving mine. I let him sweat a bit. How do I know that you'll pay me my half? I thought I'd let him know how much I wanted.
I can transfer it any way you want. And don't worry. Once I've moved it, they'll never know where it's gone.
I had to smile. The one thing Frank de Sabatino was good at was hiding money.
Come on, Nicky, too. What do you say?
He had his arms wide open and was looking at me like a child who'd done wrong. I gave him the time he needed with the laptop and wrote down the account number for him to transfer my share, too. Fuck it. Kelly was going to need money for school and stuff, and I wanted a payback for working against these people for so many years. It felt good. And anyway, it was just business. He finished. There was a serious, down-to-work look on his face.
Where are you going now?
He asked. I'm not going to tell you. You know the score. People that I've been in contact with are now dead, and I don't want that to happen to you.
Bullshit!
He looked at Kelly and shrugged his shoulders.
You just don't want me to know in case I go blurting off to somebody.
That's not the case, I said, though in fact it was. If you did that, or didn't send the money, you know what I'd do. He raised an eyebrow. I looked at him and smiled. I'd make sure the right people know where you are. The colour drained from his face for a while. Then back came the watermelon. He shook his head. I may have been out of the loop for a while, but I see nothing has changed. The telephone rang. The blue Nissan was waiting outside reception. Big Al signed for it and gave me the customer copy of the agreement for when I dropped it off. Kelly and I got in. Big Al stayed on the sidewalk with his briefcase. I pressed the switch to open the windows. The bass rap still played in the background. Listen, Al, I'll email you to make sure you know where the car's been dropped off, okay? He nodded slowly. It was sinking in that he was about to lose us. Do you want a lift anywhere? No, I got work to do. By the morning, we could be rich. We shook hands through the open window. Al smiled at Kelly and said, Make sure you come and visit Uncle Al in about 10 years' time, little lady. I'll buy the ice cream. We set off slowly down the strip. It was still packed. There was so much neon, the street lighting was superfluous. Kelly was in the back, staring out of the window, then gazing into space, lost in her own little world. I didn't tell her that ahead of us lay a 700-mile drive. Soon Daytona was behind us, and we were back on the long, open road. As I drove, I mulled over Kev's words again. You won't believe the stuff I've got here. Your friends over the water are busy. And he'd also said, I've just started the ball rolling on something, but I'd be interested to know what you think. Did that mean he'd spoken to his boss? Had his boss then got him zapped? But there was no way Kev would have been talking to anyone in the DEA if he suspected corruption. So who the fuck did he call? I had some valuable stuff from the Pirate office, a lot of which I didn't understand, but maybe Kev had more. The more information I got hold of, the better it was going to be for me when I got it to Simmons, and that was why we were going back to Washington. Once on the interstate, I put the car onto cruise control and my mind into neutral. We drove through the night, stopping only to refuel and for a caffeine fix to keep me awake at the wheel. I bought cans of Coke to keep the levels topped up as we drove, and in case Kelly woke up. At first light I could begin to make out changes in the terrain, proof that we were moving north into a more temperate climate. Then the sun came up, a big burning ball in my half-right position, and my eyes started to sting. We stopped at another gas station to fill up. This time Kelly stirred. Where are we? She yawned. I don't know. Well, where are we going? It's a surprise. Tell me about your wife, she said. It seems so long ago I can hardly remember. I looked in the mirror. She'd slumped back down, too tired to pursue it, or maybe she was suffering from terminal boredom, and who could blame her? I wanted to have one hit on Kev's to see what he had, and I wanted to make entry at last light tonight. I knew there'd be a secure area somewhere in the house. Exactly where, we'd have to find out. After that, I wanted to be out of the Washington area again before first light. Big Al didn't know it yet, but he was going to get his ass into gear and help us out of the U.S. If he didn't do it voluntarily, I'd be giving him a bump start. By mid-morning, Kelly was wide awake, reading a magazine I'd got her at the last stop. She was lying in the back, shoes off, totally absorbed. We hadn't talked. We were in a world of empty sweet wrappers, polystyrene coffee cups, crisp packets, and bottles of Coke with bits of crisp floating in them. Kelly? You know in your house, Daddy had a hidey hole for you and Aida? Yeah? Well, do you know if Daddy had any hidey holes for important things, like money, or where Mummy would keep her rings? Did he have a special place where they'd put stuff? Sure, yeah. Daddy's got his own special place. Busying myself with the cruise control, I said, Oh, and where is that then? In his den? Which made sense. But that was the room that had been well fucked over. Where is it exactly? In the wall. Whereabouts? In the wall. I saw Daddy doing it once. We're not allowed in there, but the door was open, and we'd just come in from school, and we saw Daddy putting something in there. We were standing right by the door, and he didn't know. Is it behind the picture? I asked, though there was no way he'd be that bone. No, it's behind the wood. The wood? The wood! Could you show me? Is that where we're going? She suddenly sat bolt upright. I want Jenny and Ricky. We can't see them when we get there because they'll be busy. She looked at me as if I was mad. They're my teddies. I've told you. They're in my bedroom. Can't I get them? They need me. I felt a right dickhead. Of course you can, so long as you're quiet. I knew there was more to come. Can I see Melissa and tell her sorry I missed the sleepover? We won't have time. She sat back into her seat, brooding. But you're going to phone her mommy? I nodded. I started to see signs for Washington. We'd been on the road for nearly 18 hours. My eyes were smarting worse than ever, despite the air conditioner being on full blast. We'd get there in 2 hours, but there'd still be a few hours to kill before last light. I pulled in at a rest area and tried to sleep. It would be a busy night. Kelly was in the back, doing her own thing in a sea of stale food, sweat, and my farts. It was about 6 in the evening as we approached the Lawton turnoff. For once it wasn't raining, just overcast. Only about 45 minutes to go. I couldn't see Kelly in the mirror. She was hunkered down in the seat again. Are you awake? Oh, I'm tired, Nick. Are we there yet? I'm not going to tell you. It's going to be a surprise. Just keep down. I don't want you to sit up. I drove into the estate and onto Hunting Bear Path, negotiating the speed bumps ultra-cautiously so I could have a good look around. Everything looked quite normal. I could see the back of Kev's garage, but I couldn't see the front of the house yet. When I got up level, the driveway was finally exposed. Parked up outside the front door was a blue and white. No problem. Just look ahead. Act normal. I drove on, checking in the rear-view mirror. The side lights were on, and it was 2 up. They were basically just on stag. The house hadn't been boarded up yet, but it was still cordoned off with yellow tape. I drove straight on. I couldn't tell if they were looking at me. Even if they did a plate check as I drove past, it wouldn't matter. They'd only come up with Big Al. If I was compromised, I'd run for it and leave Kelly here. Maybe the uniformed police would be good guys and look after her. At least, that would be the logical thing to do. But there was a conflict. I'd promised that I wouldn't leave her. That promise shouldn't mean much. But it did. I went down to the bottom of the road and turned right, to get out of sight as quickly as possible, then drove a big square to get back in behind them. I reached the small parade of shops. The car park was about a quarter full, so we could pull in without attracting attention. Kelly shrieked, "We're at the stores!" That's right, but we can't buy anything because I haven't much money left, but we can go to the house. Yes! Can I get my Polly Pockets and Yak Backs from my bedroom too? Of course you can. I didn't have a clue what she was on about. I went round to the back, opened up the boot and got out the bag, then opened her door. I threw the bag in beside her and leaned in. Are we going to my house now? I started to sort out the kit I'd be needing. Yes. I want you to help me because I want you to show me Daddy's hidey hole. Can you do that? It's important. He wanted me to check something. We've got to sneak in because there's police outside. Are you going to do everything that I say? Yeah, I'll do that. Can I get Pocahontas as well? Yeah. I didn't give a fuck. I'd have nodded and agreed to anything so long as she showed me the cash. You ready? Let's put your hood up. It was dark and cloudy, and thankfully the road wasn't exactly built for pedestrians. We shouldn't encounter any Melissas en route. With the bag slung over my shoulder, I held her hand and we set off towards the house. It was nearly 7 o'clock, and the streetlights were on. My plan was to work our way to the back of the house so I could stand off, have a look at it, and prepare to make entry. We started to walk over the waste ground to the rear of the house, past porter cabins and stockpiles of girders and building materials. The mud was so treacherous in places, I thought we'd lose our shoes. She was almost beside herself with excitement, but fighting it hard. "That's where my friend Candice lives." She pointed to a house. "I helped her with their yard sale. We got $20. "Shh." Smiling, I said slowly, "We've got to be very, very quiet, or the policeman will get us." It didn't take long for that to register. Finally, we were standing in the shadow of the neighbour's garage. I put the bag down and watched and listened. The engine of the blue and white was ticking over. They were less than 20 metres away on the other side of the target. I could hear a little of their radio traffic, but couldn't make out what was being said. Now and again a car drove past, braked for the speed bumps, rattled over, and accelerated away. Lights were on in some of the houses, and I could see into the rooms. It had always given me a strange sort of kick doing this, like my own private viewing of a David Attenborough documentary, human beings in their natural habitat. As a young soldier in the late 70s in Northern Ireland, part of our job was to lurk, hang around in the shadows, watching and listening, hoping to catch a glimpse of someone with a weapon. It was amazing what you'd see people doing in their cars or front rooms, and slightly less amazing what they'd be up to in their bedrooms. Sometimes we'd watch for hours on end, all in the line of duty. I really enjoyed it. Here, people were just doing their washing up, or watching TV, and probably worrying about the effect of multiple murders on real estate prices. There were no proximity lights at the back of the house, just standard ones with an on-off by the patio doors. I remembered switching them on for a barbecue. I stroked Kelly's hair and looked down and smiled. Then, slowly and quietly, I unzipped the bag and got out what I needed. I put my mouth right to her ear and whispered, "I want you to stay here. It's really important that you look after this kid. You'll see me over there. Okay?" She nodded. Off I went. I reached the patio doors. First things first, make sure they're locked. They were. I got my maglite and checked to see if there were any bolts at the top and bottom of the frame. It's no good defeating a lock if there are also bolts across, and that's one of the reasons why you try to attack a building at the point of last exit, because you know they can't have bolted up again from the outside. Normally the next thing to do would be to look for the spare key. Why spend an hour with the lock-picking kit if there's one hidden only feet away? Some people still leave theirs dangling on a string just the other side of the letterbox, or in the inside of a cat flap. Others leave it under a dustbin, or just behind a little pile of rocks by the door. If there's a lamp-post in the garden, it always pays to feel around the base because it's a natural marker. If a key is going to be left, it will nearly always be somewhere on the normal approach to the door. But this was Kev's house. I wouldn't find spare keys lying around. I put the photographer's blanket over my head and shoulders, and with the maglite in my mouth, got to work with the lockpick gun. It didn't take long. I opened the doors gently, moved the curtain aside, and looked inside the living room. The first thing I noticed was that all the other curtains and shutters were closed, which was good for me, because once inside we'd have cover. The second thing that hit me was an overpowering smell of chemicals. Chapter 34. I tiptoed back to Kelly and whispered, "Come on, then." Our shoes were caked with mud, so we took them off on the concrete terrace and put them in the bag. Then we stepped inside, and I pulled the doors closed. I held the maglite with my middle finger and forefinger over the lens to contain most of the light, and kept it close to the floor so that we could see our way through the living room. The carpet and underlay had been taken up, and all the furniture was pushed to one side. All that was left were the chipboard sheets that the builders had used instead of floorboards. Someone had done a good job of scrubbing the bloodstains where Kev had been lying, which explained the chemical smell. The murder mop people had been in. Once forensics finished, it was up to the commercial companies to clear away the mess. We reached the door that led into the front hall. Kelly stood still, an old hand at this stuff now. I got on my knees, eased it ajar, and looked through. The front door was closed, but light from the street lamp shone through the stained glass flower set into the window above it. I switched off the torch and stationed Kelly by the bag in the hallway. I stopped and listened and generally tuned in. The engine was still idling. I felt Kelly pulling my jacket. "Nick, shh! Where's the carpet gone? What's that horrible smell?" I turned round and half-crouched down. I put my finger on her lips again and said, "We'll talk about it later." There was a beep-beep-beep from the Blue and White's radio. The guys inside were probably drinking coffee, pissed off to be on stag all night. Some radio traffic came on the net. Whoever was control sounded like Hitler with a dress on. She was giving somebody a bollocking. Indicating that Kelly should stay where she was, I moved across to the study and gently opened the door. I went back, picked up the bag, and guided Kelly into the room, propping the door open with the bag to let the light come through from the hall. Everything looked very much the same as before, except that the stuff that had been strewn all over the place had now been arranged in a neat line along one wall. The PC was still on its side on the desk, the printer and scanner in position on the floor. They'd all been dusted for prints. I took the photographer's material and a box of board pins from the bag and lifted the chair near to the window. Taking my time, I climbed up and pinned the fabric along the top and down the sides of the entire wooden window frame. I could now close the door and put on the torch, taking care not to shine it in my face. I didn't want to scare her. I'd done a job once which involved getting a mother and her child out of the Yemen, and the child went apeshit because we were working with torches in our mouths and it made us look like the devil at work. I felt quite pleased with myself for remembering this and sparing Kelly. Maybe I knew something about kids after all. I went over to her. Even above the reek of solvents and cleaners, I got a waft of greasy hair, Coca-Cola, bubblegum, and chocolate. I whispered into her ear, "Where is it? Just point." I shone the torch all around the walls, and she pointed at the skirting board behind the door. This was good shit. Nothing seemed to have been disturbed. I immediately started prizing the wooden strip away from the wall with a screwdriver. A vehicle passed the house, and I heard laughter from the police car, probably at Control's expense. They'd be there solely to deter people from coming round and being nosy. Chances were the place would be pulled down soon. Who'd want to buy a house a family had been murdered in? Maybe it would be turned into a memorial park or something. I kept Kelly right next to me. I wanted to keep her reassured. She was interested in what was happening, and I smiled at her now and again to show that everything was fine. With a small creak, the section of board started to give way. I pulled it right off and put it to one side. Then I bent down again and shone the torch inside. The beam glinted on metal. What looked like a gun safety box, about 18 inches square, was recessed into the wall. The lock was a lever, very similar to a UK Chubb. It was going to need decoding. It could take hours. I got out the black wallet and set to work, trying to remember to grin at her and let her know it wouldn't be long. But I could see she was getting restless. 10 minutes went by. 15. 20. Finally, it was all too much for her. In a loud whisper, she said crossly, "What about my teddies?" "Shh!" I put my finger to her lips. "The police!" What I meant was, "Fuck the teddies, we'll get them when I'm ready." I carried on decoding. There was a pause. Then, no longer a whisper, "But you said—" It had to be cut. Obviously being Mr. Smiley wasn't working. I turned on her and hissed, "We'll do it in a minute! Now shut up!" She was taken aback, but it worked. I was luckier than I might have been with the decoding. I'd just finished, had put the tools away and was opening the box, when I heard a low moan from her. "I don't like it here, Nick. It's all changed." I turned round, grabbed her, and covered her mouth with my hand.
"For fuck's sake, shut up!"
It wasn't what she expected, but I didn't have time to explain. With my hand still clamped hard over her mouth, I picked her up and slowly walked over to the window. I listened, waited. But there was nothing, just a bit of banter and laughing and the crackle of their radio. As I turned back, however, there was a short, sharp, metallic dragging sound. Then, for a split second, nothing. Then, as Kev's pewter tankard of pens and pencils fell from the desk and hit the bare flooring, there was a resounding crash. The noise went on as bits and pieces scattered in all directions. As I'd turned, Kelly's coat must have caught on the sharp points of the pencils and dragged the tankard off the table. I knew the noise was magnified 20 times in my head, but I also knew they would have heard it. Kelly chose that moment to start to lose it, but there was no time to worry about that. I just left her where she was, went to the doorway, and listened to the sound of car doors opening and a sudden increase in radio traffic. Pulling the pistol from my jeans and checking chamber, I moved out of the study. 3 strides got me across the hall and into the kitchen. I closed the door behind me, took a couple of deep breaths, and waited. The front door opened, and I could hear both of them in the hallway. There was a click, and light spilled under the kitchen door. Then footsteps, and I could hear nervous breathing from the other side of the 4-ply and the jangle of keys on a belt. I heard the study door opening. Then a half-shouted, half-whispered, "Melvin! Melvin! In here! Yo!" I knew it was my time. I brought the pistol up into the fire position, put my hand on the doorknob, and gently twisted. I moved into the hall. Melvin was in the study doorway, his back towards me. He was young and of medium build. I took a couple of big strides, grabbed him across the forehead with my left hand, yanked his head back, and rammed the pistol muzzle into his neck. In a very controlled voice that had nothing to do with the way I was feeling, I said, "Drop your weapon, Melvin. Don't fuck me about. Drop it now." Melvin's arm came down to his side, and he let the pistol fall to the floor. I couldn't see whether or not the other one had his pistol out. It was still dark in the study. Their torchlight was no help. Melvin and I blocked out most of the hallway light. I was hoping that he'd already reholstered, because part of their training would be not to scare kids. As far as he was concerned, it was just a kid there on her own. I shouted, "Put the lights on, Kelly. Do it now." Nothing happened. "Kelly, turn the lights on." I heard small footsteps coming towards us. There was a click, and the lights came on. "Now wait there." I could see her eyes were swollen and red. Inside the room stood Michelin Man. He must have weighed 15 stones, and by the looks of the boy, he had only a couple of years to go before retirement. He was holstered, but his hand was down by his pistol. I said, "Don't do it. Tell him, Melvin." I prodded his neck. Melvin went, "I'm fucked, Ron." "Ron, don't start messing about. This is not the one to do it for. It's not worth it, not just for this." I could see that Ron was quite switched on. He was thinking about his wife, his mortgage, and the chances of ever seeing another bag of doughnuts. Melvin's radio sparked up. Control snapped, "Unit 62! Unit 62! Do you copy?" It sounded like a demand, not a request. Must have been great to be married to her. "That's you, isn't it, Melvin?" I said. "Yes, sir, that's us." "Melvin, tell him you're okay." I jabbed the pistol a little harder into his neck to underline the point. "The safety catch is off, Melvin. I've got my finger on the trigger. Just tell them everything's okay. It ain't worth it, mate." Ron blurted, "I'll do it." Another demand. "Unit 62, respond!" I said, "Put your right hand up and answer with your left." "Kelly, be very quiet, okay?" She nodded. Ron pressed his radio. "Hello, Control. We've checked. Everything's fine."
"Roger, Unit 62. Your report timed at 22:13.
Ron clicked off. Kelly immediately went back into crying mode and sank to the floor. I was stuck in the doorway with a pistol to Melvin's neck, and Ron, who still had a weapon in his holster, was facing me from the middle of the room. "At the end of the day, Ron, if you don't play the game, Melvin's going to die, and then you're going to die. Do you understand me?" Ron nodded. "Okay, Ron, let's see you turn round." He did. "Get on your knees." He did. He was about 4 feet from Kelly, but as long as she stayed still, she wasn't in the line of fire. Melvin was sweating good style. My hand was slipping on his forehead. There were even droplets running down the top slide. His shirt was so wet I could make out the shape of his body armour underneath. I said, "With your left hand, Ron, I want you to lift out your pistol, very slow, and use just your thumb and forefinger. Then I want you to move it to your left-hand side and drop it. Do you understand me, Ron?" Ron nodded. "Tell him, Melvin. Tell him not to fuck about." "Don't fuck around, Ron!" Ron gently removed his pistol from its holster and dropped it on the floor. "What I want you to do now, with your left hand, is get hold of your handcuffs, and I want you to drop them just behind you. Understand?" Ron complied. I turned my attention to Melvin, who was starting to tremble. I spoke quietly in his ear. "Don't worry about it. You're going to live. You'll be talking to your grandchildren about this. Just do exactly what I say. Understand?" He nodded. I turned to Ron and said, "Now lie down, Ron, face down on the floor." Ron spread-eagled himself and was now under control. I said, "What I'm going to do next, Melvin, is take one step back, and this pistol is going to leave your neck, but it's still going to be pointing at your head, so don't get any ideas. Once I've stepped back, I'm then going to tell you to kneel down. Do you understand me?" He nodded, and I took a swift step backwards. I wanted to be out of arm's length from him straight away. I didn't want him doing some kind of heroic pirouette to grab the pistol or knock it out of the way. "Okay. Now kneel down, then lie down, just like Ron. Now put your hand next to Ron." I now had both of them lying face down, forearms together. I moved behind them, picked up the handcuffs, and with the pistol stuck in Melvin's ear, I locked his left wrist to Ron's right. I then took Melvin's handcuffs from their holster, stepped back, and said, "I want you to arch your bodies and move your free hands round so they're together as well. Both understand me? Believe me, boys, I want to get this over and done with. I just want out of here." I finished the job. At last they were both totally under control. I took their wallets and threw them into the bag. I took Melvin's radio and kept it with me, and I took the battery out of Ron's and threw it into the bag. At the same time, I took out the roll of gaffer tape. I started with their legs, then used it to bind their heads together as well. I put a final strip around their necks and another around their mouths. I checked that both were breathing through their noses, then dragged them into the hallway. No small job, but I didn't want them to see what I was going to do next. I looked at Kelly, pressed against the study wall. She looked pathetic. This must have been terrible for her. She'd been looking forward so much to coming home, only to find it wasn't the place she'd been expecting. It wasn't only her family that was missing. Everything that was familiar to her was drenched in chemicals, shoved to one side, or simply not there. I heard myself saying, "Go and see if your teddies are there." She turned and ran, and I heard her rattling up the stairs. I went into the study, crouched down by the skirting board, and at last was able to open the gun box. There was nothing inside but a lone floppy disk. I put the chair back by the desk and lifted up the PC. I soon had it working. There was no password protection, probably deliberately. If anything happened to Kev, he'd want the whole world to read what was on it. I clicked various files, but found nothing interesting. Then I found a file called Flavius, and I knew I'd hit pay dirt. It was the codename of the Gibraltar operation. I started reading. Kev had found out much the same as Big Al had told me, that Pyra's connection with the cartels originated when they started running drugs for the Colombians up through North Africa and into Gibraltar for distribution in Spain and the rest of Europe. Pyra were good at the job, and the cartels paid well. After a while, Pyra had also begun to use the drugs trade to gear up some of their own money, funds collected by NORAID in the USA. Big sums were involved. Kev's figures showed that Sinn Féin had been netting more than £500,000 a year. These donations had been invested in narcotics, transported to Europe, and then bartered for arms and explosives in the old Eastern Bloc countries. It was a business marriage made in heaven. Pyra had the drugs, the East had the weapons. The downfall of the USSR and the rise of the Russian mafia couldn't have been better timed. I had to get back into work mode. I couldn't just sit here reading. I was in a house with 2 policemen and 1 pissed-off little girl. I ejected the floppy disk and put it in my coat pocket. The controller from hell came back on the net.
Unit 62, do you copy?
Shit. I went into the hall. Ron, time to speak up. Ron looked at me, and I knew he was going to fuck me off. His face was a picture of defiance. I moved over to them and pulled the tape off their mouths. Ron was the first to talk. You answer it, because we can't. You won't kill us, not for that. Control went up an octave. Unit 62! Ron had a point. Kelly! Kelly, where are you? Coming. Just found Ricky. I stepped back over my 2 new friends towards Kelly coming down the stairs. There was no time to be sympathetic or nice. Get your coat and shoes on, quick. I got all the kit together, put on my trainers, and checked Ron and Melvin weren't choking to death on the gaffer tape. Both looked quite happy with themselves, but still thinking of a good excuse for why they were in this state in the first place. We left the same way we'd come. I was gripping her hand, more or less dragging her along, and keeping an eagle eye on Jenny and Ricky. I didn't want the neighbours hearing screams for lost teddies. As we drove, bursts of light from the street lamps strobed into the back of the car, and I could see her in the rear-view mirror. She was looking miserable, her eyes puffy and wet. She had every right to be sad. She was bright enough to realize that this was probably the last time she'd be here. This wasn't her home anymore. Now, she was the same as me. Neither of us had one. I saw the signs for Dulles Airport and pushed my foot down. I was not going to take the risk of driving back to Florida. Chapter 35. I hit the airport approach road and headed for economy parking. I allowed myself a wry smile. If this carried on, it would soon be full of my stolen cars. I got 1 or 2 spots of rain on my arm as I took a ticket from the machine, and by the time we'd parked, there was a light patter on the roof. Ron and Melvin might have made a connection between me and the car because of the drive past. They might have been rescued and circulated the registration. There was not a lot I could do about that, but just sit tight and hope that the mass of cars and the rain would conceal us, because it was far too early for a child to be moving around an airport with an adult man with scabs on his face. I turned round in the seat and said, "Are you all right, Kelly?" I'm sorry I had to shout, but sometimes adults have to be really firm with kids. She was looking down at one of the teddies, picking the fur, pouting. I said, "You're not a bad girl, and I'm sorry that I told you off. I didn't really mean it. I was just getting all excited." She nodded, slowly, still playing with her furry friend. "Do you want to come to England?" She looked up. She didn't say anything, but I took it as a yes. That's good, because I would like you to come too. You've been a really good girl. You always do what I say. Do you want to help me again? She shrugged. I leaned over and picked up the other teddy and rubbed its face against her cheek. We'll get Jenny and Ricky to help me as well. How about that? She gave a reluctant nod. First of all, we've got to sort out the bag. I got into the back seat and put the holdall between us, opening it up. What do you think we should take out, then? I knew exactly what we were going to take out. Everything, apart from the blanket and washing kit, because they were the only things I needed now. I said, "What do you reckon? Is that all?" She nodded and agreed, as if she'd packed it herself. Everything I was not going to take I put into the boot. The rain was now coming down more heavily. I sat with her again and pulled out the blanket. We have to wait here for the next couple of hours. It's too early to go to the airport yet. You can have a sleep if you like. I folded up the bag and made a pillow. There, that's better. Cuddle Jenny and Ricky. She looked at me and smiled. We were mates again. You aren't going away again, are you, Nick? For once, I told the truth. No, I'm going to do some work. You just go to sleep. I'm not going anywhere. I got out and sat in the front again. I rested the laptop on my knees and lifted the screen. I checked that the keys were in the ignition and I could easily grab the steering wheel. I had to be ready to move at once if we got pinged. I pressed the on switch, and as the screen lit up, it cast a glow inside the car. I inserted Kev's floppy disk. I was desperate to read the rest of his report, but first, as an extra backup, I downloaded everything onto the laptop. As I waited, I said quietly, "Kelly?" There was no reply. The gentle rhythm of the rain had done its job. I began reading where I'd left off. I knew that Gibraltar had always been a centre for international drug trafficking, money laundering, and smuggling. But it seemed that in 1987, Spain not only still wanted Gib back, it also wanted the Brits to crack down on drug trafficking as well. Thatcher's government told the Gibraltarians to sort it out. But the high-powered speedboats still ran drugs over from North Africa. The Brits threatened direct control of the colony if the trafficking didn't stop, and at the same time ordered a highly illegal operation against police and government officials they suspected of involvement. The boys taking the backhanders got the hint, and suddenly stopped cooperating with Pyra and everyone else. My eyes were racing ahead of my brain. The closure of the Gibraltar route was all well and good for the war against corruption, but the Colombians were very pissed off. A major trade artery had been clamped off, and they wanted it reopened. According to Kev's findings, they decided a show of strength was required. They wanted Gibraltar bombed as a warning that the officials should start cooperating again, and they ordered Pyra to carry it out. Pyra had a problem with this. They wanted the route reopened as much as the Colombians did, but after the debacle of Enniskillen, they couldn't run the risk of killing non-UK civilians and invoking even greater international condemnation. They'd refused to do it. From evidence that Kev had gathered, the cartel's reply to Pyra was blunt. Either you bomb Gibraltar, or we shift our drugs business to the Protestant UVF. For Pyra, not a good day out. Pyra's headshed came up with a solution, and, as I read on, I couldn't help but admire it. Mad Danny McCann had already been kicked out of Pyra and reinstated against Jerry Adams' wishes. Mairead Farrell, after the death of her boyfriend, had become too fanatical for her own good. A bit of a social hand grenade, Simmons had said of her. Pyra's plan was to send to Gibraltar 2 players they'd be happy to see the back of, together with Sean Savage, who just had the misfortune to be part of the same active service unit. The team were issued with the technology and Semtex for the bomb, but were told it was to stay behind in Spain until they had done their recce's and rehearsals. They were told only to take it in once the blocking car was in position, to guarantee the correct placement of the bomb. Pyra then gave the 3 players bad passports and leaked information to London. They wanted the Brits to react and stop the bombing so that, when the 3 were arrested, they could claim to the cartels that they'd given it their best shot. We'd duly been told about the active service unit, but as I remembered, we'd also been briefed that there would be no blocking car and that the bomb would be detonated by a handheld device. These last 2 pieces of intelligence meant that McCann, Farrell and Savage had never stood a chance. They were dead from the moment we thought the bomb was in position and armed, because one of them was bound to make a hand movement at some stage that would be construed as an attempt to detonate the device. I certainly wouldn't have taken the chance that Savage was only going for his packet of mints, and Ewan obviously didn't when he initiated the contact with McCann and Farrell. There is an old saying in the regiment, better to be tried by 12 than carried by 6. A dialogue box came up on the screen, telling me that I was running short of power and needed to plug into another power source. Fuck. I wanted to read more. I got back to the screen and read as fast as I could to get the drift. Even though there hadn't been a bomb, the cartels had accepted that their Irish lackeys were playing ball. After all, 3 of their people had been killed in the process. Pyra kept the trade with the Colombians, even though, as Big Al had said, it was thereafter routed through South Africa and Spain. Pyra were in raptures. They'd got rid of 2 troublemakers, not quite in the way that they'd intended, but 3 martyrs had been created, with the result that their cause at home was strengthened, and even more dollars rolled into the coffers from the Irish Americans. It was only the Brits who appeared to have been left with egg on their faces, but even so, no matter how much the international community publicly condemned the shootings, in secret, most heads of state admired Thatcher's muscular stand against terrorism. Fuck it. Another box came up and told me to plug into an external power source. I switched the laptop off and packed it away, full of frustration. I wanted to know more. At the same time, I was on a high. If we made it back to the UK with this stuff, I'd have cracked it with Simmons. It was 3:30 a.m. There was nothing to do but wait for the next couple of hours or so until the first wave of aircraft started to arrive and depart, creating enough activity for a man with a scabby face and a 7-year-old in tow to blend in. I let the backrest down a bit and tried to get my neck into a comfortable position, but I couldn't relax. My mind was racing. The whole operation in Gibraltar had been a setup so that Pyra and the Colombians could keep making money. Fair one. But where did Kev and I fit into the scheme of things? I lay there and listened to the beat of rain on the roof. End of Side 9. Side 10. For Ewan and me, it had all started on the 3rd of March, less than a week before the shootings. We were both on different jobs over the water, and had got lifted off and sent to Lisburn, HQ of the British Army in Northern Ireland. From there it was a quick move by Puma to Stirling Lines in Hereford, England, the home of the Special Air Service. One of the slime, the Intelligence Corps, was waiting to take us straight to RHQ, and the moment I saw the china cups and biscuits outside the briefing room, I knew that something big was in the offing. Last time that had happened, the Prime Minister had been here. The room was in semi-darkness and packed. There was a large screen at the back of a stage and tiered seats so that everyone got a good view. We were looking for somewhere to sit when I heard, "Oi! Over here, Dick Spot!" Kev and Slack Pat were sitting, drinking tea. With them were the other 2 members of their 4-man team, Jeff and Steve. All were from A Squadron and were doing their 6 months on the counter-terrorist team. Ewan turned to Kev and said, "Know what this job's about?" "We're off to Gib, mate. Pyra's planning a bomb." The CO got up on the stage and the room fell silent. "2 problems," he said. "Number 1, a shortage of time. You leave immediately after this briefing. Number 2, shortage of solid int. However, Joint Operations Committee wants the regiment to deploy. You will get as much int as we know now, and as it comes in during your flight and once on the ground." I thought, what the fuck are Ewan and I doing here? Surely as debt operators it would be illegal for us to work outside Northern Ireland. I kept my mouth shut. If I started querying the decision, they might send me back and I'd miss out. I looked around me and saw members of our HQ, the operations officer, and the World Supply of Intelligence Corps. The final member of the team was an ammunitions technical officer, a bomb disposal expert on attachment to the CT, counter-terrorism, team. Someone I had never seen before moved towards the stage, a teacup in one hand, biscuits in the other. He stood to the right-hand side of the stage by the lectern. There was an overnight bag by his feet. "My name is Simmons, and I run the Northern Ireland desk for the Intelligence Service from London. The people behind you are a mix of service and military intelligence officers. First, a very brief outline of the events that have brought us all here today." Judging by the bag, it looked as if he would be coming with us. The lights were dimmed, and a slide projector lit the screen behind him. "Last year," he said, "we learned that a pirate team had based itself in southern Spain. We intercepted mail going to the homes of known players from Spain, and found a postcard from Sean Savage in the Costa del Sol." A slide of the player came up on the screen. "Our Sean," Simmons said with a half-smile, "told Mummy and Daddy he was working abroad. It rang a few alarm bells when we read it, because the work young Savage is best at is bomb-making." Was he making a funny? No, he didn't look the sort. "Then, in November, 2 men went through Madrid airport on their way from Malaga to Dublin. They carried Irish passports, and in a routine check the Spanish sent the details to Madrid, who, in turn, passed them with photographs to London. It turned out that both passports were false." I thought to myself, stupid timing by them, really. Terrorist incidents in Northern Ireland tended to decrease in the summer months, when pirates took their wives and kids to Torremolinos for a fortnight of sun and sand. The funny thing was that the RUC also took their holidays in the same places, and they'd all bump into each other in the bars. By travelling to Spain out of the tourist season, these two characters had drawn attention to themselves. If they'd passed through Malaga airport during the holiday season, they might have got away with it. It turned out that one of the passport holders was Sean Savage, but it was the identity of the second man that had got everybody flapping. Simmons showed his next slide. "Daniel Martin McCann. I'm sure you know more about him than I do." He gave a "no fucking way" sort of smile. Mad Danny had really earned his name. Linked to 26 killings, he'd been lifted often, but had only been put away for 2 years. To British intelligence, he said, the combination of McCann and Savage on the Costa del Sol could only mean one of 2 things. Either Pyra was going to attack a British target on the Spanish mainland, or there was going to be an attack on Gibraltar. "One thing was for sure," Simmons said. "They weren't there to top up their tans." At last there was a round of laughter. I could see Simmons liked that, as if he'd practised his one-liners so the timing was just right. Despite that, I was warming to the man. It wasn't often that you got people making jokes at a briefing as important as this one. The slide changed again, to a street map of Gibraltar. I was listening to him, but at the same time thinking of my infantry posting there in the 1970s. I'd had a whale of a time. "Gibraltar is a soft target," Simmons said. "There are several potential locations for a bomb, such as the governor's residence or the law courts, but our threat assessment is that the most likely will be the garrison regiment, the Royal Anglians. Every Tuesday morning, the band of the 1st Battalion parade for the changing of the guard ceremony. We think the most likely site for a bomb is the square that the band march into after the parade. A bomb could easily be concealed in a car there." He might have added that, from a bomber's point of view, it would be a near-perfect location. Because of the confined area, the blast would be tamped, and therefore more effective. "Following this assessment, we stopped the ceremony on the 11th of December. The local media reported that the governor's guardhouse needed urgent redecoration. In fact, we needed time while we gathered more intelligence to stop it needing rebuilding." Not as good as his last one, but there was still a few subdued laughs.
The local police were then reinforced by plainclothes officers from the UK, and their surveillance paid off. When the ceremony resumed on the 23rd of February, a woman, ostensibly holidaying on the Costa del Sol, made a trip to the Rock and photographed the parade. She was covertly checked and was found to be travelling on a stolen Irish passport. The following week she was there again, only this time she tagged along behind the bandsmen as they marched to the square. Even one of the Rock apes could have worked out that she was recceing for the arrival of an active service unit. There was loud laughter. He'd done it again. I wasn't too sure if we were all laughing at his jokes, or just at the fact that he kept on telling them. Who the fuck was this man? This should have been one of the most serious briefings ever. Either he just didn't give a fuck, or he was so powerful no one was going to say a word against him. Whatever. I could already tell his presence in Gibraltar would be a real bonus. Simmons stopped, smiling. Our intelligence tells us that the bombing is to take place sometime this week. However, there is no sign that either McCann or Savage is getting ready to leave Belfast. He wasn't wrong. I had seen both of them pissed as farts outside a bar in the Falls Road just the night before. They didn't look that ready to me. It should take them quite a while to prepare for this one. Or maybe this was part of the preparation, having their last night out before work started. This is where we have a few problems, he went on. He was working now without his notes. Did that mean no more one-liners? Certainly there was more of an edge to his voice. What are we to do with these people? If we try to move in on them too early, that would only leave other pirate teams free to go ahead with the bombing. In any case, if the active service unit travel through Malaga Airport and remain on Spanish territory until the last minute, there is no guarantee that the Spanish will hand them over, not only because of the dispute with the UK on the question of Gibraltar, but also because the case against them could only be based on conspiracy, which is pretty flimsy. So, gentlemen, we must arrest them in Gibraltar. The screen went blank, and there was only the light from the lectern shining up on his face. And this throws up three options. The first is to arrest them as they cross the border from Spain. Easier said than done. There's no guarantee we'll know what kind of vehicle they're in. There would only be about 10 to 15 seconds in which to make a positive identification and effect an arrest. Not an easy thing to do, especially if they're sitting in a car and probably armed. The second option is to arrest the team once they're in the area of the square, but again, this depends on advance warning and positive identification, and their all being together with the device. At the present time, therefore, we are going for the third option, and that's why we're all here. He took a sip of his tea and asked for the lights to come on. The security service will place surveillance teams to trigger the pirate team into Gibraltar. He looked around for each group as he talked. The two soldiers who've just arrived from the province must give positive IDs before the civil authorities will hand over the operation to the military. The 4 men from your counter-terrorist team will make a hard arrest, but only after they have planted the device. The 2 soldiers who've just arrived from the province. Now I understood. That was Ewan and me. Once arrested, Simmons went on, they are to be handed over to the civil authorities. Of course, the normal protection will be given to the team from any court appearance. The 2 operators from the province will not, repeat, not, conduct any arrest or contact action. You understand the reasons why? He managed to smile. I think that's enough, gentlemen. He looked at Frank, the CO. Francis, I understand we fly to RAF Lynham in 10 minutes to link up with the Hercules? Just over 3 hours later, I was sitting in a C-130 with Ewan, who was busy worrying about a black mark on his new trainers. Kev was checking the weapon bundles and ammunition, and, more importantly, as far as I was concerned, the medical packs. If I got dropped, I wanted fluid put into me as soon as possible. We landed at about 11:30 p.m. on Thursday, the 3rd of March. The whole Rock was still awake. Lights were on everywhere.
We moved off to the military area, where trucks were waiting with our advance party to get us away quickly and without fuss. Our FOB was in HMS Rook, the Royal Navy shore base. We had requisitioned half a dozen rooms in the accommodation block and turned them into living space, with our own cooking area and ops room. Wires trailed everywhere. Telephones were ringing. Scalies ran around in tracksuits or jeans, testing radios and SATCOM links. Over the din, Simmons said, "Int suggests there could be a third member of the team, and probably its commander. Her name is Mariad Farrell. Pictures will be here within the hour, but here's some background for you. She's a particularly nasty piece of work." He paused to time his delivery to perfection. "Middle class, 31, ex-convent schoolgirl." When the laughter died down, he told us more about her. She'd served 10 years in prison for planting a bomb in the Conway Hotel, Belfast, in 1976. But as soon as she was released, she reported straight back to Pyra for duty. There was a slight smile on his face as he explained that her lover, unbelievably named Brendan Burns, had blown himself up recently. The meeting broke, and we mooched around looking for a brew. A scaly came over and handed out street maps. "They've already been spotted up by the firm," he said. As we started to look at their handiwork, he carried on. "The main routes from the border to the square are spotted in detail, the rest of the town fairly well, and of the outlying areas, just major points." I looked at it. Fucking hell! There were about 100 spots to learn before the ASU came over the border. I didn't know which was tougher, the pirate team or the homework. "Any questions, Eds?" Kev said, "Yeah, 3. Where do we sleep? Where's the bog? And is there a brew on?" In the morning we picked up our weapons and ammunition and went onto the range. The 4 on the CT team had their own pistols. The ones we had were borrowed. Our own was still in Derry. Not that it mattered that much. People think that blokes in the regiment are very particular about their weapons, but they aren't. So long as you know that when you pull the trigger, it fires first time, and the rounds will hit the target you're aiming at, you're happy. Once at the range, people did their own thing. The other 4 just wanted to know that their mags were working okay, and that the pistols had no defects after being bundled up. Ewan and I wanted to do the same, but also to find out the behaviour of our new weapons at different ranges. After firing off all the mags in quick succession to make sure everything worked, we then fired at 5, 10, 15, 20 and 25 metres. Good, slow, aimed shots, always aiming at the same point and checking where the rounds fell at each range. That way we found out where to aim at 15 metres, for example, and that was at the top of the target's torso. Because of the distance, quite a lot for a pistol, the rounds would fall lower into the bottom of his chest and take him down. Every weapon is different, so it took an hour to be confident. Once finished, we didn't strip the weapons to clean them. Why do that when we knew they worked perfectly? We just got a brush into the area that feeds the round into the barrel and got the carbon off. Next job was getting on the ground to learn the spots system, at the same time checking our radios and finding out if there were any dead areas. We were still running around doing that when at 2 p.m. Alpha came up on the net. "Hello, all stations, return to this location immediately." Simmons was already in the briefing area, looking like a man under pressure. Like the rest of us, he'd probably had very little sleep. There was 2 days' growth on his chin, and he was having a bad hair day. Something was definitely on. There was a lot more noise and bustle from the machines and men in the background. He had about 20 bits of paper in his hands. The slime were giving him more as he talked, as well as distributing copies of the rules of engagement to us. The operation, I saw, was now called Flavius. "Just about an hour and a half ago," he said, "Savage and McCann passed through immigration at Malaga Airport. They were on a flight from Paris. Farrell met them. We have no idea how she got there. The team is complete. There is just one little problem. The Spaniards lost them as they got into a taxi. Triggers are now being placed on the border crossing as a precaution. I have no reason to believe that the attack will not take place as planned." He paused and looked at each of us in turn. "I've just become aware of 2 very critical pieces of information. First, The players will not be using a blocking car to reserve a parking space in the target area. A blocking car would mean making 2 trips across the border, and the int is that they're not prepared to take the risk. The pyro vehicle, when it arrives, should therefore be perceived as the real thing. Second, the detonation of the bomb will be by a hand-held remote control initiation device. They want to be sure that the bomb goes off at exactly the right moment. Remember, gentlemen, any one of the team, or all of them, could be in possession of that device. That bomb must not detonate. There could be hundreds of lives at risk. I was woken by the noise of engines in reverse and wheels on tarmac. It was just after 6 a.m. I'd been asleep for 3 hours. It was still dark, and the rain had eased quite a bit. I leaned over to the back. "Kelly? Kelly! Time to wake up!" As I shook her, there was a gentle moan. "Oh, okay, I'm coming." She sat up, rubbing her eyes. With the cuff of my coat, I started to tidy her up. I didn't want her walking into the airport looking wrecked. I wanted us looking as spruce and happy as Marie and Donny Osmond on Prozac. We got out of the car with the bag, and I locked up, after checking inside to make sure there wasn't anything attractive on view. The last thing I needed now was a car park attendant taking an interest in my lock-picking kit. We walked over to the stop, and didn't have long to wait before the bus arrived to take us to departures. The terminal looked just like any airport at that time of the morning. The check-in desks were already quite busy with business flyers. Some people, mostly student types, looked as though they were waiting for flights that they got there much too early for, and had got their heads down in sleeping bags spread across 3 or 4 seats with a massive backpack alongside. Cleaners with polishing machines trudged across the tiled floors like zombies. I picked up a free airport magazine from the rack at the top of the escalator. Looking at the flight guide at the back, I saw that the first possible departure to the UK was at just after 5 p.m. that evening. It was going to be a long wait. I looked at Kelly. We both could do with a decent wash. We went down the escalator to the international arrivals area on the lower level. I put some money in a machine and bought a couple of travel kits to supplement our washing gear, and went into one of the disabled toilets. I shaved as Kelly washed her face. I scraped the dirt off her boots with toilet paper and generally cleaned her up, combed her hair, and put it in an elastic band at the back so it didn't look so greasy. By the end of half an hour, we were looking fairly respectable. The scabs on my face were healing. I tried to grin, but they hurt too much. No Prozac, but we'd pass muster. I picked up the bag. "You ready? We're going to England now?" "Just one thing left to do. Follow me." I pulled at her stubby ponytail that made her look like a 4-foot-tall cheerleader. She pretended to be annoyed, but I could tell she liked the attention. We went back up the escalator and walked around the edge of the terminal, seemingly looking at the aircraft out on the tarmac. In fact, there were 2 quite different things I was looking for. "I need to post something," I said, spotting the FedEx box. I used the credit card details on the hire car agreement to fill in the dispatch form. Fuck it. Big Al could pay for a few things now he was rich. Kelly was watching my every movement. "Who are you writing to?" "I'm sending something to England in case we're stopped." I showed her the floppy disk and backup disk. "Who are you sending it to?" She got more like her dad every day. "Don't be so nosy." I put them in the envelope, sealed it, and entered the delivery details. In the past, we'd used the FedEx system to send the firm photos that we'd taken of a target and developed in a hotel room, or other highly sensitive material. It saved getting caught in possession. Nowadays, however, the system was obsolete. With digital cameras, you can take pictures, plug in your GSM mobile, dial up the UK, and transmit. We continued walking around the edge of the terminal. I found the PowerPoint I was looking for at the end of a row of black plastic seats, where 2 students were snoring. I pointed to the last 2 spaces. "Let's sit down here. I want to look at the laptop." I got it plugged in, and Kelly decided she wanted something to eat. "Give me 5 minutes," I said. From what I'd seen already, I understood Gibraltar was a setup. but it still didn't explain what Kev had to do with it. As I read on, it became clear. It seemed that in the late 1980s the Bush administration had been under pressure from Thatcher to do something about NORAID's fundraising for PIRA. With so many millions of American-Irish votes on the line, however, it was a tricky call. A deal was struck. If the Brits could expose the fact that NORAID money was being used to buy drugs, it would help discredit PIRA in the USA, and Bush could then take action. After all, who would complain about a US administration fighting the spread of dangerous drugs? When the British intelligence service started to gather int about PIRA's drug connections with Gibraltar, it seemed to present a window of opportunity. After the events of the 6th of March, however, the window was slammed shut. Those votes were too important. By the early 1990s, the US had a new administration, and the UK a new Prime Minister. In Northern Ireland, the peace process began. The US were told, and the message was delivered at the highest level, that unless they put pressure on PIRA to come to the peace table, the UK would expose what was happening to NORAID funds raised in America. It would look to the world like a failure by a power that preached so readily to others to fight the drug war in its own backyard. Another deal was struck. Clinton allowed Gerry Adams into the USA in 1995, a move that was not only good for the Irish-American vote, but made Clinton look like the prince of peacemakers. He also appeared to be snubbing John Major's stand against PIRA, but the British didn't mind. They knew the agenda. Behind closed doors, Gerry Adams was told that if PIRA didn't let the peace process happen, the US would come down on them like a ton of steaming shit. A ceasefire was indeed declared. It seemed that it was now time to talk for real instead of the years of covert talks that had got nowhere. Clinton and the British government would be seen as peace brokers, and PIRA would have a say in the way the deal was shaped. On the 12th of February 1996, however, a massive bomb exploded at Canary Wharf in London, killing 2 and causing hundreds of millions of pounds worth of damage. The ceasefire was broken. It was back to business as usual. But it didn't end there. Kev had also discovered that PIRA had been trying to blackmail certain Gibraltarian officials with some success. It seemed Gibraltar was still the key to Europe. Spain was far too much of a risk. They had also targeted some important personalities in the US, so they could continue to operate their drugs business with impunity. One of the victims was high up in the DEA. Kev's problem was he didn't know who. I did. I had the photograph of his boss. And now I knew why McGear, Fernahan and Macaulay had been in Gibraltar. Whoever the official was, they'd been there to give him a gypsy's warning, and to try to blackmail him with the shipment documents and photographs to get the route open again. Maybe Etta had wanted too big a cut of the profits in Spain. I closed down the laptop. I had to get back to the UK. I had to see Simmons. Kelly had been watching me. "Good," she said. "Can we have breakfast now?" I walked with her to Dunkin' Donuts. She had a carton of milk. I had coffee, and we both got stuck into some big stinking donuts. I had 6. At 10 o'clock we went back down the escalator to international arrivals. I needed passports. British or American, I didn't care. I scanned the international flights on the monitor. Chances were we were going to end up with American documents as opposed to British, purely because of the number of families streaming back from the spring break. Just like before, there were people both sides of the railings, waiting with their cameras and flowers. Kelly and I sat on the PVC seats near the domestic carousels on the other side of the international gates. I had my arm around her, as if I was cuddling her and chatting away. In fact, I was talking her through some of the finer points of theft. "Do you think you can do it?" We sat and watched the first wave of domestic arrivals come and collect their luggage. I pinged a potential family. "That's the sort of thing we're looking for, but it's 2 boys. I smiled. "You want to be a boy for the day?" "No way."
Boy, smell! I put my nose into my sweatshirt. I agreed. Okay, we'll wait. A flight arrived from Frankfurt, and this time we struck gold. The parents were late 30s. The kids were about 10 or 11, a girl and a boy. The mother was carrying a clear plastic handbag with white mesh, so you could check everything was where it should be. I couldn't believe our luck. See them? That's what we want. Let's go, shall we? There was a slightly hesitant, yeah. She didn't sound too keen now.
All mouth and trousers,
my mother would have said. Should I let her do this? I could cut it right now. As they walked towards the toilets, I had to make a decision. Fuck it. Let's carry on and get this done. She's going in with her daughter, I said. Make sure nobody's behind you. Remember, I'll be waiting. We followed on casually. The husband had left with the boy, perhaps to visit one of the vending machines or to get a taxi or their car. They both went into the toilets via the ladies' entrance, chatting and giggling. The woman had the bag over her shoulder. We entered via the men's on the right of the disabled toilets and immediately went into one of the large cubicles. I'll be in this one here. Okay, Kelly? Okay. Remember what you have to do. I got a big, positive nod. Off you go, then. I closed the door and held it in place. The toilets were large enough for a wheelchair to manoeuvre in. The slightest sound seemed to echo. The floors were wet and smelled of bleach. The timesheet on the back of the door showed that the place had been cleaned only 15 minutes ago. My heart was pumping so hard I could feel it underneath my shirt. My whole future pivoted on the actions of a 7-year-old girl. She had to slip her hand under the cubicle, grab the handbag, put it under her coat, and walk away without looking back. Not difficult, just majorly flawed. But without passports we couldn't get out of the country. It was as simple as that. There was no way I could go back to Big Al's. Besides the risk of the journey, I couldn't trust him, for the simple reason that I had no idea what he'd been doing since I left him. It was just too fucking complicated. We needed to get out of this country, and now. I was shaken from my thoughts by a sudden knock, 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 and a nervous, Nick. I opened the door quickly, didn't even look, and in she ran. I closed and locked it, picked her up and carried her over to the toilet. I put down the lid and we sat together. I smiled and whispered, Well done. She looked both excited and scared. I was just scared, because I knew that at any minute all hell would break loose. And then it came. The mother was running out of the toilet, shouting, I've had my bag stolen! Where's Louise? Louise! The girl came out and started to cry, Mommy! Mommy! I could hear them both run off, screaming. Now was not the time to get out. People would be looking. Attention would be focused. Let's just sit tight and look at the passports. We'd just robbed Mrs. Fiona Sandbourne and family. Fine. Except that Mr. Sandbourne didn't look at all like Mr. Stone. Never mind, I could do something about that later on. But the names of both kids were entered on each of their parents' passports, and that was a problem. I pulled out the cash and her reading glasses. The toilet system was a sealed unit behind the wall. There was nowhere to hide the bag. I got up, told Kelly to stand, and listened at the door. The woman had found a policeman. I imagined the scene outside. A little crowd would have gathered round. The cop would be making notes, radioing control, maybe checking the other cubicles. I broke into a sweat. I stood at the door and waited for what seemed like an hour. Kelly tiptoed exaggeratedly towards me. I bent down, and she whispered in my ear, Is it all right yet? Almost. Then I heard a banging noise and knocking. Somebody was pushing back the doors in the vacant cubicles and knocking on the doors of the others. They were looking for the thief, or, more likely, to see if the bag had been dumped once the money had been taken. They'd be at our cubicle any second. I didn't have time to think. Kelly, you must talk if they knock. I want you to... Knock, knock, knock. In the echo chamber of the disabled toilet, it sounded like the slam of a cell door. A male voice shouted, Hello, police! Anyone there? He tried to turn the handle. I quickly moved Kelly back to the toilet and whispered in her ear, Say you will be out soon. She shouted,
I'm coming out soon.
There was no reply, just the same thing happening at the next cubicle. The danger had passed, or so I hoped. All that was left to do was dump my pistol and mags. That was easy. I slipped them into Fiona's bag and crushed it into a package that would fit in a bin. It was an hour before I decided it was safe to leave. I turned to Kelly. Your name is Louise now, okay? Louise Sanborn. Okay. She didn't seem fussed at all. Louise, when we leave here in a minute, I want you to be really happy and hold my hand. With that, I picked up the bag. Okay, we're off.
To England?
Of course. But first of all, we've got to get on the plane. By the way, you were great. Well done. We got into the departures area at 11:30 a.m. Still several hours to go before the first possible flight, the BA 216 to Heathrow at 17:10. I went to a phone and, using the numbers in the airport magazine, called each airline in turn to check seat availability. The British Airways flight was fully booked. So was United Airways 918 at 18:10, the BA at 18:10, and the United at 18:40. I eventually managed to find 2 spare seats on a flight with Virgin at 18:45, and gave all the details of Mr. Sanborn, who was on his way to the airport right now. Payment was courtesy of the details for Big Al's plastic on the car hire form. I wandered past the Virgin desk for a check, and found it didn't open till 1:30 p.m. 1.5 hours to sit and sweat. Terry Sanborn was a little older than me, and his shoulder-length hair was starting to go grey. My hair was just below the ear, and brown. Thankfully his passport was 4 years old. To the delight of Kelly and the terminal's barbershop owner, I underwent a #1 crew cut, coming out looking like a US Marine. We then went into the travel shop, and I bought a pack of painkillers that claimed to be the answer to a woman's period pains. Judging from the list of ingredients, they were certainly the answer for me. All the time, I kept hoping that the police had assumed the motive for the theft was money, and, rather than pursuing the matter further, had left it to the Sanborns to report the cards and passport missing. I didn't want to turn up at the ticket sales desk and be jumped on by several hundredweight of cop. Still 30 minutes to go before we could check in. One more thing to do. Kelly, we have to go to the toilet up here for a while.
I don't need to go.
It's for me to get into my disguise. Come and see. We went to the disabled toilet in departures and closed the door. I took out Fiona's glasses. They were gold-framed and had lenses as thick as the bottom of Coke bottles. I tried them on. The frames weren't big enough, but they looked okay. I turned to Kelly and crossed my eyes. Then I had to stop her laughing. I got the painkillers out of the hold-all. I'm going to take this stuff, and it's going to make me ill. But it's for a reason, okay? She wasn't quite sure. Oh, okay then. I took 6 capsules and waited. The hot flushes started, then the cold sweats. I put my hands up to show it was okay, as 6 donuts and a coffee flew out of my mouth into the toilet bowl. Kelly watched in amazement as I had a rinse in the basin. I looked at myself in the mirror. Just as I'd hoped. I looked as pale and clammy as I felt. I took 2 more. There were few customers at the long line of check-in desks, and only one woman on duty at Virgin Atlantic Sales. She was writing something, and her head was down as we approached. She was in her mid-20s, black and beautiful, with relaxed hair pulled back in a bun.
Hello! The name's Sanborn.
Because of the codeine, my voice was lower and coarse.
There should be 2 tickets for me.
I tried to look disorganized and fucked off.
Hopefully my brother-in-law has booked them.
My eyes looked to the sky in hope.
Sure. Do you have a reference number?
Sorry, he didn't give me one. Just Sanborn.
She tapped that out and said,
That's fine, Mr. Sanborn. 2 tickets for you and Louise. How many bags are you checking in?
I had the laptop on my shoulder and the hold-all in my hand. I dithered, as if working out I'd need the laptop.
Just this one.
I put the hold-all on the scale. It didn't weigh much, but it was bulked out respectably with the blanket.
Could I see your passport, please?
I looked in all my pockets without apparent success. I didn't want to produce Sanborn's documents straight away.
Look, I know we were lucky to get seats at all, but is it possible to make sure we're sitting together?
I leaned a little closer and half whispered,
Louise hates flying.
Kelly and I exchanged glances.
That's okay, baby, that's okay.
My voice dropped again.
We're on a bit of a mercy mission.
I looked down at Kelly and back at the woman, my face pained.
Her grandmother's...
I let it hang, as if the rest of the sentence would be too terrible for a little girl's ears.
I'll see what I can do, sir.
She was hitting the keys of her PC at such a speed it looked as if she was bluffing. I put the passport on top of the counter. She looked up and smiled.
No problem, Mr. Sanborn. That's marvelous.
But I still wanted to keep the conversation going.
I wondered, would it be possible for us to use one of your lounges? It's just that after my chemotherapy I tire very easily. We've been rushing around today and I don't feel too well. I only have to knock myself when I cut.
She looked at my scabs and pale complexion and understood. There was a pause. Then she said,
My mother went through chemo for cancer of the liver. The therapy worked. After all that pain, she came through.
I thanked her for her concern and message of support.
Now just get me into the lounge out of the fucking way. Let me find out.
Smiling at Kelly, she picked up the phone and spoke. After several seconds of weird airline vocabulary, she looked at me and nodded.
That's fine, sir. We share facilities with United. I'll fill out an invitation.
I thanked her and she reached for the passport. I hoped that, by now, she knew me so well it was just a formality. She flicked it open, and I turned away and talked to Kelly, telling her how exciting it was going to be, flying to see Grandma. I heard,
You'll be boarding at about 5:30.
I looked up, all smiles.
Go to Gate C. A shuttle will take you to the lounge. You both have a pleasant flight. Thank you so much. Come on then, Louise. We got a plane to catch.
I let Kelly walk on a few steps, then turned back to the woman and said,
I just hope Grandma can wait for us.
She nodded knowingly. All I wanted to do now was get airside. First hurdle was security. Kelly went through first, and I followed. No alarms. I had to open up the laptop and switch it on to prove it worked, but I'd been expecting that. All the Flavius documents were now in a file entitled Games. We went straight to Gate C, walked through and into the shuttle bus. There was a 5-minute wait while the bus filled up, then the doors closed, the hydraulics lowered, and we drove about half a mile across the tarmac to the departures lounge proper. The area was plush and busy. I heard a lot of British accents, mixed in with snatches of German and French. Kelly and I headed for the United Lounge, via a detour to the Pick and Mix stall. We sat quietly with a large cappuccino and a Coke. Unfortunately, the downtime just gave me time to think about whether I'd made any mistakes. A security man walked into the reception and talked to the people on the desk. My heart beat faster. We were so close to the aircraft on the other side of the glass that I felt I could reach out and touch them. I could almost smell the aviation fuel. I told myself to calm down. If they'd wanted us, they would have found us by now. But in truth, so many things could still go wrong that one of them almost certainly would. I was still sweating good style. My head was glistening, and I didn't know if it was the capsules or my flapping, but I was starting to feel weak.
Nick, am I Louise all day today, or just for now?
I pretended to think about it.
The whole day. You're Louise Sanborn all day. Why? Because they won't let us go to England unless we use another name.
I got a smiling, thoughtful nod. I said,
Do you want to know something else?
What's that?
If I call you Louise, you have to call me Daddy. But just for today.
I wasn't sure what kind of reaction to expect, but she just shrugged. Whatever. Maybe that was what she wanted now. The next 3 hours were grim, but at least we were out of the way. If I'd had any heart problems, I would probably have died. The blood was coursing through me so fast and hard. I could hear it pumping in my ears. I kept saying to myself, "You're here now. There's nothing you can do about it. Accept it. Just get on that fucking aircraft." I looked at Kelly. "You all right, Louise?" "Yeah, I'm all right, Daddy." She had a big smile now. I just hoped she kept it. I watched the receptionist move to the microphone. She announced our flight and told us she had really enjoyed having us stay in the lounge. There were about a dozen others who stood up and started to sort themselves out, folding papers and zipping up bags. I got to my feet and stretched. "Louise?" "Yep." "Let's go to England." We walked towards the gate, father and daughter, hand in hand, talking garbage. My theory went, if I talked with her, they wouldn't talk to us. 4 or 5 people were ahead of us in the queue, like us, families with young children. Passports were being checked by a young Latino. He had an ID card on a chain round his neck, but we were too far away yet for me to make out what it said. Was he airline security or airport security? 2 uniformed security men came up and stood behind him, talking to each other. It was the kind of chat that looked so casual it probably wasn't. I used my sleeve to mop sweat from the side of my face. Both the uniformed men were armed. The black guy cracked a joke as the white guy laughed and looked around. Kelly and I shuffled forward. I held her beside me, the protective parent anxious in a crowd. The laptop was over my shoulder. Kelly held a teddy under each arm. We moved 3 steps forward. Another wait. Then it was our turn with the Latino. I wanted to make it all very easy for him. Smiling, I handed him the boarding pass and the passport. I was convinced the uniformed guys were looking at me. I went into boxer mode. Everything was focused on the Latino. Everything else was in the distance, muffled, distorted, peripheral. A bead of sweat fell down my cheek, and I knew he'd noticed it. I knew he could see my chest heaving up and down. Kelly was just behind and to the right of me. I looked at her and smiled. "Sir?" I silently exhaled in preparation and looked back at him. "Just the passport, sir?" He handed me back the boarding pass. I grinned, the inexperienced dickhead traveller. He flicked through the pages of the passport, stopping at Sanborn's photograph. He glanced at me, then back at the passport. "I'm in the shit." I let him see I was reading his thoughts. "Male menopause," I grinned, rubbing my hand over what was left of my hair. My scalp was drenched. "The Bruce Willis look." The fucker didn't laugh. He was making up his mind. Eventually he closed the passport and tapped it in his hand. "Have a pleasant flight, sir." I went to give him a nod, but he was already paying attention to the people behind me. We moved 2 paces towards the girls from Virgin and handed them our boarding passes. The 2 security men didn't budge. We started to walk onto the air bridge, and I felt as if I'd been trying to run through waist-high water and was suddenly on the shoreline. The Latino still worried me. I thought about him all the way onto the aircraft. It was only when I'd found our seats, put the bag and laptop in the overhead locker, settled down and picked up the in-flight magazine that I took a deep breath and let it out very, very slowly. It wasn't a sigh of relief. I was boosting the oxygen levels in my blood. No, the fucker wasn't happy. His suspicions had been aroused, but he hadn't asked any questions, hadn't even asked my name. We might be on the shoreline, but it was far from being dry land. The aircraft was still filling up. I kept taking deep breaths to try to control my pulse rate. Officials were moving in and out of the aircraft with manifests. Every time it happened, I was expecting to see the 2 security guys in tow. There was only one entrance, only one exit. There was nowhere to run. As I worked through the scenarios in my mind, I just had to accept the fact that the die was cast. I was a passenger now, and for a fleeting second, I had the same feeling that I'd always had on any aircraft, military or civilian. I was in the hands of others and powerless to decide my own destiny. And I hated it. Still, people were filing on. I nearly burst out in nervous laughter as the speakers played Gloria Gaynor's "I Will Survive." I looked at Kelly,
and winked. She thought it was great, sitting there trying to strap in her teddies. One of the male flight attendants came down our aisle, still wearing his Virgin suit, not yet in shirt-sleeve order. He came down as far as our row of seats and stopped. Judging by his line of sight, he seemed to be checking our seat belts. It was too early for that, surely. I nodded and smiled. He turned back and disappeared into the galley. I watched the entrance, expecting the worst. One of the female flight attendants poked her head out and looked directly at me. Kelly's teddies were suddenly very interesting. I could feel tingling in my feet. My stomach tightened. I looked up again. She'd gone. The male attendant came out again, carrying a bin liner. He approached us, stopped, and squatted down in the aisle next to Kelly. He said, "Hiya." "Hello." He put his hand into the bin liner, and I waited for him to bring out the .45. Good ploy, letting me think he's a member of the crew doing something for the kid. He pulled out a little nylon day sack. Splattered all over the back was the Virgin logo and the words, "Kids with Altitude." "We forgot to give you one of these," he said. I nearly hugged him. "Thank you very much." I grinned like an asylum inmate, my eyes 100% larger through the lenses of Fiona's glasses. "Thank you so much." He did his best not to look at me, as if I was indeed some sort of weirdo, then offered us a drink before takeoff. I was gagging for a beer, but I might have to start performing the other side, and anyway, I just wanted to get my head down. We had an orange juice each instead. Sharing the in-flight guide with her, I said, "What film are you going to watch, Louise?" "Clueless," she grinned. "Whatever," I said. 20 minutes later, right on schedule, the aircraft finally lifted off from the runway. Suddenly, I didn't mind being in a pilot's hands after all. Chapter 36. We went through all the nonsense of the introduction by the captain. How wonderful it was to have us on board and when we were going to be fed. My body heat was slowly starting to dry out my sweat-drenched shirt. Even my socks had been wet. I looked over at Kelly. She had a sad face on. I shoved her with my arm. "You okay?" "I suppose. It's just, I'll miss Melissa, and I didn't even tell her that I'm going to England." I knew how to get out of this type of thing now. "Well, all you have to do is think of good things about Melissa, and that will make you feel happy." I was waiting for her reply. I knew the sort of thing it was going to be. "What do you think about to make you happy? About your best friend David?" Easy. I was prepared. "Well, nearly 12 years ago, we were working together, and he was rebuilding his house and needed a new wooden floor." She was enjoying this. Stories at bedtime. She certainly looked as if she would go to sleep soon, cuddling up to me. I carried on, telling her how we'd both nicked a squash court floor from one of the HQ Security Forces bases while in Northern Ireland with the debt. We were there at 3 o'clock in the morning, with spades, hammers, and chisels. We put the boards in a van and brought them over to the mainland. After all, HM government spent all that time and money training us to break in and steal things. Why not use it for ourselves? The next 3 days had been spent laying the hallway and kitchen of the house near Brecon with his nice new flooring. I grinned down at her for a reaction, but she was already sound asleep. I started to watch the video, but knew I was going to fall asleep any minute, so long as the capsules wore off and I could stop my mind going back to the same question over and over again. There was an unholy alliance between Pyra and corrupt elements of the DEA. Of that there was no doubt. And it very much looked as though Kev's boss was at the centre of it. Kev had found out about the corruption, but not who was involved. He wanted to talk to somebody about it, so was it his boss that he'd unwittingly phoned for an opinion on the day I arrived in Washington? Very unlikely, because Kev would have included him on his list of suspects. Much more probable was that he'd spoken to someone unconnected with the DEA, someone who would have known what he was talking about and whose opinion he would have valued. Could it have been Luther? He knew Kev. Would Kev have trusted him? Who knows? Whoever he called, he was dead within an hour of putting down the phone.
The cabin light came on a couple of hours before landing, and we were served breakfast. I gave Kelly a nudge, but she groaned and buried herself under her blanket. I didn't bother with the food. From feeling almost elated at having got away with it, I awoke profoundly depressed. My mood was as black as the coffee in front of me. I'd been mad to let myself feel relieved. We weren't out of the woods by a long way. If they knew we were on the aircraft, of course they wouldn't do anything about it until we landed. It was at the point that I walked off the aircraft and stepped onto the ramp that they'd lift me. Even if that didn't happen, there was immigration. The officials trying to keep out undesirables are much tougher and a lot more on the ball than those in charge of waving you off. They vet your documents that bit more closely, scrutinize your body language, read your eyes. Kelly and I were on a stolen passport. We'd got through at Dulles, but that didn't mean we could pull it off again. I took 4 capsules and finished my coffee. I remembered that I was an American citizen now. When the attendant came past, I asked her for an immigration card. Kelly still wouldn't wake up. Filling in the card, I decided that the Sanborns had just moved and now lived only 1 door away from Mr. and Mrs. Brown. Hunting Bear Path was the only address I could talk about convincingly. If I was lifted at immigration, it wouldn't be the first time. I'd come into Gatwick Airport once from a job. I gave my passport to the immigration officer, and while he was inspecting it, a boy came up on either side, gripped my arms, and took the passport from the official. "Mr. Stamford, Special Branch, come with us." I wasn't going to argue. My cover was good. I was in the UK now. Everything was going to be fine. They strip-searched me in an interview room, firing questions left, right, and centre. I went through the whole routine of my cover story, where I'd been, what I'd been doing, why I'd been doing it. They telephoned my cover, and James supported my story. Everything was going swimmingly. Then I got put in the airport detention cells, and 3 policemen came in. They wasted no time. They piled in like rugby forwards, 2 holding my arms, 1 throwing punches, then taking turns. They filled me in severely. No word of explanation. Next I got taken for an interview, and was accused of being a paedophile and procuring kids in Thailand, which was strange, considering I'd been on a deniable op in Russia. There was nothing I could say. It was just down to denying and waiting for the system to get me out. After about 4 hours of interviews, I was sitting in my cell. In came people from the intelligence service to debrief me on my performance. It had been a fucking exercise. They'd been testing all the Ks as we came back into the UK. The only trouble was they'd picked the wrong charge to pull us in on. The police obviously didn't wait for niceties like courtrooms when it came to dealing with child molesters. And everyone who was lifted got taken to one side and given the good news. One bloke who'd flown into Jersey got such a severe kicking he ended up in hospital. Kelly was still half asleep, and she looked as rough as I felt. She looked as if she'd been sleeping in a hedge. She yawned and made an attempt to stretch. As she opened her eyes and looked around, completely bewildered, I grinned and offered her the carton of orange juice. "How are you today, Louise?" She still looked lost for a second or 2, then got back to the programme. "I'm all right." She paused, grinned, and added, "Daddy?" She closed her eyes and turned over, trying to sort herself out with a pillow and blanket. I didn't have the heart to tell her we were landing soon. At least I got to drink her orange juice, as a Welcome to London video came on the screens. Loads of pomp, circumstance, and pageantry, the household cavalry astride their horses, guardsmen marching up and down, the Queen riding down the Mall in her carriage. To me, London had never looked so good. Then the aircraft landed, and we became actors again. We taxied and stopped at our ramp. Everybody jumped out of their seat as if they were going to miss out on something. I leaned over to Kelly. "Wait here. We're in no rush." I wanted to get into the middle of the crowd. Eventually we got all the bits and pieces back into Kelly's day sack, organised the teddies, and joined the line. I was trying to look ahead but couldn't see much. We got to the galley area, turned left, and shuffled towards the door. On the ramp were 3 men, normal British Airports Authority reception staff in fluorescent jackets, who were manning the air bridge, helping a woman into a wheelchair. Things were looking good. Freedom felt so close. We walked up the ramp and joined the spur that led to the main terminal. Kelly didn't have a care in the world, which was good.
I didn't want her to understand what was happening. There was heavy foot traffic in both directions, people running with hand luggage, drifting in and out of shops, milling around at gates. I had the day-sack and laptop over my shoulder and held Kelly's hand. She carried the teddies. We reached the walkway. Heathrow is the most monitored, most cameraed, most visually and physically secure airport in the world. Untold pairs of eyes would already be on us. This was no time for looking furtive or guilty. The travelator stopped by gates 43 to 47, then a new one started about 10 metres later. As we trundled along, I waited until there was a gap each side of us and bent down to Kelly. "You mustn't forget I'm your daddy today. Okay, Louise Sanborn?" "As if," she said, with a huge smile. I just hoped we were both smiling in 30 minutes' time. We came to the end of the walkway and took a down escalator, following signs for passport control and baggage reclaim. From halfway down the escalator, I could see the immigration hall straight ahead. This was where we'd stand or fall. There were about 4 or 5 people waiting to go through each of the desks. I started joking with Kelly, trying to give myself something to do instead of just looking nervous. I'd entered countries illegally hundreds of times, but never so unprepared or under such pressure. "All set, Louise?" "I'm ready, Daddy." I passed her the day sack so I could get the passport and visa card out of my pocket. We ambled up to passport control and joined the end of a queue. I kept reminding myself about an American friend who'd travelled from Boston to Canada and then from Canada back to the UK. He'd picked up his friend's passport by mistake while they were sharing a hotel room. He couldn't get back to exchange it, so he'd had to bluff it. No one had even batted an eyelid. We waited in line. Still with the laptop on my right shoulder, I was holding Kelly's hand with my left. I kept looking down at her and smiling, but not excessively so. That was suspicious behaviour, and I knew that people would be watching on monitors and from behind two-way mirrors. The business type in front of us went through with a wave and a smile to the official. It was our turn. We approached the desk. I handed my documents to the woman. She ran her eyes down the details on the card. She looked down at Kelly from her high desk. "Hello. Welcome to England." Kelly came back with a very American "Hi." I guess the woman was in her late 30s. Her hair was permed, but the perm had gone slightly wrong. "Did you have a nice flight?" she asked. Kelly had Jenny or Ricky in one hand, hanging by her ear, and the other one's head was sticking out from the top flap of her day sack on her back. She said, "Yep, it was fine, thank you." The woman kept the conversation going. "And what's your name?" she asked, still checking the form. Could I trust her to get it right, or should I butt in? Kelly smiled and said, "Kelly!" What a farce. We'd come so far, we'd come through so much, only to be caught by a line straight from a B-movie. Straight away I smiled down at Kelly. "No, it's not." I didn't want to look at the woman. I could feel the smile drain from her face, could feel her eyes burning into the side of my head. There was a pause that felt like an hour, as I tried to think of what to do or say next. I pictured the woman's finger hovering over a concealed button. Kelly got there before me. "I know, I'm joking," she giggled, holding out a teddy. "This is Kelly. My name is Louise. What's yours?" "My name's Margaret." The smile was back. If only she'd known how close she'd been to a kill. She opened the passport. Her eyes flicked up and down as she studied first the picture, then my face. She put the passport down below the level of the desk, and I saw the telltale glow of ultraviolet light. Then she looked back into my eyes and said, "When was this picture taken?" "About 4 years ago, I guess." I gave a weak smile and said in a low voice that Kelly wasn't meant to overhear, "I've been having chemotherapy. The hair's just starting to grow back." I rubbed my head. My skin felt damp and cold. Hopefully I still looked shit. The capsule certainly made me feel it. "I'm bringing Louise over to see my wife's parents because it's been quite a traumatic time. My wife's staying with our other child because he's ill at the moment. When it rains, it pours." "Oh," she said, and it sounded genuinely sympathetic, but she didn't hand back the passport. There was a big lull, as if she was waiting for me to fill the silence with a confession.
Or maybe she was just trying to think of something helpful and human to say. Finally, she said, "Have a good stay," and put the documents back on the desktop. There was that urge just to grab them and run. "Thank you very much," I said, picking them up and putting them back into my pocket, then carefully doing up the button, because that was what a normal dad would do. Only then did I turn to Kelly. "Come on, baby, let's go." I started to walk, but Kelly stood her ground. "Oh, fuck, now what?" "Goodbye, Margaret," she beamed. "Have a nice day." Then that was it. We were nearly there. I knew there wasn't going to be a problem with the luggage, because I wasn't going to collect it. I checked the carousels. There was a flight from Brussels that was also unloading, so I headed for the Blue Channel. Even if they were watching, and stopped us because Kelly had a Virgin Airlines bag, I would play the stupid person routine. But there weren't any customs on duty in the Blue Channel. We were free! Chapter 37. The large sliding doors opened up into the arrivals hall. We walked through into a throng of people holding up cards for taxis or waiting for their loved ones. Nobody gave us a second look. I went straight to the Bureau de Change. I found I'd done well last night with Ron, Melvin and the Sanborns, ending up with over £300 in cash. Like a nugget, I forgot to ask for a small denomination note for the machine, and we had to queue for ages for tube tickets. It didn't seem to matter. Even the hour-long ride to Bank Station was enjoyable. I was a free man. I was amongst ordinary people. None of them knew who we were, or was going to pull a gun on us. The city is a strange mixture of architecture. As we left the station, we passed grand buildings comprised of columns and puritanically straight lines. The old establishment. Turn a corner, and we were confronted by monstrosities that were built in the 60s and early 70s by architects who must have taken a "let's go fuck up the city" pill. One of these buildings was the one I was heading for, the NatWest Bank in Lombard Street, a road so narrow that just one car could squeeze down it. We went through the revolving steel and glass doors into the banking hall, where rows of cashiers sat behind protective screens. But I wasn't there for money. The reception desk was manned by a man and a woman, both in their early 20s, both wearing NatWest suits. They even had little corporate motifs sewn into the material of the breast pocket, probably so the staff wouldn't wear them out of hours. As Kelly would have said, as if. I saw both of them give Kelly and me an instant appraisal, and could feel them turning up their noses. I gave them a cheery, "Hi, how are you?" and asked to speak with Guy Bexley. The woman said, "Can I have your name, please?" as she picked up the phone. "Nick Stevenson." The girl called an extension. The man went back to being efficient on the other side of the reception desk. I bent down and whispered to Kelly, "I'll explain later." "He'll be along in a minute. Would you like to sit down?" We waited on a settee that was very long, very deep, and very plastic. I could sense Kelly's cogs turning. Sure enough. "Nick, am I Louise Stevenson now, or Louise Sanborn?" I screwed up my face and scratched my head. Kelly. Guy Bexley came down. Guy was my relationship manager, whatever that was. All I knew was that he was the man I asked for when I wanted to get my security blanket out. He was late 20s, and you could see by his hairstyle and goatee beard that he felt uncomfortable in the issued suit, and would be far happier wearing PVC trousers, holding a bottle of water, and raving all night, bare-chested. We shook hands. "Hello, Mr. Stevenson. Haven't seen you for a long time." I shrugged my shoulders. "Work. This is Kelly." He bent down and said, "Hello there, Kelly," in his best "I've been trained how to introduce myself to kids" manner. "I just need my locked box for 5 minutes, mate." I followed him towards the row of partitioned offices on the other side of the hall. I'd been in them many times before. They were all identical. Each contained just a round table, 4 chairs, and a telephone. It was where people went to count money, or beg for a loan. He started to leave. "Could I also have a statement on my diamond reserve, please?" Guy nodded and left. Kelly said, "What are we doing here?" I should have known by now that she hated to be left out of things, just like her dad.
Wait and see." I winked. A few minutes later, Guy reappeared, put the box on the table, and gave me a folded printout of my account. I felt nervous as I opened up the paper. My eyes went straight for the bottom right-hand corner. $426,570, converted at a rate of $1.58 to the pound. Big Al had done it! I had to control myself as I remembered Bexley was still standing there. "I'll just be about 5 minutes," I said. "Tell reception when you're ready. They'll put it back in the vault for you." He left with a shake of my hand and a "Bye, Kelly," and closed the door behind him. The box was 18 inches by 12 inches, a metal file container I'd bought for a tenner in Woolworths, with a very cheap lock on the top that opened under pressure. I'd been planning to rent a proper safe deposit box, but then I'd remembered about the Knightsbridge raid years before. Also, it meant I'd have to turn up with a key, and I couldn't guarantee I was going to have that with me. This way was easier. The only problem was that if I had to do a runner out of the country, it could only be during banking hours. I flipped the lock and pulled out a couple of old private eyes I'd put on top, in case it accidentally opened. I threw them over to Kelly. "See if you can make any sense of those." She picked one up and started to flick through the pages. The first thing I took out was the mobile phone and recharger. I switched it on. The battery was still working, but I put it in the recharger anyway and plugged it into the wall. Next, I pulled out a clear plastic carrier bag which contained bundles of US dollar bills and pounds sterling, 5 South African Krugerrands, and 10 half-sovereigns that I'd stolen after the Gulf War. All troops who were behind enemy lines in Iraq were issued with 20 of the things, as bribes for the locals in case we were in the shit. In my patrol, we'd managed to keep 10 of them each. We said we'd lost the rest in a contact. To begin with, I'd only kept them as souvenirs, but they'd soon increased in value. I left them in the bag. I was only interested in the sterling. I dug out a European leather porte-monnaie with a strap, in which I had a complete set of ID. Passport, credit cards, driver's license, all the stuff I needed to become Nicholas Duncan Stevenson. It had taken years to get cover in such depth, all originating from a social security number I'd bought in a pub in Brixton for 50 quid. I then got out an electronic notebook. It was great. It meant that anywhere in the world I could fax, send memos, do word processing, and maintain a database. The problem was, I didn't have a clue how to use it. I just used the phone number and address facility, because it could only be accessed with a password. I had a quick look over at Kelly. She was thumbing through the eye, not understanding a word. I pushed my hand to the bottom of the box and extracted the 9mm semi-automatic Browning that I'd liberated from Africa in the late 80s. Loading the mags with rounds from a small Tupperware box, I made ready and checked chamber. Kelly looked up, but didn't give it a second glance. I powered up the notebook, tapped in 2242, and found the number I wanted. I picked up the telephone on the table. Kelly looked up again. "Who are you phoning?" "Ewan." "Who's he?" I could see the confusion on her face. "He's my best friend." I carried on, pressing the phone number. "But—" I put my finger to my lips. "Shh!" He wasn't in. I left a message on the answering machine in veiled speech. Then I put the laptop into the box, together with everything that I wasn't taking with me, including the printout. Kelly was bored with the eyes now, so I took them off her to put back in the box. I knew there was a question on its way. "Nick?" I just carried on packing. "Yes?" "You said David was your best friend." "Ah, yes. Well, Ewan is my best friend. It's just that sometimes I have to call him David because—" I started to think of a lie. "But why?" "I told you because if we got caught, then you wouldn't know his real name. That way you couldn't tell anyone. It's something that's done all the time. It's called OPSEC, Operational Security." I finished packing and closed the box. She had thought about it. "Oh, okay. His name's Ewan, then." "When you see him, he might even show you the floor we talked about." I poked my head round the corner and waved at the receptionist. She came in, picked up the box, and left. I turned to Kelly. "Right then, time for a shopping frenzy. Let me see, we'd better buy some nice new clothes for us both, and then we'll go and stay in a hotel and wait for Ewan to ring.
Sound good to you?"
Her face brightened.
"Okay."
Once this was all over, I would have to set up a different named account and move the money, and I'd stop being Stevenson. A pain in the arse to organise, but I could live with that for $426,570. End of Side 10. Side 11. The cab ride to Trafalgar Square became a tour given by me to Kelly. I was more into it than she was, and I could tell by the taxi driver's expression in his rear-view mirror that I was getting most of the details wrong. We were going down the Strand when I spotted clothes shops on both sides of the road. We paid off the taxi and shopped for jeans, T-shirts and washing kit. Once done, we got another cab, and I asked for Brown's Hotel. I said to Kelly, "You'd like this place. It's got 2 entrances, so you can enter from Dover Street and come out the other side on Albemarle Street. Very important for spies like us." I switched on the phone, got hold of directory inquiries, and called the hotel to make a reservation. Less than half an hour later we were in our room, but only after showing off to Kelly and discovering that the Dover Street exit was no longer open. Finger on the pulse. The room was a world removed from the ones we'd been used to. It was plush, comfortable, and, best of all, it had a minibar with Toblerones. I could have killed a beer, but not yet. There was work to do. Jet lag was starting to kick in. Kelly looked exhausted. She flopped onto the bed, and I undressed her and threw her between the sheets. "You can have a bath tomorrow," I said. She was a starfish in about 2 minutes flat. I checked that the phone had a good signal and that the charger was working. Ewan knew my voice, and my message, "It's John the plumber. When do you want me to come and fix that tap? Give me a ring on," would have done the trick. I decided to have a quick nap for 10 minutes, maybe shower, have something to eat, then go to bed. After all, it was only 5 p.m. 10 minutes later, at 5:45 in the morning, the phone rang. I pressed receive. I heard, "Hello?" in that very low, very controlled voice I knew so well. "I need a hand, mate," I said. "I need you to help me. Can you get to London?" "When do you want me?" "Now." "I'm in Wales. It'll take a bit of time." "I'll wait out on this number." "No problem. I'll get a train. It'll be quicker." "Thanks, mate. Give me a call about an hour before you get into Paddington." "Yeah. Okay." The phone went dead. I had never felt so relieved. It was like putting down the phone after a doctor's just told you the cancer test was negative. The train journey alone would take over 3 hours, so there wasn't much to do apart from enjoy the lull in the battle. Kelly woke up as I caught up with the election battle in the copy of the Times that had been slipped under the door. No walk to the street corner with some change at Brown's. I phoned room service and tried out the TV channels. No Power Rangers. Great! In lazy time, we both eventually got up, showered, changed, and were looking good. We took a leisurely stroll to the station through Piccadilly Circus, Leicester Square, and Trafalgar Square. I delivered another tour lecture that Kelly didn't listen to. All she wanted to do was feed the pigeons. I kept on looking at my watch, waiting for Ewan to call, and while Kelly was still being overrun by pigeons having a feeding frenzy in the square, the phone rang. It was 9:50 a.m. I put my finger in my other ear to block out the traffic and the screams of delight from Kelly and the other kids as birds tried to peck their eyes out. "I'm an hour from Paddington." "That's great. I'll meet you at Platform 3, Charing Cross Station. OK, mate?" "See you there." The Charing Cross Hotel was part of the station complex and just 2 minutes' walk from Trafalgar Square. I'd picked it because I knew that from the foyer you could see the taxis pull into the station and drop off their fares. We waited and watched. The place was full of package tour Americans and Italians. The Americans were at the tour guide desk, booking every show in town, and the Italians just moved from the lift to the exit door in one loud, arm-waving mob, shouting at each other, and all trying to get through the glass doors at the same time. It was about half an hour later that I saw a cab with a familiar figure in the back. I pointed him out to Kelly. "Aren't we going to go and meet him?" "No, we're going to stay here and look, because we're going to surprise him, just like we did in Daytona, remember?" "Oh, yeah, we have to stand off." I watched him get out. It was so wonderful to see him that I wanted to jump up and run outside. He was dressed in jeans and wearing the kind of shoes you see advertised in a Sunday supplement. Hush puppies were positively cutting-edge fashion compared to these. He was also wearing a black nylon bomber jacket, so he'd be easy enough to pick out in the station. I said to Kelly, "We'll give him a couple of minutes, then we'll go and surprise him, shall we?" "Yeah?" She sounded quite excited. She had 2 lumps of bird shit on the back of her coat. I was waiting for them to dry before picking them off. I stood off for 5 minutes, watching his arse for him. Then we walked towards the station and through a couple of arches to the ticket offices. The station was renovated Victorian, with W.H. Smith and all the other normal outlets. We looked for platform 3, and there he was, leaning against the wall, reading a paper. The same feeling. I wanted to run over there and hug him. We walked, slowly. He looked up and saw me. We both smiled and said, "Hi, how's it going?" He looked at me, then at Kelly, but he didn't say anything. He knew that I'd tell him at some stage. We went off to the side of the station to steps that led us down towards the river. As we walked, he looked at my head and tried to hide a grin. "Good haircut." Outside Embankment Station, we got into a taxi. Drills are drills. They're there for a reason, and that is to protect you. The moment you start falling down on drills, you start fucking up. We took the driver a roundabout route, covering our arses, taking 20 minutes to Brown's instead of the straight line 10. As soon as we got back to the room, I turned on the TV for Kelly and phoned room service. Everyone was hungry. Ewan was already chatting away with Kelly. She looked pleased to have somebody else to talk to, even if it was only another grown-up and a man. That was good. They were getting a relationship going. She was feeling comfortable with him. The food came. There was a beef burger and chips for Kelly, and 2 club sandwiches for us. I said to Kelly, "We'll let you eat in peace. We're going into the bathroom because you're watching TV, and I want to talk to Ewan about some stuff. Is that all right?" She nodded, mouth already full. Ewan smiled. "See you in a minute, Kelly. Save us a chip." We went into the bathroom with our coffees and sandwiches, the noise of the TV dying the moment I closed the door. I started to tell him the story. Ewan listened intently. He was visibly upset about Kev and Marcia. I'd got as far as the lift by Luther & Co. when he cut in. By now he was sitting on the edge of the bath. "Bastards! Who were they? You think it was the same group that zapped Kev?" "Must be." I sat next to him. Kev knew the 3 who killed him. Kelly confirmed that Luther worked with Kev. Then there's the question of that phone call to get the ball rolling. "You reckon it was Luther?" I nodded. Fuck knows where he fits into the picture, but my guess is he's DEA, and also corrupt. It looks like some of the DEA are bent and working for drug money. I told him about the McGear killing, and what I'd found on the backup disc once de Sabatino had opened the GIFs. Ewan understood so far. "So it all has to do with Pyra running drugs into Europe. To keep the route open, it needs backhanders, blackmail and threats. But what about McGear? Did he say anything?" "Not a word. He knew he was going to die anyway." "This guy de Sabatino, does he have any copies of the int?" I laughed. "You know I'm not going to tell you that. OPSEC, mate. OPSEC." "Fair one," he shrugged. "Just being nosy." I carried on and explained what I'd found in Kev's house. Ewan didn't speak. He just sat there, letting it all soak in. I felt suddenly exhausted, as if by somehow passing on the baton to Ewan, everything that had happened in the last 10 days could at last catch up with me and take its toll. I looked at him. He looked pretty drained himself. "I can see only one thing wrong with what you're saying." "What's that, mate?" "Wouldn't the Colombians have anticipated that a bomb would heighten security on the rock, making it harder to get the drugs in?" It was a warning. They were sending out a gypsies to anyone else who might not want to keep business going. I tell you, mate, this is far too big for me to be messing around with. I just want to get it to Simmons and wash my hands of it. "I'll help any way I can." He opened a packet of Benson and Hedges. He'd obviously taken up the weed again. I stood up, out of the way. "I don't want to get you directly involved. Kev, Pat, me, we've all been fucked over. But I'm going to need you to back me if things go wrong.
You just have to name it.
I could smell the sulphur from his match. He smiled as I started to wave the smoke from my face. He knew I hated that. Even under extreme pressure, some things never changed. I said, "Tomorrow afternoon, you should receive copies of the files by FedEx. If anything happens to me or Simmons, it's basically down to you." By now we were in a cloud of smoke. Any minute now the alarm was going to go off. "No problems with that, mate," he said in his slow, very calm, very calculating way. If you told Ewan he'd won the national lottery, he'd say, "That's nice," then go back to stacking his coins or folding his socks. "How many copies of the disc are there, besides the ones you're sending me?" "I'm not going to tell you, mate. Need to know." He smiled. He knew I was protecting him. "One more thing," I said. "I don't want to take Kelly with me to the Simmons meet. He wasn't too pleased with me the last time we spoke. If this turns into a gang fuck, I don't want her caught in the crossfire. You're the only person I can trust her with. It's only going to be for one night, maybe two. Can you do that for me?" I expected an immediate answer, and I got one. "No problem." A smile crossed his face. He knew I'd let him talk freely with Kelly so they'd get to know each other. "Will you take her back to Brecon?" "Yeah." "Have you told her I live in Wales?" "I've told her you live in a sheep pen." He threw the butt in the toilet, because he knew I hated that smell too. I put both my hands on his shoulders. "This has been a fucking shit week, mate. Don't worry about it. Let's just go back in the room and finish off the brew. Then you just go and sort your shit out with Simmons and get it over and done with." "How was the burger?" "Fine. I saved you and some fries." I sat on the bed next to her. "Listen, Kelly, me and Ewan have been talking, and because I've got to do some stuff in London, we reckon it's a good idea if you go to the countryside with him and stay at his house. It's only for one night. I'll be back tomorrow. What do you think? Hey, you can even see the floor we laid. Remember I talked about it?" She suspected she wasn't being offered any option, and her face said so. I said, "I won't be long, and Ewan's house has sheep all around it." She looked down at her fingers and mumbled, "I want to stay with you." I said with mock surprise, "What? Don't you want to go? You'll see all the sheep." She was embarrassed. She was too polite to say no in front of Ewan. I said, "It won't be for long." Then, like a bastard, I closed the trap. "You like Ewan, don't you?" She nodded, never losing eye contact with me in case she made it with Ewan. "It's just going to be for one night. I'll be calling you anyway. I'll be able to talk to you." She looked very unhappy about it. After all, I'd promised not to leave her again. I caught sight of my mobile and had an idea. "What if I give you my telephone? I'll show you how to use it." I started playing with the buttons. "Here you are, you have a go. If I show you how to use it, you can put that under your pillow tonight. All right?" I looked up at Ewan, trying to bring him into it. "Because she'll have her own bedroom, won't she?" "That's right, she'll have her own bedroom, the one that overlooks the sheep pen." I said, "And I believe there's a TV in her bedroom, isn't there?" "Yes, there's a TV in there." He nodded and agreed, probably wondering where he was going to get one from. There was an acceptance. He wasn't over the moon about it, but that was good enough. I switched on the phone, tapped in my PIN number, and handed it over. "Just plug the charger into the wall when you get back, and it'll keep working, okay?" "Okay." "Then put it underneath your pillow, so when it rings, you'll be sure to hear it. All right?"
"Whatever."
By now, she understood that she definitely had no choice. Ewan said, "I'll tell you what, we'd better get your teddies organised if we're going to the country. What are their names? Have they ever been on a train before?" She warmed to him. We went downstairs and got in a taxi to Paddington Station. Chapter 38. We bought her ice creams, sweets, drinks, anything to keep her mind off what was happening. She was still deciding what comic to have as Ewan looked at his watch and said, "Wheels turning soon, mate." I went with them along the platform and gave her a big hug at the carriage door. "I'll ring you tonight, Kelly, I promise." As she climbed up, Jenny and Ricky were looking at me from the Virgin Day sack on her back.
Okay.
The guard was walking the length of the train, closing the doors. Ewan lowered the window so Kelly could wave.
Nick!
She leaned towards me through the open window and beckoned as if she wanted to whisper something. What? I put my face near hers.
This!
She threw her arms around my neck, squeezed, and planted a big kiss on my cheek. I was so taken aback I just stood there. The train started moving.
I'll see you tomorrow, Ewan called. Don't worry about us. We'll be okay.
As the train slowly disappeared from the platform, I felt the same wrench as at the moment I'd seen Pat's body being loaded into the ambulance. But this time I couldn't work out why. After all, it was for the best, and she was in safe hands. Forcing myself to see it as one more problem out of the way, I headed for the payphones. I got a very businesslike reply from Vauxhall. Extension, please. 2612. There was a pause, then a voice I recognized at once. Hello, 2612. It's Stone. I've got what you needed. Nick, where are you? I put my finger in my ear as a departure was announced. I'm in England. Not that he needed me to say that, when he could hear that the Exeter train was leaving in 5 minutes. Excellent. I'm pretty desperate to see you. Likewise. But I'm tied up here until the early hours. He paused to think. Perhaps we can go for a walk and a talk. Let's say 4:30 tomorrow morning. Where? I'll walk towards the station. I presume you'll find me. I'll do that. I put the phone down with a feeling that at long last the dice were rolling for me. Kelly was safe. Simmons sounded amenable. With luck, I was only hours from sorting out this mess. Back at the hotel, I ordered a hire car to go and pick up Kelly from Brecon after the meeting, and had something to eat. In my head, I ran through exactly what I was going to say to Simmons and the way I was going to say it. Without a doubt, I had in my possession precisely the sort of evidence Simmons had asked for. It was a shame I didn't have the videotape to back some of it up, but even so, the stuff I had was probably more than he could have hoped for. The worst-case scenario now was that I'd get the slate wiped clean and be let loose. At least I had a few quid to start a new life with. I thought about Kelly. What would become of her? Where would she go? Would she have been affected by everything she'd seen and all that had happened to her and her family? I tried to cut away from that, telling myself that it would all get sorted out, somehow. Simmons could help there. Perhaps he could orchestrate the reunion with her grandparents, or at least point me in the direction of the right kind of expert help. I tried to get some sleep, but failed. At 3 a.m. I retrieved the hire car from an NCP car park and headed for Vauxhall Bridge. I went a long way round, going all the way down the King's Road to World's End, then turning for the river and heading east again, mainly because I wanted to organise my thoughts one last time, but also because, to me, the drive along the deserted embankment and past all the historic, floodlit bridges offered one of the most beautiful sights in the world. This particular night, the lights seemed to shine a bit brighter, and the bridges seemed more sharply in focus, and I found myself wishing Kelly was there to see it all with me. I got to Vauxhall Bridge early. I drove east, along the road that follows the river towards the next bridge, Lambeth. Nothing looked suspicious at the rendezvous point on the drive past. The petrol station on the opposite side of the road, about halfway towards Lambeth Bridge, had about 4 cars on the forecourt, groups of kids buying fuel and Mars bars, and some early morning office cleaning vans filling up before their shift. Further along the river and on the other side, I could see the Palace of Westminster. I smiled to myself. If only the MPs really knew what the intelligence services got up to. According to the news on the radio, chances were that we'd have a new government soon. Not that I could vote for anyone. I hadn't existed in real time as Stone, Stamford, Stevenson, or anyone else for years. Chapter 38. We bought her ice creams, sweets, drinks, anything to keep her mind off what was happening. She was still deciding what comic to have as Ewan looked at his watch and said, "Wheels turning soon, mate." I went with them along the platform
and gave her a big hug at the carriage door. "I'll ring you tonight, Kelly, I promise." As she climbed up, Jenny and Ricky were looking at me from the Virgin Day sack on her back. "Okay." The guard was walking the length of the train, closing the doors. Ewan lowered the window so Kelly could wave. "Nick!" She leaned towards me through the open window and beckoned as if she wanted to whisper something. "What?" I put my face near hers. "This!" She threw her arms around my neck, squeezed, and planted a big kiss on my cheek. I was so taken aback I just stood there. The train started moving. "I'll see you tomorrow," Ewan called. "Don't worry about us. We'll be okay." As the train slowly disappeared from the platform, I felt the same wrench as at the moment I'd seen Pat's body being loaded into the ambulance. But this time I couldn't work out why. After all, it was for the best, and she was in safe hands. Forcing myself to see it as one more problem out of the way, I headed for the payphones. I got a very businesslike reply from Vauxhall. "Extension, please." 2612. There was a pause, then a voice I recognized at once. "Hello, 2612. "It's Stone. I've got what you needed." "Nick, where are you?" I put my finger in my ear as a departure was announced. "I'm in England." Not that he needed me to say that, when he could hear that the Exeter train was leaving in 5 minutes. "Excellent. I'm pretty desperate to see you." "Likewise. But I'm tied up here until the early hours." He paused to think. "Perhaps we can go for a walk and a talk. Let's say 4:30 tomorrow morning." "Where?" "I'll walk towards the station. I presume you'll find me." "I'll do that." I put the phone down with a feeling that at long last the dice were rolling for me. Kelly was safe. Simmons sounded amenable. With luck, I was only hours from sorting out this mess. Back at the hotel, I ordered a hire car to go and pick up Kelly from Brecon after the meeting, and had something to eat. In my head, I ran through exactly what I was going to say to Simmons and the way I was going to say it. Without a doubt, I had in my possession precisely the sort of evidence Simmons had asked for. It was a shame I didn't have the videotape to back some of it up, but even so, the stuff I had was probably more than he could have hoped for. The worst-case scenario now was that I'd get the slate wiped clean and be let loose. At least I had a few quid to start a new life with. I thought about Kelly. What would become of her? Where would she go? Would she have been affected by everything she'd seen and all that had happened to her and her family? I tried to cut away from that, telling myself that it would all get sorted out, somehow. Simmons could help there. Perhaps he could orchestrate the reunion with her grandparents, or at least point me in the direction of the right kind of expert help. I tried to get some sleep, but failed. At 3 a.m. I retrieved the hire car from an NCP car park and headed for Vauxhall Bridge. I went a long way round, going all the way down the King's Road to World's End, then turning for the river and heading east again, mainly because I wanted to organise my thoughts one last time, but also because, to me, the drive along the deserted embankment and past all the historic, floodlit bridges offered one of the most beautiful sights in the world. This particular night, the lights seemed to shine a bit brighter, and the bridges seemed more sharply in focus, and I found myself wishing Kelly was there to see it all with me. I got to Vauxhall Bridge early. I drove east, along the road that follows the river towards the next bridge, Lambeth. Nothing looked suspicious at the rendezvous point on the drive past. The petrol station on the opposite side of the road, about halfway towards Lambeth Bridge, had about 4 cars on the forecourt, groups of kids buying fuel and Mars bars, and some early morning office cleaning vans filling up before their shift. Further along the river and on the other side, I could see the Palace of Westminster. I smiled to myself. If only the MPs really knew what the intelligence services got up to. According to the news on the radio, chances were that we'd have a new government soon. Not that I could vote for anyone. I hadn't existed in real time as Stone, Stamford, Stevenson, or anyone else for years. I did a full circle of a roundabout and headed back on the same road towards Vauxhall for one more drive past. I still had time to kill, so I stopped in the garage and bought a drink and a sandwich. The rendezvous point still looked fine. My plan was to pick up Simmons, make distance and angles as we walked to my car, and go for a drive. That way, I controlled the environment. I could protect myself as well as him. I parked up about 400 metres west of the rendezvous. While eating my sandwich, I checked out my route back to the car. I got out and walked down the road, arriving at 5 minutes to 4. There was still nothing to do but wait, so I window shopped at the bike shop, resolving that I really would buy one as a gift to myself. No, more than a gift, a reward. At 4:20, I moved into the shadows of the railway arches opposite the exit point that I knew Simmons would use. There were 1 or 2 people wandering about, clubbers on their way home or to another club. Their drunken laughs shattered the still morning air. Then there was silence again. I could tell it was him straight away, leaning slightly forward as he bounced along on the balls of his feet. I watched him branch right from the exit and stand at the pedestrian crossing, intending to head for the metal footbridge over the 5-way road junction to the railway station. I waited. There was no rush. I would let him come to me. As he crossed the road, I came out of the shadows at the bottom of the footbridge steps. He smiled. "Nick, how are you?" He kept walking, nodding left towards Lambeth Bridge. "Shall we walk?" It wasn't a question. I nodded the opposite way, towards my car. "I've arranged a pickup." Simmons stopped and looked at me with the expression of a disappointed schoolteacher. "No, I think we'll walk." I was sponsoring the rendezvous. He should have known that I'd organised for our safety. He stared at me for a few more moments, and then, as if he knew I was going to follow, continued on walking. I fell into step beside him. Ahead of us, on the other side of the Thames, the Houses of Parliament glowed in the dark like a picture postcard. We were on a wide pavement that abutted a grass section, and then there was another pavement that serviced the shop outlets that were part of the archways. Simmons looked the same as ever, his tie about half an inch loose, the shirt and suit looking as if his wardrobe was a carrier bag. "So, Nick, what have you got?" He smiled, but he didn't look at me. As I told him the story, he didn't interrupt, just kept his eyes on the ground, nodding. I felt like a son unloading his problems onto his dad, and it felt good. We'd been walking for about a quarter of an hour, and I'd come to the end of my presentation. It was his turn to talk. I somehow expected him to stop, or at least find a bench where we could sit, but he carried on, walking. He turned his head towards me and smiled again. "Nick, I had no idea you'd be so thorough. Who else have you spoken to about this?" "No one else. Only de Sabatino and Ewan." "And has Ewan, or this de Sabatino, also got a copy of the discs?" I lied. "No, no one apart from me. Even when you come to someone for help, you never play your full hand. You never know when you might need an edge." He remained incredibly calm. "What we have to ensure is that no one else finds out, not for the moment anyway. This is more than low-level corruption. The links with Pyra, Gibraltar, and it seems the DEA mean this is very grave indeed. You seem to have made a pretty good fist of this so far, so let me ask you something." He paused, as if he was a judge about to give his deliberation. "Do you think it goes further?" "Fuck knows," I said. "You can't be too careful. It's why I wanted to talk to you on your own." "And where is the brown child now?" I lied again. "In a hotel, fast asleep. I'll be needing some help to pass her on to her grandparents." "Of course, Nick. All in good time." We walked on for a while in silence. We got to a bar on the corner of a car tunnel under the railway line. Simmons turned to the right, taking us under the arches. Then he spoke again, and it was as if there was no question of me not complying with his demand. "Before I can do anything to help you, what I need from you, of course, is the evidence." He was still not looking at me, but making sure he avoided the puddles of water stained with engine oil. "I haven't brought the discs with me, if that's what you mean." "Nick, I shall do my best to see that you both have protection, but I do need the proof, and all copies of it. Can you get them for me now?" Not possible. It won't be for a few hours. Nick, I cannot do anything without them. I need all copies, even ones you'd normally leave in that security blanket of yours. I shrugged. You must understand that it's for my own protection. We turned right again, and were now heading back towards the station, paralleling the railway. For a couple of minutes we moved in silence along narrow, warehoused streets. Simmons was deep in thought. A freight train rumbled above us on its way to waking up the residents of southwest London. Why the fuck was it so important for him to know how many copies there were, and get his hands on all of them? "Believe me," I shouted above the noise, "I've got that side all under control. I've been fucked over enough. You know as well as I do that I've got to protect everyone, including you." "Yes, of course. But I need to control all the information. Not even you should have it. There's too much risk involved." This was getting stupid. I understand that. But what if you get zapped? There would be nothing to back up what I'm saying. It's not only the Americans' corruption, don't you see? Gibraltar was a setup. It includes us. Simmons slowly nodded at a puddle in the gutter. "A few things puzzle me," I said. "Why were we briefed that the bomb would be initiated by remote control? How come the INT was so good about the ASU, but so wrong about there being no bomb?" Still he gave no reply. Things weren't adding up here. Oh. Fuck! I felt as if I'd been hit on the back of the head by a fire extinguisher again. Why hadn't I thought of it? The freight train's rumbling was now in the distance. The early morning silence had returned. "But you know all this, don't you?" No reply. He didn't even break his stride. Who had briefed us that the Gibraltar bomb was going to be initiated by remote control? Simmons, who was there at Alpha to oversee it. Why the fuck hadn't I thought of it before? I stopped in my tracks. Simmons kept walking. "This isn't just an American pirate thing, is it? It's much bigger. You're part of it, aren't you?" The rear arches were more light industrial than retail. Car repair shops, sheet metal works and storage units, most with company vans that had been parked outside for the night. On our left, about 20 metres away, was a grassy area that belonged to a council estate, then flats beyond that. All around us were metal refuse containers and large red recovery vehicles with yellow warning lights on their roofs. He turned to face me, and took the 6 steps back to where I stood. For the first time, we had eye to eye. "Nick, I think you need to be aware of something. You will give me all the information, and I mean all of it. We cannot take the risk of other copies being in circulation." The look on his face was of a chess grandmaster about to make the decisive move. The shock and horror on mine must have been plain to see. "We didn't necessarily go along with the Americans' determination to kill you, but you should be in no doubt that we will do so now if we have to." "We?" "It's much bigger than you think, Nick. You're intelligent. You must realize the commercial and political implications of a ceasefire. Exposing what is on the discs would mess up much more than just what you know. It's very unfortunate about Kevin and his family, I grant you. When he told me what he'd discovered, I did try to talk my American colleagues into a subtler course of action." So that was why I'd been ordered back to the UK so abruptly. Once Simmons had talked with Kev, he wanted me out of the US, and quick. He didn't want me speaking to Kev, or interrupting his murder. I thought of Kelly. At least she was safe. It was almost as if he was reading my mind. "If your choice is not to give me all the information, we will kill the child, and then we will kill you after extracting what we need. Don't be naive, Nick. You and I were the same. This isn't about emotion. This is business, Nick. Business." He looked at me as a father would a wayward son. "You really have no choice." I tried to fight it. He had to be bluffing. "Ewan sends his regards, by the way, and says that he managed to get a television set for her bedroom. Believe me, Nick,
Ewan will kill her. He rather likes the financial benefits. I shook my head slowly from side to side. Think back. Who initiated the contact? He was right. It was Ewan. Simmons was there to direct it. Ewan was there to pull the trigger. But I still fought against the idea. He opened his jacket and pulled a mobile phone from his inside pocket. Let Ewan explain. He was expecting a call later anyway. He turned on the power and was waiting to put in his PIN number. He smiled as he looked down at the phone's display. This is how the Americans found you, you know. People think that detection can only take place when the phone's in use. Not so. As long as they're switched on, these things are miniature tracking devices, even if no calls are made or received. It's actually a form of electronic tagging. We find it terribly useful. He tapped in his PIN number, the tones blaring out of his hand. However, once you'd given them the slip at Lawton, our only option was to let you make entry back into the UK. I needed to know what you'd found out. I have to say, I'm so glad your cancer treatment was successful. Fuck. He hadn't even mentioned my lack of hair. That was because he already knew. But Ewan... He'd been aware enough to mention it. I felt sick, knowing he was using his skills against me. Simmons smiled. He knew he had me by the bollocks. Nick, I'll say this again. I really do need all the discs. You know the child would suffer greatly. It's not something that we would enjoy, but there are important matters at stake. I wanted so much for him to get through to Ewan. I wanted to speak to him, wanted him to confirm that it was a bluff. But in my heart of hearts I knew that it wasn't. Simmons had nearly finished tapping in the number. I had no choice. I couldn't risk Kelly. He wasn't going to make this call. With my right arm in a hooked position, I swung round hard and connected with his nose. There was a dull crunch of fracturing bone, and he went down with a muffled moan. While he writhed on the ground, I kicked his case under one of the recovery trucks, and in the same motion picked up the phone in my left hand, got behind him, and positioned it at the front of his throat. Grabbing the other side with my right hand, I jammed it firmly under his Adam's apple. I looked to the right and left. We were too exposed where we were, and what I had in mind would take several minutes to complete. I shuffled backwards, dragging him in between two of the trucks. I got down onto my knees, all the time pulling back on the phone. He was kicking out, his arms flailing, trying to rip my face apart. His whimpers and chokes filled the air. I responded by leaning forward, using the weight of my upper body to bend his head down so that his chin was more or less on his chest. At the same time, I pulled even harder. Just another 2 minutes, and I'd be done. After 30 seconds, he started to struggle furiously, with all the frenzied strength that a man draws on when he knows he is dying. But no matter what he did now, he wouldn't be getting up. His hands still scrabbled at my face. I bobbed and weaved to avoid them, but maintained the pressure on his throat. Already the scabs from the fight with McGear had been pulled off, but I couldn't feel much blood. Then he managed to get his fingernails into the cut just below my eye. I stifled a scream as his 3 nails started to make entry into the already damaged soft skin. I made the injury worse by pulling my face away. As I did, Simmons' nails took my skin with them. I didn't bother now to see if anyone was watching. I was beyond caring. I was fighting for breath myself with the effort, and sweat stung the injuries on my face. Gradually at first, his movements subsided to no more than a spasmodic twitching in his legs. His hands stopped grasping. Seconds later, he was unconscious. It crossed my mind just to get up and walk away, to leave him to suffer the effects of hypoxia and be brain damaged for life. I decided against. I wanted this fucker dead. I gave it another 30 seconds. His chest stopped moving. I put my fingers on the carotid pulse and felt nothing. I dragged him to the wall and sat him up against the doors of a unit. Then I got to my feet and started dusting myself down. Keeping to the shadows, I tucked my shirt in and wiped away the sweat and blood with my sleeve. I checked the phone.
It had been turned off in the fight. I wiped my prints off it, then just left everything where it was and casually walked away. If anybody had seen me, so what? It didn't really matter. I had more important things to worry about. I drove west, holding my coat cuff against my eye to stop the bleeding. The whole situation was still spinning around inside my head, slowly beginning to make sense. I now knew how Luther and Co. had found me. They must have beaten the number out of Pat and traced the signal while I had it switched on, waiting for his call. If I'd let on to Ewan or Simmons that there was only one more set of backups in my laptop and had handed it over, I'd have been dead. They were covering their arses, but retrieving the information. Had Simmons arranged to phone Ewan sometime after our meet? Ewan was over 3 hours away, and Simmons' body would be discovered soon. If Ewan found out, he wouldn't take any chances. He would move location, maybe even kill her straight away. Either way, I'd have lost her. This time, there was no question of just leaving her. I could call her on the mobile and tell her to run. But what would that achieve? She was in the middle of nowhere. Even if she ran for half an hour, it would make no difference. Ewan's house was in the middle of acres of mountains, grass, rocks, and sheep shit. He would find her. I could call the police. But would they believe me? I could waste hours trying to convince them, by which time it would be too late. Or they might take it on themselves to raid Ewan's house, and the result would be the same. For a fleeting second I thought about Big Al. I hoped he'd be well out of it by now. He didn't have getaway accounts for nothing. If he'd transferred 400 grand into mine, for sure he'd have taken 800 for himself. Old Melonhead would be okay. I cut him from my mind. The motorway services just before Heathrow were being signposted. I had a thought. I pulled off onto the slip road and drove into the car park. Now all I had to do was get to a phone and make a call. End of Side 11. Side 12. Chapter 39. The service station was busy. I'd had to park 100 yards from the main entrance. I got out of the car just as the heavens opened. By the time I reached the bank of 4 telephones outside the Burger King, I was soaked. The first 2 I tried only accepted cards. I had about £3 in change in my pocket. Not enough. I ran into the shop, wiping my face to get some of the blood off. I bought a newspaper with a £5 and walked out, the woman looking worried at the state of my face. I then went back in and got a packet of Rolos with a £10 note. The woman looked even more scared. Maybe she thought I'd seen her staring. She was just happy for me to take my change and see me leave. As I dialed the number, I felt a knot in my stomach, as if I was a teenager phoning to arrange his very first date. Would she have charged it and left it switched on? Why shouldn't she? She had never let me down before. It started to ring. For a moment I felt like a child in a sweet shop with his dad, hardly able to contain my excitement. Then I had new things to worry about. What if Ewan had the phone now? Did I hang up, or did I try to bluff it and maybe find out where she was? It was too late to think. The ringing stopped. There was a pause. Then I heard a quiet, hesitant, "Hello? Who is it?" "Hi, Kelly. It's me, Nick," I said, trying for all the world to sound Mr. Casual. "Are you on your own?" "Yes. You woke me up. Are you coming back now?" She sounded tired and confused. I was trying hard to think of an answer. Thankfully she carried on. "Ewan said that I may be staying with him for a while now because you have to go away. It isn't true, is it, Nick? You said you wouldn't leave me." It was a bad line. I had to put a finger in my other ear to hear her above the noise of the rain on the glass of the phone box. A lorry driver in the next box was shouting loudly and angrily, arguing with his boss that he couldn't go any further because of his tachograph, and he wasn't going to lose his license just to get a few boxes of bloody anoraks up to Carlisle. On top of that was the steady boom of traffic on the motorway and the noises of people coming in and out of the services. I had to block all that out and concentrate on the phone call because I couldn't ask Kelly to speak up. I said, "Yes, of course you're right. I will never leave you. Ewan is lying to you." I have found out some bad things about him, Kelly. Are you still in the house?
Yes, I'm in bed.
Is Ewan in his bed?
Yes. You want to speak to him?
No, let me think for a minute. My mind was racing now, trying to think of the best way to say what I wanted. Of course I'm coming to get you. In fact, I'll be there very soon. Now, listen. I need you to do something very difficult and very dangerous. You only have to do this one thing for me, and everything will be over. The moment I said it, I felt like a lowlife.
I don't have to run away from the people again, do I?
No. It's not like that this time. But it's the most special job a spy ever does. I didn't want to give her time to think, so I just carried on. But I want to check something first, okay? You're in bed, aren't you? Get under the covers and only talk to me in a whisper, okay? I could hear all the rustlings as she got underneath the covers.
What are we going to do, Nick?
First, I want you to look at the front of the telephone and press a number. It will then light up. Tell me if you can see a picture of a battery. How many blocks are there where the battery sign is? Can you see it? I heard some scufflings.
I can see that.
How many blocks are there in the picture?
3. There's 3 blocks. One of them is flashing.
That's good. It wasn't, really. 2 blocks meant she hadn't recharged it, and the battery was down to less than half power. But I was going to need a lot of airtime to talk her through the whole process.
What's that noise?
She said. The truck driver was now really pissed off, and was hollering down the phone, the roll-up in his hand making the phone box look like a steam room. Nothing to worry about. Kelly, I'm going to tell you what to do, but you need to keep listening to me on the telephone. Can you do that?
Why is Ewan bad, Nick?
What? Listen, Kelly. Ewan wants to hurt me. If he finds you doing this thing for me, he will hurt you, too. Do you understand that? I could hear lots of rustlings. She was obviously still under the bed covers. Then there was a very quiet,
yes.
He wasn't sounding a happy bunny. I was sure there was a better way I could be going about all this. I just didn't have time to think what it might be. If Ewan wakes up, I said, or if the telephone stops working, I want you to leave the house very, very quietly. I want you to go down the track to the road and hide behind the trees, just by the big gate that Ewan drove through to get to his house. Know where I mean?
Yeah.
You must hide there until you hear a car come and stop. But don't get out from your hiding place unless it toots its horn 2 times. Then come out. You understand that? I'll be in the car. It's a blue Astra, okay? There was a pause.
What's an Astra, Nick?
Shit. She was 7 years old, an American. What was I expecting? Okay, I'll stop in a blue car and come and get you. I got her to repeat it, and for good measure I said, so if Ewan wakes up and sees you, I want you to run to the trees as fast as you can and hide. Because if Ewan catches you doing what I want you to do, we will never see each other again. Don't let me down, okay? And remember, don't you come out from behind those trees, even if Ewan calls for you, okay?
Okay. You will come and get me, won't you?
There was a bit of doubt in her mind. Of course I will. Now, first of all, what I want you to do is get out of bed, then put the phone on the bed and get dressed. Very slowly and quietly. Put on a nice thick coat. And you know those training shoes that you've got? Make sure that you take those as well, but don't put them on yet. I heard her put the phone down and start rummaging around the room. For fuck's sake, hurry up! I forced myself to calm down. It was almost 2 minutes before I heard, I'm ready, Nick. Now listen to me very carefully. Ewan is not a friend. He has tried to kill me. Do you understand, Kelly? He has tried to kill me. There was a pause.
Why?
I don't understand. Nick, you said he was your friend.
I know, but things change. Do you want to help me?
Yes.
Good. Then you must do exactly what I tell you. I want you to put your trainers in your coat pockets. Okay. Now it's time to go downstairs. I want you to keep the telephone with you. All right?
Yeah.
Time was running short, and so was my money. Just remember, you must be very, very quiet, because otherwise you will wake Ewan. If that happens, you run out of the house towards the hidey hole. Promise.
Cross my heart.
Okay. I want you to creep very, very gently down the stairs. Don't talk to me again until you're in the kitchen. From now on, what we must do is whisper all the time. Okay?
Okay.
I heard the door open. As she came out of the room, I imagined her passing the bathroom on her left. Ahead of her, up a half landing and about 12 feet away, would be the door to Ewan's room. Was it open or closed? Too late to ask her. A few steps now, and she'd be at the top of the main stairs and next to the old grandfather clock. On cue, I heard its slow, ponderous tick-tock. It reminded me of something out of a Hitchcock movie. The sound receded very slowly. Good girl. She must be going down the stairs very carefully. Only once did I hear the creak of a board, and I wondered again about Ewan's door. Did he usually sleep with it open? Couldn't remember. At the bottom of the stairs, she'd be turning back on herself to the right, heading towards the kitchen. I tried to imagine where she was, but lost her in the silence. At last I heard the barely perceptible sound of a protesting hinge. That was the kitchen door. I felt a stab of guilt for using the girl like this, but she knew the score. Well, sort of. Fuck it. The decision was made. I just had to do it. If it worked, fine. If it didn't, she was dead. But if I didn't try it, she was dead anyway, so let's get on with it. She whispered, I'm in the kitchen, but I can't see very much. Am I allowed to turn the light on? It was the loudest whisper I'd ever heard. No, Kelly. You've got to speak very slowly and very quietly, like this, I demonstrated. And don't put the light on. That would wake Ewan up. Just go more slowly and listen to me all the time. If you don't understand anything, just ask and remember. If anything goes wrong or you hear a noise, stop and we will both listen. Okay? Okay. The problem with her being quieter on the phone was that it was harder to hear her. The lorry driver had now finished, slamming the phone down and storming into the Burger King. A woman took his place and was gobbing off to a girlfriend. The kitchen was 2 areas knocked into one, the old back room of the house and what had used to be an alleyway between the house and the old sheep pen wall. The alleyway had been covered by a conservatory, with all the kitchen units arranged galley-style in one long range beneath it. There were plants on pedestals, and a large circular wooden table in the middle of the area. I hoped she wouldn't knock anything over onto the squash court floor. Thinking of the night we'd spent rescuing the wood made me shudder at all those years of friendship, trust, and even love. I felt let down, used, fucked over. There couldn't be much battery time left. Everything okay? I said. I tried hard not to convey any sense of panic, but I knew we would be in trouble soon. If the phone went dead, would she remember what I'd told her to do? I can't see anything, Nick. I thought for a few seconds, trying to remember more of the layout. Okay. Kelly, go very slowly to where the sink is. Go and stand by the hob. What's that? It's the bit you cook on with saucepans. You see it? There's a switch on the right-hand side. Can you see that? I'll look. A moment or two later she said, Nick, I can't see now. She must have switched on the small fluorescent light that illuminated the worktop of the kitchen. She sounded relieved. Good girl.
Now I want you to go back and very gently close the kitchen door. Will you do that for me?
Okay. You are coming for me, Nick? I wasn't feeling confident about this at all. Should I stop it now and just get her to open the door for me and wait? No, fuck it. He might be getting a phone call any minute about Simmons' death.
Of course I am. But I can't come unless you do what I say, okay? Keep the telephone to your ear and very gently close that door.
I heard the telltale creak. What I want you to do now is go and have a look under the sink and put all the bottles and things on the table. Will you do that for me? Okay. There was silence, then a soft clatter as she moved bottles and cans around.
That's everything out now.
Well done. Now, very quietly, read out the labels to me. Can you do that?
No, I can't.
Why not?
There's too many things, and it's too dark. I can't do it.
She was sounding under pressure now. There was that wobble in her voice. Fuck. This is taking too long. It's okay, Kelly. Just walk over to the light switch by the door and turn the light on. Don't rush. Will you do that?
Okay.
It sounded as if her nose was blocking up. I knew the sound so well by now. The next stage, if I wasn't careful, would be tears and failure. I heard the shuffling towards the light switch.
I can see now, Nick.
Okay. Now go back and read to me what the labels say. Okay?
Okay.
She moved back to the table, and I could hear her pick up the cleaning products.
Ajax?
Okay, Kelly, what's the next one? Fucking hell, this was outrageous. I held the phone hard against my ear, almost holding my breath as I silently willed her to succeed. I was really pumped. I could feel my heart going. I was writhing like a madman in a straitjacket, twisting and turning in the kiosk, miming Kelly's actions to myself. I looked across at the other box. The woman who was talking to her friend had wiped the condensation from the glass to get a better view of me, and now seemed to be relaying a running commentary. I must have looked like a mass murderer, with cuts and scratches on my face and my hair and clothes soaking wet. The loud noise of metal clattering onto wood made me jump. Kelly? Kelly! Silence. Then the phone was picked up.
Sorry, Nick. I knocked a spoon off. I didn't see it. I'm scared. I don't want to do this. Please come and get me.
It wasn't long before the crying was going to start. Kelly, don't worry. It's okay. It's okay. I heard sniffing on the phone. No, not now, for fuck's sake. It's okay, Kelly. It's okay. I can't get you unless you help me. You must be brave. Ewan is trying to kill me. Only you can help me. Can you do that for me?
Please hurry, Nick. I want to be with you.
It's all right. It's all right. It wasn't all right, Nick, because Nick's fucking money was disappearing. I was down to my last few pound coins. They weren't going to last. I put another coin in, and it rattled out into the coin return. I had to scrabble for another one. She started to go through more of the labels. Most of the words she couldn't read. I asked her to spell them. As she got 3 letters out, I worked out the rest. No, that one's no good. Read the next one. My mind was now racing, trying to remember ingredients and formulae. At last she read out something I could use. Kelly, you must listen very carefully. That's a green can, isn't it? Put it where you can find it again. Then I want you to creep out to the room next door, where the washing machine is. You know the one?
Yes.
Ewan had a place for everything, and everything in its place. I even knew that his forks would be lined up beside each other in the drawer. Just by the door is a cupboard, and in it there's a blue bottle. The label says antifreeze.
What?
Antifreeze. A-N-T-I. I want you to bring it to the table. Okay? The phone clunked onto the worktop. I started to flap even more. After what seemed an eternity, she came back on. I've got it. Put it on the table and then open it. I heard the phone go down again, and lots of heavy breathing and sniffing as she struggled with the bottle top.
I don't know how to do it.
Just twist it. You know how to open a bottle.
I can't. It won't go. I am trying, Nick, but my hands are shaking.
I then heard a long, soft moan. I was sure it was going to turn into crying. Shit. I don't need this. It isn't going to work. Kelly? Kelly? Are you okay? Talk to me. Come on, talk to me. I was getting nothing. Come on, Kelly. Come on. Nothing. All I could hear was her holding back tears and sniffing.
Nick, I want you to get me. Please, Nick, please.
She was sobbing now. Just take your time, Kelly. Just take your time. It's okay. Everything's okay. I'm here. Don't worry. Okay, let's just stand and listen. If you can hear anything, you tell me on the phone, okay? And I'll try to listen at the same time. I listened. I wanted to make sure Ewan wasn't awake. I also wanted a cut. There needs to be a cut in the action at a time like this. Otherwise the errors snowball and people start tripping over themselves. So let's take our time, but at the same time be as fast as possible. I knew exactly what I needed to do, but the frustration lay in trying to interpret it to this child under pressure and to get her to work quietly. But all the time I was running out of money and the mobile was running out of battery life. The woman left her booth and gave me a grin of appeasement in case I was going to lunge at her with a meat cleaver. Are you okay now, Kelly?
Yes. Do you want me to unscrew the bottle still?
I couldn't understand why she couldn't do it. I started giving her more instructions. Then I remembered. The bottle had a childproof screw top. As I started to tell her how to undo it, there was a soft bleep. Battery. Shit! Yes. Remember to push the top down before you turn. We just have to be a bit quicker, or the phone is going to stop before we finish.
Now what do I do, Nick?
It's that on the table with the top undone. Nothing. Kelly? Kelly? Are you there? Was the battery dead? Then I heard,
what do I do now?
Thank goodness! I thought the battery had gone. Is there anything you can open that green can with? I know. Use the spoon, Kelly. Very, very carefully now. Pick it up, put the phone on the table, and then open the can. Okay? I listened, running through all the different options there were left if this scheme fucked up. I came to the conclusion there were none. Now, here comes the hard part. Do you think you're good enough for this? You've got to be pretty special to do this bit.
Yes, I'm okay now. I'm sorry I cried. It's just that
I know, Kelly. I am too, but we will do this together. What I need you to do now is put the phone in your pocket with your trainers. Then take one of those big bottles from the table and walk to the front door of the house and open it just a little bit. Not wide open, just a little bit. Then put the bottle behind the door to stop it swinging shut. Now remember, it's a big, heavy door, so I want you to do it really slowly, really, really gently, so it doesn't make a noise. Can you do that for me?
Yeah, I can do that. What happens after that?
I'll tell you in a minute. Now don't forget, if the phone stops working and you can't hear me anymore, I want you to run to the trees and hide. Chances were Ewan would find her, but what else was there to do? Okay. This was going to be the wriggly bit. Even if he was sound asleep, Ewan's subconscious was likely to detect the change in air pressure and ambient noise when the door was opened, and make something of it in a dream, giving him a sort of sixth sense feeling that something was wrong. If so, at least she'd have a head start, so long as she remembered what I'd told her.
I'm back in the kitchen.
What do I do now? Listen to me. This bit's very important. How much can you count up to? I can count to 10,000. She was sounding a little happier now, sensing the end was in sight. I only want you to count up to 300. Can you do that? I can do that. You've got to do it in your head. Okay. First, I want you to go to the hob again. You know how to turn on the gas? Of course. Sometimes I help my mommy with the cooking. I had never felt so sad. I made myself concentrate again. There was no room for distractions. She might be dead soon anyway. I felt enough of a bastard for getting her to do my dirty work. While I was at it, I might as well make sure she did the job properly. That's good. So you know how to turn on the gas in the oven and all the rings on the hob. I told you, I know how to cook. A coachload of teenage kids returning from a school holiday trip was streaming into the burger bar. A gang of 6 or 7 of them hung back and headed for the phones, laughing and shouting in newly broken voices, all trying to cram into the one vacant booth. The noise was horrendous. I couldn't hear what Kelly was saying. I had to do something. Kelly, just wait a minute. I put my hand over the mouthpiece, leaned out of the box and shouted, You! Shut the fuck up! I've got my auntie here. Her husband's just died and I'm trying to talk to her, okay? Give us some time! The kids went quiet, their cheeks red. They sloped off to join their friends, sniggering with mock bravado to disguise their embarrassment. I got back on the phone. Kelly, this is very important. The phone might stop soon because the battery is running out. I want you to turn on all the gas on the cooker. Take the phone with you so I can hear the gas. Go there now while I talk to you. I heard the hiss of the bottled propane that Ewan used. It's very smelly, Nick. That's good. Now, just walk out of the kitchen and close the door. But be very quiet outside the room. Remember, don't want to wake Ewan. Don't talk to me any more. Just listen. Go outside the room and close the kitchen door. Okay? Okay. I won't talk to you any more. That's right. I heard the door close. Nick? I tried to keep calm. Yes, Kelly? Can I get Jenny and Ricky to take with me, please? I tried harder to keep myself in check. No, Kelly. There is no time. Just listen to me. There isn't time for you to talk. I want you to count up to 300 in your head. Then I want you to take a really, really deep breath and walk back into the kitchen. Don't run. You must walk. Go into the kitchen and pour all the antifreeze into the green can. Then I want you to walk out of the kitchen. Don't run. I don't want you to wake Ewan. If she tripped up and hurt herself, she could get engulfed by what was about to happen. Walk out very slowly. Close the kitchen door behind you, then go out of the house and close the front door. Really, really gently. Do not collect Jenny or Ricky. But I want them. Please, Nick. I ignored her. Then, I want you to run as fast as you can up to the trees and hide. When you're running, you will hear a big bang and there will be a fire. Don't stop and don't look back. And don't come out until I get there, no matter what happens. I promise I will be there soon. It was at times like this that I was pleased I'd done all the laborious parrot-fashion learning of techniques for making incendiaries and improvised explosive devices. At the time, many years ago, it had been mind-bogglingly boring, but it had to be done, because you can't take a notebook on the job with you. I learned off by heart how to make bombs from everyday ingredients, and how to make improvised electrical devices. As clearly as even atheists remember the Lord's Prayer from the time it was drummed into them at school, I remember the formulae and step-by-step mechanics for making everything, from a simple incendiary like the one I was going to use to kill Ewan, mixture number 5, to a bomb that I could initiate by using a pager from the other side of the world. The phone started bleeping urgently, and then it just went dead. I visualized the glycerin in the antifreeze working on the mixture. In 40 or 50 seconds, it would ignite. If it was damp, maybe a little longer. Kelly had less than a minute to get out of the house. The instant the gas was ignited, there was going to be a massive explosion and then a fire. Hopefully it would take Ewan down, but would it take her with it? Please, 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 don't go after those fucking teddy bears. I ran back to the car and started driving west. First Light was just trying to fight its way through the clouds. Chapter 40. It was the worst journey of my life. I saw a sign saying, Newport, 70 miles. I raced along at warp speed for what I guessed was 30 miles, then another sign told me, Newport, 60 miles. I felt as if I was running on a treadmill to nowhere, and the treadmill was waist-deep in water. My body had calmed down from all the excitement, and was telling me I was hurt. My neck was agony. The flow of blood had stopped, but the eye Simmons had gouged was starting to swell up and affect my vision. Ewan. The fucker. A friend I had trusted for years. It was almost too painful to think about. I felt numb. I felt bereaved. In time, maybe, that numbness would turn to anger or grief or some other thing, but not yet. In my mind's eye, all I could see was the look on Kelly's face as the train left the station, and the smile on Ewan's. Where did I go from here? No fucker was going to move against me, because they'd know that I still had the files. If the plan worked, Ewan's package would sit in the sorting depot now there was no one to deliver it to. Killing of Simmons would be covered up, no matter what. If some zealous policeman started getting too close to the truth, he'd get stitched up. John Stalker wasn't the first it had happened to, and he wouldn't be the last. It all made sense to me now, that every time peace talks began, Pyra, or someone claiming to be Pyra, had dropped a soldier or policeman or bombed the mainland UK. And why? Because it was good business to keep the Troubles alive. There were plenty on our side who profited from conflicts like Northern Ireland and didn't want them to end. The RUC is probably the highest-paid police force in Europe, if not the world. If you're its chief constable, it's your duty to say that you want an end to the war, but the reality is that you've got a massive police force under your command and limitless amounts of resources and power. Within that force, there are many empires that have evolved purely because of the Troubles, each of them getting whatever material and manpower they ask for to further their fight against terrorism. Even if you're a 24-year-old RUC constable, married with 2 kids, why would you want the Troubles to stop? You earn enough to enjoy a high standard of living, have a nice house, take foreign holidays. Why would you want to see peace, and in turn, redundancy? The British Army doesn't want it to stop either. The province is a fantastic testing ground for equipment and training ground for troops, and, as with the RUC, it means the Army gets a bigger slice of the cake. Every year, the Army has to justify its budget, and it's up against the Navy, who are asking for more funds for Trident submarines, and the Air Force, who are banging on about needing to buy the Eurofighter 2000, or at least replace the flying coffin, the Tornado. With Northern Ireland on the agenda, the Army can talk about a now commitment, an operational imperative, and nobody's going to argue against the need for funds to fight terrorism. As for the squaddies, they don't want to lose the chance of 6 months a year in Northern Ireland on extra money, with free food and accommodation. After all, they joined the Army to go on operations. That was what I had done, and I thought it was great. British industry stood to lose substantially from a ceasefire. Major defence manufacturers designed equipment specifically for the internal security role and made fortunes out of the operational conditions. Equipment that was battle-proven in Northern Ireland was eagerly sought after by foreign buyers. No wonder the conflict had made Britain one of the top 3 arms exporters in the world, with beneficial effects on the UK balance of payments. I knew now why McCann, Farrell, and Savage had had to die. Enniskillen. The backlash against Pyra. People signing books of condolence. Irish Americans stopping their donations. There must have been a real danger of a time of dialogue and reconciliation. Simmons and his mates couldn't have that. They had to create martyrs to keep the pot boiling. And me? I was probably just a very small glitch in a well-oiled machine. Come to that, Northern Ireland was probably only one item among many in their company accounts. For all I knew, these guys also provoked killings and riots in Hebron, stirred up riots against Serbs, even got Kennedy killed because he wanted to stop the Vietnam War. As Simmons had said, it was business. There was nothing I could do to stop them. But I wasn't worried about that. What was the point? The only thing I had achieved was revenge for Kev's and Pat's deaths. That would have to be enough. I got off the motorway and onto the dual carriageway to Abergavenny. The rain had stopped, but it was a stretch of road notorious for repair works. Ewan's house was about 10 miles the other side of the town on the road towards Brecon. I weaved in and out of the traffic, other drivers hooting and waving their fists. Then, in the distance, I saw the red of brake lights. The morning rush hour had started. I slowed with the volume of traffic heading into the town, and eventually came to a complete standstill. The jam was caused by resurfacing work, and it looked as though there was a mile-long tailback. I drove onto the hard shoulder. As I sped past them on the inside, stationary motorists honked angrily. The noise alerted the workers laying the tarmac up ahead. They ran and shouted, trying to wave me down, gesticulating at the roadworks sign. I didn't even acknowledge them. I only hoped I didn't get caught by the police. I dropped a gear, made speed, and changed back up. I got to Abergavenny and stayed on the ring road. I got stopped at a long set of traffic lights and bumped up onto the curb, edging my way to the front of the queue. Once I was over the other side of the town, I started to come into the cuds, and the road narrowed to a single carriageway. I put my foot down and bombed along at 70 to 80, using the whole road as if it was my own. Seeing a left-hand bend, I moved over to the far right-hand side. I could hear the hedgerow screech against the side of the car. From this position, I could see more of the dead ground round the bend. Not bothering with brakes, I banged down through the gears to second just before turning. Once on the bend, I put my foot down and made use of rubber on tarmac. Out of the bend, I block-changed to fourth and kept it there. After a mile, a slow-moving truck was taking up most of the road. Its large container of sheep on 2 floors had a sticker on it asking me if I thought the driving was okay. If not, to ring head office. I had plenty of time to read it, labouring behind the fucker at 20 miles an hour. The road twisted and turned. He could see me in his mirrors, but there was no way he was going to pull in for me to overtake. The speedo dropped to 15 miles per hour, and I looked at my watch. It was 9:35, and I'd been on the road for just under 3 hours. I kept pulling out, looking and tucking back in again. Even the sheep were looking at me now. The truck driver was enjoying himself. We had eye to eye in his wing mirror, and I could see he was laughing. I knew this road, and I knew that unless he let me overtake, I was doomed to several miles of driving at his pace. By now the road had a 2-foot mud bank on each side, then trees and hedges. It was wet and slippery, with small streams running along each side. I'd have to take a chance and just hope that nothing was coming. On this road, all corners were blind. Preparing for the next bend, the truck driver shifted slowly down through the gears, and I accelerated past him on the wrong side of the road. If there was anything coming round the bend, we'd both be killed. He flashed his lights and honked, probably doing his best to distract me and force me off the road. For the first time today, I was in luck. The road was clear, and I'd soon left the truck far behind. A quarter of an hour later, I was at the turn-off for Ewan's Valley. I threw a left, and within 100 metres the road petered out into a single lane. If I came up behind a tractor or farm machinery, there would be few passing places. But luck stayed with me, and there was nothing ahead. Another 20 minutes, and I got to the valley. And as I approached the brow of the hill, I could already see the spiral of smoke. Chapter 41. The walls were still intact, but most of the roof had collapsed, and there was smoke and scorch marks around the window frames. 2 fire engines were in attendance, and the firemen were still damping down. They looked wet, tired, and stressed. On the other side of the house was an ambulance. A handful of people had gathered, locals in their barbers and wellies, who'd driven from the other side of the valley to Rubberneck. I drove on and stopped by the gate. A couple of firemen turned round, but they didn't say anything. They were too busy doing their work. I got out of the car and ran across the road to the small copse about 50 metres away, hollering and shouting like a madman. "Kelly! Kelly!" Nothing. "It's me, Nick! You can come out now!" But she wasn't there. Deep down, I'd probably known all along that she wouldn't be. She'd been dead from the moment she'd picked up the phone. I turned away and walked slowly up the track towards the throng of spectators. They gave me the once-over, obviously not liking the look of my damaged face, then turned back, more interested in the remains of the house. Was there anyone in there? I asked nobody in particular. A woman spoke. "His lights were on last night, and the ambulance crew have been inside. Oh, it's such a shame. He was such a nice young man." I walked beyond the group, and a fireman came towards me, lifting a gloved hand. "Excuse me, sir. If you could stay well back. We haven't made the area safe yet." "Radio Wales," I said, trying to make myself sound official. "Can you tell me what happened?" I looked over his shoulder. Other firefighters were dragging out charred contents of Ewan's house and placing them on a pile that was being damped down. I could now smell the burning. I looked back at the fireman. He said, "It looks as if there was a fire and then the gas bottles blew up. If you could move back, sir." "Was anyone killed or injured?" As I asked, something one of them threw on the pile caught my eye. It was Jenny, or Ricky, one or the other. I could never tell which was which. Not that it mattered now. Whichever one it was burned black, with only half an arm left. "It will take some time before we know for sure, but no one could have survived that blast." He was right. In any other circumstances, it would have been an explosion to be proud of. Kelly was dead. Maybe it wouldn't be too bad. It would be a fucker, but I'd get over it. What could I have offered her? Kelly would have been in a shit state when she realized what had happened to her and would have needed psychiatric treatment. Besides, she'd been starting to like the way we'd been living. Her death would tidy things up. I wouldn't have to protect or worry about her any more. I turned and started back towards the car, deep in my thoughts. What was done was done. I couldn't change it, couldn't turn the clock back. I'd find out more from the news. Behind me in the distance, I heard the squawk of a bird, maybe a crow. It almost sounded like my name. I stopped and turned. And there she was, running towards me from beyond the trees. I started to run towards her, but checked myself. I wanted to make it look casual, even if my insides were shaking off the Richter scale. She flew into my arms and buried her face in my neck. I pulled her back and held her at arm's length. "Why weren't you at the trees?" I was half angry, half relieved, like a parent who thinks he's lost a child in a crowd and then finds her again and doesn't know whether to give her a good old bollocking or just a hug and a kiss. I didn't know what to do, but it felt good. "Why weren't you by the trees where I said?" She looked at me in disbelief. "As if. Because you always make sure you stand off and watch. You told me that." I got hold of her hand, grinned, and said, "Yeah, fair one." Still smiling, we carried on along the track. She was soaked. Her hair mattered to her head. We reached the car and got in without exchanging another word. I looked at her in the rear-view mirror. We had eye to eye. She smiled, and I snapped, "Put your seatbelt on." I turned the key in the ignition, and we drove off